I don't think we have to focus on anything particular. We just focus on our game, do our jobs, and I think we'll win. Don't
Alright.
focus dry. Good luck, artists. Have fun.
Sorry about that, chat.
Dynamic here with artists
Trying to pop live a little sooner. We had a little breakdown for little man.
Everyone's just like, oh well, you know, like, if we got to take you down, we got to take you down.
Yeah, it's gonna be really cool.
Lost where his remote was. We're all good though.
The IGL of Giants, he was talked about in that interview. That was his first big match. He looked really good in it, and now he's gonna be playing against like one of the absolute goats of calling in Finesse. So I think this is gonna just be a fantastic matchup of just the minds on these two IGLs.
Yeah, it's a battle of the brains, and it's gonna be really fun to check all that out though.
All right, it looks like the volume's a little bit better here.
Our first match is going to be kicking off in just a few minutes, so we're going to wrap up and make sure you take care of whatever you got to do, and then we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
It looks like. I think we're good. For any reason, volumes are a little off, let me know. But it looks like we're good. Hopefully everyone's doing good, feeling good. Happy Friday. We got two matchups today. NRG versus Giants. Karmine Corp versus Lao. Excited to get into it. Giants look good against Detonation Focus Me, but I do not see. I don't see a life. I don't see a day where they're beating NRG today. What up, Flogi? How you doing, buddy? You said you're watching the Rainbow Six, huh? How are you feeling, my guy?
Welcome back, one and all. Earlier, we put a poll question out there on Twitter, and we asked you guys a very simple one. Do you smell what the Mimi is cooking? And the results are in, and you said that you're hungry. Okay, well, I agree. I don't know what I had expected.
I don't know what we've learned from this poll. This poll?
Yeah, I don't know either. What we learned is that our audience clearly is malnourished.
Yes.
And might need some Chef Mimi dish recommendations. Maybe you go on Twitter and give someone some ingredients.
Yeah, some of these teams have had some unique stuff. I think Cloud9's a good team to try out. K-Core, that whatever FPX is cooking has got to be crazy.
Rainbow Six caught on after I kind of
and
stopped gaming, I think. I feel like, right?
First match here, because we do have our prediction leaderboard, but first,
I know the game.
Let's see what everyone goes for today. How about that? Okay, start with this. Okay, Mimi.
One at a time, all at once.
Let's do all at once. Let's do all at once. All at once. All right, 3, 2, 1, and blammo. Okay. Oh, man.
I hate universal predictions.
I really hate pilled. I'm so sorry. I swear it's not an NA thing. It's just, you know, the logic. It makes sense. It's NRG. It's very hard to go against them.
I mean, look, I will be all
yeah. Just more COD feeling, kind of.
My dinner, whatever I have to
just because it's more like realistic, right?
I'm just not sure yet. They didn't get tested enough, so I need to see some more.
You don't have people like
NRG, then I'm all aboard.
Yeah,
lifting themselves 8 feet in the air and stuff like that.
Leaderboard is. I don't know if we have that. Just because I want to know who's doing well. Okay, so
I'm doing well.
Oh, wow.
Man, Mimi's slaying it.
I'm doing better than our audience.
I'm with Twitter.
I'm a gosh darn genius.
I think the only one I got wrong was MIBR Talent, because we did have to sign a document before entering this venue that we would predict only the Brazilian teams to win.
Yeah, the one that I got wrong, I got, yes, MIBR Talent, and I got Cloud9 Paper X. I did go for Paper X.
See, me too. Me too, Golden Boy. Me
I
too.
went with that. I did go FPX over Karmine. I still feel like that could have gone either way because it was just such a
match of Valorant.
It was just a match of Valorant that happened. So, but Anyway, I don't know. I'm gonna step it up. I'm gonna make sure that I
Yeah.
close things out really cleanly for the
Well,
rest
you
of
know
this run.
what? For our audience back at home, why don't you let us know where you are with your predictions right now and use that hashtag VCT Lock-In and VCT, and hopefully you could pop up in our social media posts during the commercial break, because we genuinely want to know where you are with your Preds. As
Wait,
it
was there a
stands.
game they didn't
But
predict?
Folks, that's basically going to wrap things up for our pre-show.
Because they were
We
all
learned
for
a lot
7
today.
games,
did.
not 8. But
Kind
there are
of.
8 games.
We also
I would say
realized
that was an educational pre-show.
a majority of our audience are very hungry, so make sure you take care of that. But for today's matches, we have 4 teams that are going to be stepping into the cage, and only 2 are going to be moving on. The stuff behind me sort of looks like a cage, so just roll with it. Trust me, it makes sense. But in any case,
I love
folks,
it. The
VCT
wrestling
Lock-In
fan
Day
coming
4
out in
starts
Golden Boy.
right now.
Let's get it. Yeah, so that makes sense. And so that was when I was without even a console for a while. Like, I remember hearing about it from, like, my gamer friends. But what, 2014, 15, that would have put me... running shops at that point, right? Or that might have even been my dealership year, possibly. You're working at the dealership. Yo, Achilleos just tweeted about his picks. That's funny. All right. I think I'm still rolling NRG here today. I think I still got to go loud in the later game. I think. I love when they do their walk-ins, man. Valorant does everything as far as like their promos. Like Valorant does their promo game is so well, man. Like deadass. That's fair. Less stuff for people to bitch about. More accusations, I'm sure. Dude, I love I don't know what it is about the Giants jersey, but it's the big old Burger King on the front that does it for me, honestly. Artists. I think the walk-in is so cold, bro. Like, this whole scene is so sick. I don't care how many times they do it. I don't get over it. The fist bump at the sound, like, it's just cool to me.
EMEA. We have NRG taking on Giants Gaming.
I feel like the volume looks like it's better today. Like y'all can hear it just a little bit better. I felt like it was a little soft before.
If you are a fan of either one, you're kind of clenching pretty hard because you don't know where the chips are going to fall when it's all said and done.
Yeah, this
maybe
is
bring it down to
just
there,
before,
maybe.
That match, we didn't, I don't think, got to see their full potential. Now they're
that way it's not
against
too
an
loud,
opponent
but like y'all can hear it.
They are the team with something to prove, and if they can do that, that would be so.
I feel like my mic's in a good place volume-wise. It looks like.
EMEA in him as well with Artis. He's gonna know the ins and outs, what to do, how to counter strategy.
That's how it works, totally. Yeah.
So I feel like we're solid here, you know.
I am curious to see how this is going to go. I mean, Artis himself didn't have to have a crazy, level of impact in their prior series, but one of the things that we did see was Fitno actually kind of hovering around the bottom versus Detonation. So I'm going to be looking to see if Fitno can actually level up his performance coming in here today, because he's going to need to.
Dog, they need to not do that camera angle again. I'm not gonna lie.
Where both of these teams, their cores were doing so.
Like, I know it doesn't look that much more full looking this way, but like it did not look good the opposite way. All right, let's look at our map, Vito's chat.
He's so young, he is so new to this, and Artis is one of the goats of that jet roll.
Well, we got our Vito's coming in here.
By the way, I don't remember if I asked you, Flogi, you feeling good, man? Hopefully, the rest has been doing you well.
Lotus is being floated again. NRG did this before as well, Mimi. Sure. So I don't know.
We saw them. Oh, okay. I was gonna say we saw them elect to go to Icebox. Both of these teams have actually only played Haven Icebox so far, so this is going to be
Lotus for NRG.
We'll see what happens with the rest of this one. Giants, where do they want to take us?
Yeah, this one is interesting. I didn't expect Giants to give that initial fracture ban, because NRG second banned it last time, but instead we do get that gone. So Lotus starts. Giants do.
Does Split make it through?
Both these teams have played this map. They both
give me Split, please.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 13-9 for NRG.
Give me Split, please.
Detonation for Giants. So certainly are going to be feeling very comfortable on Haven, but we don't get to see Pearl. I wonder if they just pull Icebox to the end, and yes, they will. So Lotus is just going to be the new look.
I wanted Split so bad.
Genuinely, something just kind of gave me goosebumps here a little bit, because we're going to be getting a lot of fresh looks.
Yeah.
And Lotus, I mean, anything can happen. Yes, NRG picks it, but I don't think anyone should feel confident, honestly.
Yeah, what are these teams' solutions to the map? In the first one, we saw K-Core versus FPX. They both played a duelist composition. Cloud9, they came out and brought in a Neon, tried out the Chamber. PaperX also tried that. Different teams have had different solutions thus far, and this NRG core tends to be innovators, so I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Yeah. Our Prime Gaming Ages Select is going to be coming up here in a moment, and we are going to get those fresh
I still
looks,
always like the dynamic when you are able to look right across and it's like one team versus the other. It's one thing that's kind of tough about Apex, right?
Taking a lead out of K-Corp and Xbox. No duelist by the look of it here.
Yeah, so this is a composition that I didn't expect most teams to lean into, but I saw a lot of merit in it in that first matchup. Double controller provides you a lot of sustain, helps with that A-long fight, but what I think hurts you is you don't have a Raze or something like that to be able to really early fight, which you do have that from the side of Giants. This is going to be a really interesting matchup.
Well, it's all said and done. Let's dive into the game.
I'll be honest,
Lotus
I'm not very familiar with Lotus,
it's time
so
to send it over to our casters who have never,
I'm excited to watch
it. And I mean ever, cursed a team with their pick'ems before. It's, of course, Brennan Sideshow.
Quite an interesting throw there from GB. I mean, I don't know what he's referring to. You know, what is he insinuating?
Who knows?
Never cursed a team in my life, really.
And it's not really a matter of curses in this match, is it? I think the vast majority of people would consider NRG the favourites in a similar way to the manner in which they were favourites in the first game. There is still chances for them to lose. Giants look dangerous. It's just that the edge is given to NRG in both of their matchups, but that doesn't mean they're safe by any means.
No, not safe.
Yeah, I don't think NRG gets to like go for a walk in the park. Also, chat, thoughts?
Lotus pick is very, very
or
intriguing.
Flogi, let's hear in here.
A team like NRG as well, that old optic core. Big fan of the counter stratting, big fan of having knowledge, you know, in terms of what they're going to be facing.
Does that look better? I'd probably have to brighten them up a little bit more,
a
but
fresh map. And something that really just tells
it's
you,
like more of like the quote-unquote warm light.
Lotus. We've got the better read of how to play this map here and now.
But I think that that's dangerous as well, right?
It is.
Let's take a look at the pistol round, though, to start. Giants with a comp that could be fresh out of Haven. quite different to what we've seen other teams run, whereas NRG, we've seen this formula before, we know that it works. We saw Karmine Corp playing it really well.
Bunts.
And it's a slow beginning, isn't it?
Yeah, very cautious. In fact, for this pistol round as well, NRG's comp.
I think I like the
Pretty
warm
good,
light.
the way
Not gonna lie.
we've seen it being played, at least, taking some of that deep A main control around the pillars and whatnot, but it is very, very slow. We're only reaching that minute mark now in this pistol round. You know, just starting to see a bit more control coming through now with the drone.
And Victor is going to use the dog to try and reclaim some information. Does he see anybody? Yep, just spotted Nookie there.
Yo, what up,
Now there's
Boxy?
3 players from NRG drifting in this direction. 50 seconds, it's got to be an A commit, probably.
Flash through the wall is going to give them good information, and fight's being taken. Paranoia and the flash right through it. Giants more than favored. I mean, 2 kills in that exchange. Now the door's going to be rotating around, working their way into the A site, but it is known by NRG.
When you do that, are you leaving
rotations
Boyo
around
with me?
them. With 30 seconds left, the spike has to be planted. That's going to start to. Just stop for but a moment, though, and they do want to take the fight. Once more to them at the back of the site, just dropping down, but it is Giants containing.
All down to Crashies. This is so difficult.
Pizza.
And Hoodie
Giants
with the
leading off with
flames
the,
pitch around for Giants. That was looking really sketchy
pistol,
for a
huh?
while there. As Giants struggled to get into sight, they had to commit to the A site, and NRG knew what was happening, but it seemed like at some point, right as the plant was going down, NRG gambled on pushing into the site and trying to deny the plant from happening. You couldn't quite see it from the POVs that we were looking at, but I think that kind of fight was determining everything.
Basically ate a whole Domino's pizza? Hell yeah.
Giants were.
Yeah, I'm good,
very
fam.
sort
Just
of
chilling.
aggression that was towards A main. You saw
It's
the
pizza night in
paranoia
our
and
house
flashes
too,
of
so we'll be
instant
watching. We'll
response.
be eating some pizza
The
tonight.
Viper wall went down and catching a couple of players unaware.
And this is quite interesting, actually.
What
NRG
kind of
have
pizza?
been running this same kind of defensive look that we saw from Karmine Corp, but this time on the eco round, they've got Victor here looking to make some kind of trap play work.
Paranoia is going to be let loose, and that's NRG with a hard stack now. All the players trying to fight over control of sand. A fast rotation and pivot.
And the gamble there hasn't quite worked. They were hoping to lure Giants into that C sand area and get a collapse on them as FNS comes through that rotating door. And instead, when you gamble your eco round so heavily towards C, it has just opened the door for Rhyme to make the call, pivot into A. This should be a fairly easy plan.
I don't know, man.
Interesting idea, though, and it showcases that NRG have
I do also
some
just like, I feel like
traps
it
that they
looks
want to lean
brighter
into.
this
But
way.
Brian, I think it's worth... Well, hello, wait a second. This might
Potential
not be
for this,
all...
yeah, to get a little bit dangerous, honestly, with Hoodie falling. It's a reclear from Cloud, but he's on the other side of the wall now, and it's a bit of ADS fire from Ryan, but he's caught out in the open as a turret slowing him down.
Did I
The
say now
weapons have
they're
been
NRG's
exchanged.
gonna be able to pick up some
The rifle's now
rifles.
in the hands of NRG. Fully equipped, they are low on health though. Now Trailblazer to try and get them through it. Tino with
What up,
some decent
Moon?
damage. Don't go and flying past. Another satchel. Just lay it out, and the players, they eventually double up. They were
Wow,
healthy
Giants
at the end
take
of
the
day to
first
be able
two.
to take those
Now, granted,
fights, but
obviously,
got a
like
bit
they're the
dangerous.
better rifles or
Very
better
dangerous there.
munitions
Giants
round
almost
two,
letting that
but
one slip. And considering they had a Vandal and 2 Bulldogs, they haven't managed to keep much in. Fatinho, though, instantly stepping up and
nice.
delivering
Yo,
towards
if
the
it's
end,
free, it's for me.
particularly
I like
when
it.
His team needed him too. You heard the desk talk about how Fatinho wasn't really the player on top of the scoreboard, but he wasn't required. They beat a detonation into the ground, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely smashed them.
of course they say that and he's 1 and
Back
2
to
right
a
now. But
bit more of a default hold, except that FNS is not watching towards the B side. This is a really heavy commit from the defenders to control this A space.
Yep, and look at this. It's an instant answer once more from Giants. It's a Paranoia, the flashes, all grouped up into the corner, stunned up, and they cannot go anywhere.
Well,
it's easy cleanup for Rhyme.
And Rhyme just calling a halt to this as well. Trying to solidify in a 4v3 and making Crashies use this piece of
now I'm
utility
getting
just to
what?
get some information. Have they pivoted? Are they going over towards C where nobody from the defense is playing? From the look of it, with the information that we have on the mini-map, it looks like it's going to be an A rehit, but NRG can't know that. They have to send Crashies
What are you talking
back
about,
over to
man?
reinforce that weak area of the map.
Yeah.
And this is where Rhyme's RGLing is going to be so important because it's opened them up an avenue.
So Trailblazer destroyed now with 50 seconds left. There is
Giants
of course,
working
the
it
seekers
apparently.
online for Victor if you wanted to get some of that mid-round information, but doesn't opt to be using it. In fact, the way he's moving around the map right now, it looks like they are just stacking over towards C.
And I think this is going to be a save.
Yeah, at this point, I think as soon as the spike goes down, they're not going to be aware, obviously, until
You like KO and no
down
duelist?
onto the ground, but No one's really in position to contest this one. They've given up so much control of the map. I'd be very surprised if they wanted to recontest.
Playing for exits here would be useful for NRG. They're obviously not going to go for a full retake here, 3v4 without any information or control towards A.
Yeah.
But while we've
They're trying to flank around, but I don't think they go that way, right?
Exits, this is another slow start for NRG, right? Not necessarily in terms of their individual performance or anything, but just losing the pistol, losing the bonus now. This is the kind of stuff that was hurting them in their opening game, again, when they were playing the defense against Koi. And I think that that's a big
Why are we not using
free
tunos
yet?
Sure.
But have NRG actually solved that slow start to the tournament? Because they had one really bad half in the game against Koi, and then it was pretty even from then on. Their attack sides were amazing.
Just remember, NRG's a slow starter.
There's only so many times you can have slow starts before you get punished for it. You can't always pull back from a 9-3 deficit.
And in this tournament, every single mistake can snowball out of control. They're being singular limbed.
I love the way that Giants have fought for this area. Those two players flashed up, allowed Ryan the easiest kills.
It's always using the timings of their opponents, a little bit of utility that they send through, and it's just a counter.
Yo, chat, big shout out to everyone who's been
it's used off of NRG's
supporting with the videos and stuff over here on YouTube lately, man. We cracked that 100 mark. Appreciate you.
It's where NRG are going to try to put pressure, but
let's see how quick we can double up to 2. How about it?
See NRG have gained control of that deep A main area. They send a ton of utility over, but while all that was happening, it's a slow take from Giants moving forwards.
And it's so slow that NRG are getting the rotates back to C.
And that util once more, Paranoia straight across, Nanoswarm, doubled up, Artis caught unaware at the back of the side. He had no one to really play off of. Now the Seekers sent flying through, eventually going to be dealt with and taken out still. Control of the site needs to be gained to a degree because there are players just kind of swarming, waiting from NRG. Victor posted up on this angle. He knows where Cloud is. In a safe position, a safe angle, just holding it, waiting. The right time to strike. Now his team's finally there to back him up. Smoke's going to be dropped down, flash in his hands. Comes through deep into the site, but it's just that 1-for-1. Holding the close angles, Giants.
Bro,
really
NRG is struggling right now.
They're shutting down NRG.
Like, not just losing rounds, but like leaving 3 and 4 rifles up.
Coutinho giving me flashbacks to when we were watching Jing on this map. Paper X was super aggressive,
this is intense.
Their raise deep into the sites. And despite the fact that they lost on Lotus, I thought that that was an interesting idea.
Yeah, no.
I mean, Coutinho got crazy deep, was able to pick off, with the help of a Paranoia, the defending site,
yeah, no,
and then gets into a good post plant where he can wreak havoc. Giants clearly look organized here. And if you can push the C site like that against Ardis, it means NRG might have to start pulling players away.
Yeah, you ain't lying though, CJ. That's true.
Here for the first 10
what up, CJ?
Look how much they're
happy Friday, everybody.
Yeah. And that
appreciate y'all coming and hanging out.
For the opener. If Giants get the read on that and they start punishing, there's got to be an adjustment from NRG.
I think this round might have just been a couple of gambles being taken though by NRG with the weaker weapons.
Possibly, but that's the same defensive.
You gotta let that shit hang. Facts, though.
So I think that that's clearly an idea that they've got, that they're just trusting Ardis to hold on to C for the rotates to come in. You can see now with FNS and Crashies there, it looks more solid, but it failed last round.
Yeah, hard rotation over, and Som just jump peeking that one, seeing if he can get a bit of information, which he does. Shots fired his way, sends out a deeper smoke as well that cuts him up. So there's some. Does a good job of hiding, I think, the potential that he could be lurking around the corner. But Giants, they are not even worried about this.
Yeah, they sold a fake towards A just in terms of pushing those players back. And now only FNS is here. He's got a stinger.
No choice but to hold close yet because of the stinger. But there we go, showstopper. Straight across the site.
He's got the one.
Clearing a lot more as well. It's a freebie for them. NRG, though, obviously, with these weapons that they've got, they don't want to be opting for a save. Either playing for the exits or just trying to get a couple of rifles into the hands of themselves. This plan position so difficult to deal with.
You know what? I can respect it, Oxy.
Yeah, it's a rough position for NRG to be in. It is difficult to get back into the C site on a retake. And there's a couple of players, I mean, Cloud in particular, that's close to his ultimate. So you take him down, you're kind of helping him.
Straight into the side, but Util's out in their hands, and it looks like nobody's watching the back of it.
Wow, man.
Just cleaning up from Coutinho, and there's the Nano Swarm.
And again, 4 rifles, dog, standing.
Yeah, when you get into that post-plant position, spikes planted for that deep sight line down into C. I feel like you need
Yo, we're going to pump the brakes here, NRG, when we call him timeout.
Or something, but
It's once more a good entry by
We gotta call it
right?
soon,
And
right?
This is really crushing the C defense. I don't think you should
Like,
take too much away
soon,
from this
soon?
round because it's an eco from NRG. But so far they haven't been able to stop Fortinio from getting through that choke point. He's currently 10-1 on attack side raise. And I think that this is a perfect time for Chet to take a timeout, and you'll see that NRG have gone into a tactical.
Okay.
And Brent, I think we've got to start having this discussion about, does it make sense for NRG to be leaning into Lotus? Isn't that something that the underdog would try to do? Throw a wild card pick in there? That's a gamble, isn't it?
It's a gamble. You're going to be going in with the expectation, essentially, there, where you're saying, okay, we're going to go into this. We haven't seen you play this map before, but we're going to assume that we have the correct read on this one. There's no prior information you can go off. It's purely just reacting to what you see in the server from the get-go.
And NRG have been good on new maps before. We've seen them lead the meta on Fracture for a long time. Their Pearl looked really good when they pulled that out too.
Yeah.
Can you do it 3 times in a row?
That's a hard ask, I think. Very, very hard ask.
And this first half is going to come down to the round coming up right here. NRG 1 round away from having a broken economy again. And in the timeout, they've swapped out.
Base coach.
So instead of playing for that A pressure, they're stacking the C side. And once more, it looks like Giants might have read this. They're pushing towards the weak end of the map, where Ardis is going to be asked to do it all.
Yeah, past few rounds, NRG have been putting tremendous amount of utility to try and punish towards A. This time on the other side of the map. So, still Giants sending a couple of pieces of utility, making sure that their presence is known with that boombot as well. So, Ardis has got to be quite worried, I think, from this anchoring position.
And the door's been broken, drone comes out, and this is going to make FNS think that they could be pivoting to B. And it looks like that might be
I mean, Genji looked solid.
Now in that B entrance.
A lot better than I think a lot of people were expecting.
Ults to try and clear through into the side.
And I don't think that people were expecting him to look bad by any means, but they definitely...
Fault line over the top. FNS is going to be opting to use his own ultimate in the way. Has to dodge round the corner. There was a nade sent flying, and it's got Giants into the site. Now the Rolling Thunder, and a bit of spam. It has caught him up close and personal. It matters not. Fortinio's behind him, though, dodging the dog, almost going down to it. He was decayed down to 1 HP, but he's managed to work his way behind them. Finally cleaned up, but it is chaotic right now on the B site. While all this was going on, Cloud creeping and crawling. He's found his own way into C. But the spike is in the middle of nowhere. This is all over the place right now for Giants. Up top! Oh my goodness! Bit of a reset of the aim.
All right, so is this where NRG wakes up?
And Cloud has been caught. Good heads-up play by Som, being aware.
It'd be nice to see NRG wake up.
And here's where you see NRG's compositional strengths. It is really difficult to get into B unless you're splitting into the site. And even then, against the Viper's Pit, they just took so much damage.
Yeah, I think that's
incredibly
difficult.
Yeah, it was certainly chaotic, Bren. You're really right on that. Except that Giants were constantly taking decay damage the entire time. So all of those interactions, they just had a massive health deficit. And back-to-back timeouts
that's
here.
Interesting.
Wow, Pipson pushing his foot on the brake, stopping any potential momentum from NRG.
Yeah, very interesting time for the timeout, because it feels like, I mean, Giants ended up opting to go into that B split.
By the way, is sound good? I was noticing watching back through clips that I felt like the broadcast was a smidge low. So I've tried bumping it up a little bit. I just want to make sure it's not too much.
Well, I think
it feels like Giants have had a very good read so far on this map.
I would agree with that. Yeah, they've got a good idea of the push and pull. That's the only round where the macro game fell apart.
Yeah.
And I think maybe they could have done with sending, after Cloud droned through the breakable door, you maybe want to send somebody with that drone and have Cloud follow it. It's a bit dangerous because if there are A players, you can get backstabbed there as you're committing to B. But I think overall, it's just too difficult to push B from that tiny choke point. Nevertheless, Giants have so far had a good read, and even if they're just alternating between A and C hits, it's been very difficult for NRG to get enough good information to inform their rotates quickly enough.
Yeah, I don't want it to be too loud. It's just I also don't want it to be where, like, if you're vibing, where you can't hear what they're saying if I'm trying to build on
Similar play from Giants.
You know what I mean?
Same sort of utility being used towards A just to get them into position. They've been doing this enough.
I want it to be like that
really
nice little, like, middle ground.
Cut Noise usually playing a bit more slower in the mid round, but this time there is a bit of pace injected behind this as the drone gets sent through the rotating door. It's not really following that one up because of the nano swarm. Still just holding. Victor's Trailblazer, that's a great stun, and FNS, wow.
Yeah. It's just, I felt like before it was just a smidge too low. So I only bumped it up a little bit. I wasn't trying to make it like the main source or nothing.
Definitely.
Absolutely. And Artist managed to re-clear into the tree area too, so he knows that he's not under pressure.
Oh, this could be a
I do like to see that they've got...
push through to smoke.
I was going to say pretty good control, but then FNS falls.
Ultimately not too much with it. Crashy's returning. A little bit of a late backstab there from the side connector, but still they have to deal with Artist, and 1-2 kills. Victor knows where the final player is. Nuki versus 3. We've seen him do similar things in the past. He's found the first kill. The potential for the aces on a quick little tap at a spike, has no idea where the remaining players could be.
He is so fantastic in the clutch though, you can't give him anything.
Biding his time, a quick tap at the plant. He knows that Crashes is at least there. Now the paranoia, so he knows both players are in that position.
Oh, he looked too wide, brother.
Shuts it down before it gets really out of hand.
That's an incredibly close one though. Even with NRG playing the defense beautifully, breaking the door to capitalize on the first kill, Crashy's coming through to play the same position as FNS to get a second. Artist finally finding his footing with the side anchoring, even though all of those things went well.
We'll call them, we'll make sure
still
both
gets a bit hairy. really difficult. And I think something interesting is really happening here too. NRG are getting a good read on where Giants are going. They're stacking the right side of the site. They just failed to actually get good defenses off the first few times, but watch how quickly they rotate.
Can't blame them for real.
NRG are going to have 3 or 4 players on A very quickly here, I think. Crashy's already moving.
Son picking up this operator, rotating door.
Oh, I'm definitely still rooting for NRG.
Being taken care of. Second time in
I still like reacting.
Rhyme has been punished, and now Victor wants to try and make a play of his own. Pop flash through, doesn't find anything in the rotating door. Oh, it's causing all sorts of trouble. Bizarre to 16 health.
Absolutely bizarre. All 4 players of Giants inside tree right now.
Yep, and the lockdown's placed down, which is going to be pushing these NRG players all the way out of here. Crashy's
tell the Soba to get back.
Not going to have that to clear away, so you have to give up this space right now. But NRG
counter
quite
lockdown?
Aware. Yeah. They have the potential for it. And here we go.
Oh, dude.
The ground.
And now they're all going to get pushed into Victor. Oh, the
Hunter's Fury.
Hunter's Fury, though. Yeah, that's going to clear it out. I missed that one. They've obviously got the counter to that play, so they can sit pretty on site.
Some's dealt with. Just trying to swing through from heaven, and he's a difficult position to try and...
But yeah, for the day, I want to see NRG and Loud.
2 of them inside a retaining door.
If you watched my video this morning, you'd know, Moon.
Little flick of the wrist. Artist still works his way across, and the crossfire's there, but time is running low. FNS solo, 22 health, and just not enough to work with. Shut down. Giants taking another round.
Giants taking a commanding presence in this game. There's so many of these rounds, whether it be A hits or C hits, they've got the advantage in these situations.
Just fuck with you, by the way. I love you.
Spots and shutting down the retakes.
You know that, Moon.
NRG are holding on for dear life here, and it's really reminding me of Icebox against Koi. That first map we saw of the tournament, where it got to 8-2 in favor of Koi before NRG just essentially gave up on the defense, and FNS said, listen, guys, just get me as many as you can, and I'll win it for you on the attack. Can he do the same on
I want to see NRG win, but I want it to go 3 maps.
It's a weak goodbye for NRG.
And as close to 72 rounds as possible.
Bide their time for a little bit, but now they're sending it all in, and there's that aftershock. It actually catches onto Artist. I think there was potentially a nade as well that accompanied it. Definitely brought him low enough, and dealing with that one, no more Killjoy utility to try and slow them down, but NRG are taking a gamble. They've already rotated all of their players over here. FNS just peeking a little bit here, contacting through. Paranoia around the side, but no one's clearing that angle properly. Little push through from FNS, not enough bullets in the clip to make the most of it.
Yeah, I want like 60, 70 rounds, you know what I mean?
This now really is do or die for the half.
But right now, Giants are...
They've got another attempt, another rifle round.
They're honestly just all over NRG. It does not look good right now.
Ultimates to work with. We saw Fatinho double blast back in with that showstopper to C before. I know you guys can't see it at the moment. I mean, take a look at that nade. The nade aftershock combo just rinses Artist here. Dodges the nade straight into the aftershock. Great play. But what we're seeing right now on the mini-map too as we head into round 10, Giants are pinging out the C site, going for a similar hit by the look of it. And
dude, Giants are just very much in control. We haven't seen anything from NRG really.
Need to get rid of that drone though. Now a flash, and as a showstopper stun all the way into them. Victor was so far out of position. A response by Crashies. The Hunter's Fury claims one, does a bit of damage, but they've already lost this site. They have in control of this one. How do they want to play this? Crashies inside the smoke. Nade's going to be flushing him out. Juking, and that's good timing. Wasn't watching the smoke there, Rhyme a little bit late to it.
That's a huge kill.
Plan, and a great little flank timing from FNS as well.
That takes down the Breach ultimate.
That was a really big...
Major play, and the plant hasn't even gone down.
Really big flank.
Playing in that position so that he could post-plant, use his ult. And now things got so dangerous. FNS's position amazing again.
Use the molly there, shut it down. Oh, you didn't need to poke out there, I don't think.
A better job of making sure to clear him out. Spike's in his hands, and he does have the ult online, so that's an immediate TP over towards A.
And the 1v1 is going to be some prime EMEA versus EMEA action. Rhyme on Ardis.
We'll see who ends up coming out on top here, pushing from a smoke! Oh, and just the aim just not quite there, Rhyme. Getting 3 kills in a round, the Red Bull clutch. And Giants, it feels like they are running away with this map, Josh, and it comes back to that question we were saying, that gamble from NRG to take Giants to Lotus.
Isn't going to have much...
Definitely agree with you. If NRG have got to have some incredible plans on their attack side, otherwise this is already game over. You could tell Giants were going for this C hit, and it was an attempt to counter.
Have any of the teams that brought us to Lotus won Lotus?
And look at Ardis' frustration. Rhyme walked through the smoke without a care in the world, and Ardis just couldn't flick his crosshair around in time.
Yeah, just wasn't there in time.
What a fumble.
Because FPX brought us to Lotus, right?
Oh, that's rough for Ardis, but still
and the Karmine Corp game and lost.
It is bizarre. There was no one breaking the dart for him, so he was fully revealed up. Giant should have been aware that he was crossed, but that's Ardis for you, honestly. The raw talent just breaking through at times like this, and God, do they need it.
Is that redemption? Getting the first pick in round
Paper
11
X brought us to Lotus.
Clutch round 10 when he was favored, possibly. We'll
Cloud9 won. This will literally be the 3rd time in the tournament. I'm looking on Wikipedia right now. That's what it is. I was looking for the 3rd. I couldn't remember where it was. But it was Paper X picking it against Cloud9.
Control of this, and it looks like they want to try and fake and pull rotations with Cloud towards A again. He's droning alone at A main. FNS should be able to see this, and I wonder if he makes the call to pull these players back. Well, not give him too much time for it. That's a Rolling Thunder and the nade. Seeker's used in response to it. They haven't cleared any of this Killjoy utility, but the Aftershock pushes back some. Can't quite fire and find his crossfire. Still swinging into it. It's a difficult and labored fight to take. Double satchel from Fatinho. Oh, and what a reset of the aim.
Oh, baby, Fatinho is playing like he's on fire right now.
Nade back in his hands as well for the back of those 2 kills. Still, FNS, no one's watching that angle. A wide swing from Crashes, and he claims it. And just like that, NRG, they answer back in kind, pound for pound, claiming the round.
And the retake
Why didn't they pick Pearl? I don't know.
Yeah. How on earth have NRG turned
I'm guessing they were...
Some coming through from that B connector.
I am hoping that this is confidence from NRG, thinking that it wouldn't matter what the following picks were, but...
And has that given a lifeline to NRG? Taking a look at the replay here, you see Fatinho pushing through off the back of a breach flash, and it's just stunning.
It's really powerful, honestly. Even if you aim to try and play retake on C, the composition the Giants are running gives you so many tools to push deep into there. Like you said, Josh, the breach flash, the satchel play immediately.
But that is just brilliance from Som. You saw those final 2 kills as the Giants players tried to double face.
Yeah.
And normally Giants have just been really passive in those post plans. Nothing NRG can do, but... All right, another bit of aggression towards Sand. Ardis once more, alone on C. They can never get their sight anchors in a position to actually challenge this entry.
You're not a fan of the 9-3 moon?
Further back though, and that util is being cleared up. Som
is what it is, I guess.
Rotation using his own ult, so they're going to have the bodies, they're going to have the players to try and fight this one. Dart's not being watched for, but the weapons a little bit weak.
There you go.
Low. Spectres at play, a bit of run and gun forwards.
So
they are getting back up. Down. It's an even fight, 3v3, even the Viper's Pit being committed. So Spike is dropped into the corner. FNS, he can't spam any of these angles. He's working with the Vandal. It's trying to get difficult. Opts to do it anyway, right into the side. There's another flash into the back of it. And the swing is good from NRG, all down to Fatinho. He could do this one, reset of the aim, crashes low. And
let's go, NRG brings it to 8-4, let's go.
And he claims that 4th round for NRG. Maybe, just maybe, giving them a slight chance now.
Wow, that is absurd. NRG with those final 2 rounds, I think, have done enough to be able to give themselves a lifeline heading into this map. Especially when Fatinho has 20 kills and almost wins this final clutch. Just needed a single bullet onto Crashies. Look at what it means to NRG, but they are still going to be climbing uphill, and it's so difficult to pull this back. They need a masterclass from FNS.
Yeah, really difficult ask, but let's hear what the desk has to say about the first half of Lotus.
We go refill my water real quick, chat.
Incredible stuff from Giants, and I think it's safe to say that we knew, Mimi, coming into this match that it was going to be an exciting one. We wanted to see the capacity and the talent of this Giants roster, and we are definitely getting that here on Lotus.
I think we saw that. They came in with this composition, bringing out the Raze and the Omen, and what I wanted to highlight was the way they played around this double dive to get early space on their attack. It was absolute perfection. There's a few clips to take a look at here. The first one is how they were dealing with a long control. Very pivotal part of the map. And what they're doing is they have their Omen teleport across, but also their Raze double satchel to this close position. And every time NRG tried to fight this, there was fantastic counter utility from Giants, which meant these players were just being sacrificed. For NRG's comp, it really felt like they needed to play into being a bit more passive, and Giants punished them when they didn't. Another execute here with Vitinho double satcheling and combined with utility. It's just so overwhelming when you have that Omen TPing in, that Raze satcheling, and you're just being pinched from two sides.
Yeah, I mean, they were picking him up, and how can you not? Vitinho's just looking absolutely immaculate so far in this half. 455 at ACS in the half is insane, and right now he's got 20 kills with only 8 deaths.
Yeah.
He has been instrumental to the success of this team, and we were kind of talking about it, getting ready to come into this series. Didn't see too much from him in their first set versus Detonation. Didn't need to step up. Now he's got much tougher opponents in NRG, and by God, is he rolling with the punches.
But here's the thing. This is the same situation NRG was in last time they
Slightly
played.
better.
Down at the half, looking really rough. Pull a couple big plays right towards the end, and maybe make a comeback, but it's going to require something huge from FNS.
I think it's also important to note as well, and something for Vitinho that we have to give his flowers for here, is that he genuinely has been going in and just getting to, it's like not a matter of them supporting him so well. Yes, they're doing that, but also he's just fragging out. And if he keeps doing that, this is going to be a tough time at the office for NRG. So with that being said, let's get our second half underway and send it back over to our casters.
Can NRG do it again? Can they bring it back from the brink?
This IGL battle of Rhyme against FNS is going to be so important.
Yeah.
Rhyme's been playing fantastically so far. Love all the decision making and as an individual. It looks like they want to take control of tempo early. You can see Vitinho and Rhyme pushing B, or jiggling it at least. Is this some kind of C crunch with a fault line?
It looks like it. I mean, they've got control of that rotating door. A deeper smoke, even a door being opened up. This could go really wrong, but no, it's a stun and the paranoia coming through. Counter flash play running forwards. Fully blinded up, but it matters not to NRG. They do claim the kills, walking away from that relatively unscathed. He has to be careful though. Aftershock forwards, not enough in terms of the timing of it, not quite fast enough to prevent NRG from really just swarming that site.
And it's a cute play from Giants. A nice tactic, but it didn't quite work. And once that initial gambit has failed, they really have no chance left in the round. Cloud would have to put on something absurd here to stop NRG from taking pistol. And that's going to give NRG that kickstart.
All right, chat real quick.
That they
I need
so
opinions.
desperately require. Yeah. That's the
Check
same
it
thing
out.
that happened to them on Icebox against
One,
Corp. They came in,
or do we
down
like
at the half and won the pistol. It's not like pistols are
2?
guaranteed in this game. No. Especially when you don't know.
I can't
the
quite
kind of
get
place
2 as
Giants are gonna
bright.
pull out, but good reaction from NRG to
But I feel like it
avoid
doesn't
getting
like
caught in that trap.
make me look as white.
Giants going to be playing it safe, of course. No major investment from this one, just going to be the eco round for them. NRG are going to be afforded a bit of breathing room, assuming they're able to clean up this round where they are favored in it.
Yeah, and I'm really interested in what FNS pulls out in round 15. Assuming that it goes their way, he called a fantastic bonus round on Icebox. So that's kind of what's going to be going through his head here as well. Yeah. You just got to make sure that these anti-ecos don't slip up. Optic were pretty bad with them at various points in the past. They had managed to clean it up by the end of 2022.
The flash, just in case somebody was holding close behind the box in B main. But just buying their time now. 1 minute on the clock. One of the nice things about this composition that NRG are running is that they have that drone and the Trailblaze like you're seeing here. So you can afford to play a bit slow in your own spawn, and then you can re-clear using that utility.
I mean, this is really slow, though, isn't it? And I don't think that NRG really have any idea where Giants are.
No.
They haven't spotted anything aggressive.
I think we'll see some catalyst. I don't think she'll be like
FNS making the right call, though, heading over
meta in the sense of everyone's running her in ALGS per se. But I don't think she's one of those picks that when you see it, you're surprised by it. You know what I mean?
Quite quickly. Nice little utility just being used to clear out the site. Bit of a glimpse of maybe what we might see as well, moving deeper into this half.
And I'm interested there because Crashy's decided to go for the plant. I feel like feeding that to Ardis so that he's 2 away from his lockdown and then can go and clean up some ecos could give you an idea to run round 15. But
I think those are the types of teams that you will see running more Catalyst. Yes, I think Catalyst will be more played by your edge teams, potentially.
Cooked up. And maybe that's not from the brain of FNS, maybe that's more from Czech, because I know Czech gets really nerdy with it.
All I know is, Loba, I feel it, Oxy.
Oh my, just wading into one another. Yeah. All good. All good. Giants just aiming to make this expensive.
And not even, it looks like they're just trying to die to the spike, right, and deny those ult orbs over to NRG. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Let's see. Has FNS got something incredible here? Round 15 that they played against Koi on Icebox, they went for an A default into a tube push. It was masterful, it looked gorgeous, and it got their momentum back. The weaponry that they're working with here is not too shoddy. Phantom on Ardis, Bulldog on Som. Have they got some kind of special idea cooked up? It looks like both teams are going to be contesting this A area early.
Yeah, there's not too much util, though, from the Giant side. It's going to be loaded into that choke point. Just a very far back position being held there by Fatinho. Deep dart, a bit of spam. And at the same time, you can see Rhyme just setting up that one-way, trying to control this one particular section. I suppose he's playing the Omen as well. If there is a drone at play, he can break the dart, break the drone.
Forgot to throw beard oil in this one. Yeah, I'm going to do that on the next break.
Making it look like this is C pressure. They've got Ardis coming through B, controlling the rotating door, while the rest of the players are over towards C, but not everybody is committing here. I'm wondering if there's something funky going on. Giants haven't bitten just yet. They're not over-rotating players to C. Still Nookie, still Hoodie, watching towards the B site, because they know that at any point that rotating door can be used for a pivot into that small choke point.
There's FNS's Viper Orb obviously going up, and that does hide things ever so slightly. So Rhyme doesn't know quite how pushed they are. Bit of roll spam now. The Trailblazer should be leading them in. Been prioritizing these orbs on FNS, but they're not quite into the site yet. That stun connects.
Oh.
Rhyme is in a lot of trouble. Couldn't quite get rid of that.
Sorry, that's good.
That was just lighting him up. Gives FNS an easy kill, and he does have that ult online now because of it. Lets it loose with the Viper's Pit. It's going to make it that much harder still. There's 27 seconds left in this round, and the spike does need to be planted.
Oh.
This is nerdy from Som.
That's just nerdy, he says.
Guys, come on. Okay, there you go.
But look at this, a full save from Giants.
Yeah, it is.
They do not want any piece of this. And that's going to kind of delay the bonus round to round 16 and just put a free one on the board for NRG. I got to be honest, I didn't see anything too crazy there. No. You know, I was hyping up the bonus round strat from FNS, but I think what they gave us was more simple. You know, they put a bit of pressure on towards A and B, and they just end up trying to overwhelm Rhyme, who was anchoring the C site. Yeah. And when FNS
Cheeky, I like Cheeky better than Nerdy. I think Cheeky is much better than Nerdy.
But they've got another opportunity to use another set strat here. They've still got weaker weaponry heading into round 16. Giants are still going to be not that far away from a pivotal eco round. Just like that, NRG are back in the game.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Almost evening it up, but we'll say this composition that NRG are running.
Let's go, NRG, bringing it back.
Backside. I mean, they have, like I said before, so many tools, honestly, with the utility, the Trailblazer and the drone, so that they can take their time and reclear when they need to. And
yeah, I mean, look at how much value the dart got here, because Rhyme didn't dodge it. Yeah. He's dancing around the pillar, but just got hit by every pulse.
Yeah, not just that as well, but like the Trailblazer that they can just save. They can afford to. Yeah. Having Sova in the sky, you know, they can save the dog for when that engagement comes through and the stun connects. These Trailblazers, sounds a bit weird, but Victor's been getting some amazing value out of them, despite the fact that, you know, the guys at the bottom of the scoreboard, feels like it almost always is guaranteed in a kill, and most of the time on Rhyme.
Giants taking
You think that nerd does homework?
To the team. making some
Boy
adjustments.
does it in the next class. He doesn't even let it get home.
We'll have to see what the benefit of this is. But it does also give Chet an opportunity to communicate with NRG. For any of the audience that's unaware, when one team takes a timeout, the other team can still talk to their coach. Yeah. It's available on both sides. It can be a bit of a double-edged sword. And Brent, if you want to talk about top and bottom of the scoreboard, FNS is having a day of it today. Yeah. This guy turns up at LAN, especially if he's got like a decent read on the map or some special idea of what he wants to do. Currently 16 and 10. Fortinio yet to find a frag in the second half. Although I think when we actually see Giants fight a bit more, Fortinio will certainly get some kills on the board. And Cloud having quite a quiet game, just playing the rotator for Giants and setting them up with utility, whereas he was a phenom in the game against Detonation. Don't count him out. He could turn around any round.
New start to this one then. The economy is booming right now for NRG. Plenty of money.
So you think
weaker guns there that they are working with? So
Giants can start to put a halt to this, or
it's the bonus that just keeps on.
Otherwise, you're in a tough spot. You let NRG get four in a row here.
It makes me think Rhyme is trying to just pull utility out of them and escape, rather than hard anchoring.
I mean, they've got the one nano swarm just laid down.
And I think that's supposed to stop him from having to worry about his back, so that he can just focus in one direction.
Being pushed from that direction.
And especially when NRG don't have a raise, don't have a jet, that nano swarm's going to get
Hey,
a lot
chat,
more
from
value.
who has experience on Lotus, do you guys consider this more like attacking side or defensive side?
Didn't spot a thing on the 50-second mark.
He still has a recon dart.
What?
Could opt to layer it out, use it, try and get some vision. Now the Trailblazer, so good information gained. They know nobody's pushed up here from the Giant side. And time is
I love the way the map looks, man. Fucking gorgeous.
It's moments like this where Cloud really could be the difference maker.
He's backed up, doesn't want to fight on the site itself. Retakes seem so difficult on Lotus, to be honest.
Their money is pretty fucking buns. You ain't lying.
Lands in there. There's Cloud claiming to kill. Smoke.
T-sided? Okay.
Just going up a little bit too late there. FNS going to be attempting to go for this plant. Nothing to really push him back. The players grouping up from Giants. Let's see what they've got in store for us right now. Crashies. Wow. His position just looking up the road. The smoke dissipates. He was spotted in the fight being taken.
Not like this.
Tino winning it out. There was a paranoia to accompany it. Wall still causing issues, but only 3 players of NRG try and make this work. Som, what a fight to take, and he does win it out against Hoodie, but Giants just surrounding.
Sorry, you still have Som. Som worked some magic before.
One on the site. Is this even planted for them? What can they do? Som. Smoke. That's used against him now. Planted. Off to the side.
Oh, he's just going to stick.
Angle, but not enough bullets in the clip. And it's just stuck all the way through. Giants. They finally get that round on the board.
Kept 3 rifles alive, too. That's big for him.
And not even that much economic damage done.
Yep.
A couple of players might have to use some light armor, but overall that is a success from Giants. Starting with Cloud, anchoring the site from a really far back position.
Lurks on this map are crazy. I would imagine.
Just as the smoke blooms. Arguably a bit fast from Victor, but I think that's getting a bit petty at that point. It's really the post-plant wallbang that NRG are putting a lot of
chat,
stock
man, I
into.
really appreciate y'all vibing and
Just
watching
doesn't
some
quite
fucking
pay off.
esports with your boy on a Friday, for real, for real.
So already into round 17 here. A little bit of pressure over towards Sand again.
It's one-way smoke that's been set up over that one choke point.
Like, not just for real, but for real, you know what I'm saying?
To be afforded that orb.
And there's the nanoswarm gone as Crashies takes that shock dart.
Fuck my
I'm
bitch.
interested to see if Artis has a plan with his lockdown. You know, no utility, oh, rather no ultimates that can break the lockdown on the other side of things. Cloud still pretty far away. Means that you could get major value out of this. If they take tree control, for example.
A bit of a partial clear of A. That's a lovely tag onto FNS.
Does that tell you too much, though? Just knowing that the Viper's there?
Not too much, does it?
It might make FNS a little timid, though, to call the A strat, but it looks like NRG are carrying on with it.
It looks like the play is going to be towards A. Pressure applied.
All they have to worry about is Cloud on A right now.
Stab into mid. Tries to catch those rotations.
Cloud's going to wait for the retake.
It's really interesting, too, because
Smart
as long as
play.
they can get a lockdown in position, it might drive people into FNS.
Cloud has been forced back, opting to play retake with the rest of his team this time. Waiting for those smokes to go up. Lance going to go down now. And FNS could still be the difference maker. There is util being used though. You can see it on the front of B. He's not going to be able to lurk through without being spotted by that alarm bot. And could he? Oh, he's more than aware of the possibility. Takes him out. Perfect crosshair play.
He's a dumbass, but he's my dumbass. I feel it.
Perhaps a little early from FNS, but honestly, he was running into that alarm bot.
I feel like that's me with most of the community. You know?
Hold on. That is so much utility. Victor just about scrapes his way through. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Leaping across them. A lovely flash timing. The re-swings from Giants is just immaculate. And it's all down to Artis. In that 1v4, don't quite know where he is, but time was running so low at the end, and they do clean him up just in time.
Only a second left on the clock. If Artis had been able to do anything there, win
once
the
that thing starts ticking down,
delay the defuse for a moment.
I mean,
could have been another 1-1.
Artis is going to be kicking himself that he just didn't stay alive in that moment, just didn't win that duel.
But Fortinio has been a monster. I know that we called out the fact that he hadn't got a kill in the first half in the few rounds that were played, but at this point, he's been instrumental in the retakes. I mean, that double blast back where he just is flying around, sprouted wings. He's so willing to get aggressive and make space for the rest of his team is invaluable for this Giants squad.
Now you're seeing this NRG timeout. So
NRG timeout,
witnessed as well. They're going to be quite scared to hit A again because the game plan from Giants, which has been largely playing for that retake, Cloud just bides his time. You saw that. There was a paranoia, there was a stun, there was a nade into the close cubby. Victor was pushed hard out of position. Makes it very difficult to try and anchor and play those post plants.
I think NRG need a real solid conversation about what to do here, because they're getting into post plant situations, no problem. They don't need to worry about that. And frankly, I don't think they're even doing that much to get into post plants. Giants are giving them the site a lot of the times. They're playing very heavy to deny B, right? But on A and on C, they just have Cloud who drops back, and then they have Rhyme.
I'm not gonna lie, it'd be cool to go to Sao Paulo for an event someday.
It's all about NRG improving these post plant situations, in my opinion. And any kind of big lurk through B is
South America would be fun.
Because I think the Killjoy util.
You're going to see a paranoia here from Ryan.
I would definitely need to take a vacation afterwards.
Double satchel on top of it with the stun, so Fortinio takes that early space. NRG off the back of that, going for something a little bit different now.
Yeah, I mean,
trying to hit B, but they do back away, bleeding a bit of that utility out of Giants.
They would not have been ready for the recon dart, no, I don't think.
Or maybe before, I don't know.
Yeah, that would have rolled NRG because they're just so used to Cloud playing over on the A side of the map.
This chokehold that Giants have got from that early aggression towards A main has blessed them with quite a bit of information. Fortinio's just
would be dancing the whole time, yo. You know the music gonna be lit, right? That's a big fact.
Got to be ready for this, and as soon as they hear that orb being picked up, Giants.
Big old FAX. Big old facts.
There's that dart. Paranoia and everything else being sent through. TP on top of the box. Artis making the most of this one, jumping up in the air somehow. The hell did he do that? Cloud's crosshair placement just getting upset ever so slightly, and Rhyme a bit late with the spam, so the spike's going to be planted.
All of my travel is Europe, but most of it I would go back to doing a heartbeat.
In the post plant,
especially
they should
Spain.
Be massively favored. They can mess up some of these crossfires and stuff like that and still come out on top.
Crashes is miles away right now, but yeah, not even opting into it. Look at Giants just backing. Realize they can't really play this one. The percentage play just to save their weapons.
We're in Peru for New Year's, yo. I'm fucking jealous.
2 rounds in it now. And what's the difference maker there? I think just the fact that Giants decided to fight for C a little more. Yeah. They lost 2 players scrapping on the site when most of the time they've been relying on retake situations.
Crashies. Holding an angle. I think he wants to take a couple of the guns.
You know what I've also noticed, thinking back, chat? We don't get a lot of flashy plays on Lotus.
Yeah, he definitely could have got even more aggressive there, because even if he dies, he'd get his ult online.
Yeah.
Here you see the entry. Possibly that's just a bit too aggressive from Hoodie. When he goes for the swing out like that, Cloud can't really help him. Not favored in the duel, doesn't know how many people he's peeking into.
And also, I don't know how much people would be going back to watch like through VODs of watch parties. But I went back on some of my VODs and went through and chaptered up like matchups and maps. If anybody wants to go watch like a particular map. I don't know how much of use that would be, but I figured it'd be cool for somebody, maybe.
Obviously, NRG have been clearing.
I need to do the first day still, but I did the other days.
It can see, I think.
It can see.
The dog can look upwards.
So here you go. You see the same play being made around the pillar. Wait a second.
Doggy didn't look upwards.
It didn't see him.
They're like pigs. Pigs can't crane their neck to look at the sky.
Yeah.
As far as pigs know, the sky doesn't exist.
A drone for a drone. Now towards Sam. Crashies with his ult to work with, but might just want to save it as Hoodie is 2 points away from his own lockdown. It's really the only counter they've got towards it.
And that's the final shock dart used from Crashies there. Both Nanoswarms still alive on C. First one popped.
Double flash is used to try and push them back. The flash actually misses. Blinds most of his own team there. And if they try and pivot now into B,
this is going to be a full A pivot.
Yeah.
They're really trying to sell things here, but Giants aren't biting completely.
And with 30 seconds remaining, Rhyme is in a great position to just, again, be a nuisance in the sidelines here. Som out in the open with the wall falling. Rhyme spots that for info, but he knows it could be someone.
See, then maybe it would be worth, like,
it's difficult for
chaptering him up.
And where do they want to go from this? Seeker popped. Artist now with a late lurk. That backstab, the crosshair placement was good, but shut down. And time is running so low. 11 seconds remaining. But no one towards that A site. They've done enough to try and make them think that it could be B. Crashies was just wading into there. Just fights being taken all over the place, pushing through.
Yeah, NRG getting a bit scrambled here. I don't think this went to plan. The post-plan position's rough. Everyone feeling
it's a
like
big round here for Giants.
The player disadvantage. You need to see something massive from FNS or Som.
Good news for NRG is they'll still be able to full buy next round.
Good crosshair placement.
So you would like to make this expensive for Giants if possible. There you go. Only left two standing.
That reflank from Hoodie, perfect timing.
And it's the same problems rearing their head again there for NRG. They can get into the site, but things get chaotic. Post-line positions don't look so drilled. And Giants are cleaning them up. Look at the replay here. Fatinho coming in, just clearing all of these areas. And because Giants keep a lot of their utility, they've got it all for post-plan. Yeah. And you can see that frustration.
Yeah, I'm very confused at this being a map pick for NRG, though, if we're being honest.
They realize that this map is slipping away from them. And the gamble
like
that
it
they
almost
went
feels
for
troll,
in the map
right?
veto, coming back to bite them.
Giants just 2 rounds away, taking this first map, and remember, still high stakes. Pressure is on, single elimination.
This C side does look so weak. When you look at it on the minimap and it's only Rhyme there.
Oh, and FNS makes the call to contact. Not making any noise, and it's all about timings here. Rhyme backing away with his knife.
Now this is
a
great call from NRG. How have they got this read? But it's so perfect.
Oh yeah, it's worked out in their favor. The smoke's now just being dropped down.
Detonation didn't pick it.
Oh, it looks like they want to try it. Rhyme just jiggle peeking ever so slightly. There's a snake bite.
It was,
make sure there's no reswing. Actually going to be claiming that site for free.
FPX and PRX.
As well, and they do have a lot of util, but now you see that stun. The paranoia, there was a flash from Victor just to try and push them back and push them away, including that dart. Already finding all these kills. That's a high ground angle from Fatinho.
This is crazy from
FNS. He's full blind, right into the corner, and he's being swarmed. He's surrounded once more. Lockdown from Hoodie's dropped off. And it is going to be a fight for Giants right in front of the smoke.
Wow.
All the players dropping. It's all down to him. Fatinho with a showstopper, just dodged to the side. They have to swing this one, and the spray down does not work out.
Map point, Jet.
If the lockdown had gone off there, it's another post-plan that NRG win. So many of these situations in the second half have come down to one crucial final detail. A wallbang post-plan.
I think it was a confidence pick.
An artist clutch that wasn't to be. And then
I think they didn't want to give away what their main pick is.
Manner. Both teams using lockdown there and both getting broken despite the buff.
I think they felt confident on Giants.
For NRG, incredible clutch performance from Giants.
Have a good day at work, fam. Appreciate you swinging through.
NRG just overheating in the final moments, and I think the back-to-back rounds that we just
have yourself a good Friday.
Trying to overextend themselves when they get that spike down, but Giants now on the precipice of taking this map. One round will do it.
And they have so many chances.
And again, similar game plan. You can see Cloud just Happy to give them all this space. Partly because Giants have been so good with this retake. There hasn't been that pull from NRG where they just try and get them to use a lot of utility to make it a bit easier for them. But again, it's the contact call by FNS. Works his way into the back. That's a stun in a common position. Cloud with a Hunter's Fury. And he finds FNS at the back of the site. And this post plant now is going to get a little bit more tricky.
Far more difficult. And does it bait NRG into going over aggressive? They've fallen into that trap a couple of times.
Crash does have his own Hunter Fury to try and play the post plant with from a far back position. It looks like they are relying on that one.
Hoodie has also been a menace coming through this breakable door, and that's what Ardis has to worry about.
Fully lined up, Som, risky. It's an alarm bot just holding the angle, and still look at this. Giants are just making their way onto the side. Hoodie was being caught, Som not dealt with, but Fatino rolls forward.
That's what you need, NRG.
Tap of the spike is going to force out the Hunter's Fury. Enough players alive, the time has been bought, time has been found. Victor knows it's just one there. Wide swing will do it. Don't need to overthink it. He finds his kill.
But also loses the rifle. So, Bren, that is going to be an extremely expensive round for NRG to win. They get it, but at what cost? Thankfully, Giants' economy is not in a great place either. So, this next round is going to be so weird. Overall, though, I think what makes the difference there are two crucial players, Som and Ardis. Som wins the duel against Rhyme coming through the smoke, and Ardis just hard-swung the breakable door and deleted Hoodie, who was playing on the other side of things. And so with those two picks, they shut off two of the avenues for the retake.
Chat, overtime or no?
Okay, the economy actually not that bad from NRG. They've managed to put together a decent buy. 3 light armors, and Giants have decided not to force.
You gotta figure they at least
Not
get to
as strange as I
10.
thought for this round 22. As long as NRG can convert the anti-eco, they've got a chance.
As long as they don't slip up, but it's these rounds that can sometimes be the hardest. Giants.
And if you get past 11, you get to overtime. Should be able
really
to.
taking a gamble in terms of where they're stacking the
As long as you keep your side alive.
You can see Cloud just holding a bit of a one and done.
Yeah, that's an interesting part. Nobody has held Tree on the defense this entire time.
I would love to see some overtime. Let's bring it.
Just deciding to pick a much more aggressive position with a Guardian. It's the same kind of...
Oh my goodness! Oh! You've got to be kidding me! Well, what a read from Cloud! And just anticipating that one, already 2 players falling. This is crumbling. The plan's still going to go down, no aftershock, but the shock dart's a bit delayed. Still with the rifles. NRG could somehow scramble this one back and go for an aggressive fight. That was a paranoia. And Crash is pushing through the smoke, but he's played here before. It should be expected. The widest swing from Cloud is going to be disrupted. A satchel, just in case it's a close-up position, and the wall's still pushing back Giants.
Okay.
A bit of a jiggle with the movement, and still 2 players remain. A rifle in his hand. Som does a lot to contain.
Some?
And a dart doing its work.
Ooh, that's a squeaky one, though, isn't it?
Let's go.
That is a squeaky one. NRG,
Another
the
expensive
rifle
round,
coming
though.
out incredibly important there, but Cloud had done everything he could for them. And that's, like we said, the first time someone's played there. And that's a on-the-fly ante against Victor always using his dog from the same position.
Yeah.
That's just the kind of thing that the players get a read on and decide, hey, I'm just going to go for it here. Let's see if they fall into it.
That's so smart.
Routines getting punished. This one, though, massively important round. If NRG win this, Giants are going to have a shoddy force buy for round 24. And we will very likely be going OT. So
yeah, that was an eco, and it was expensive for them.
It's one singular round.
If there's anyone that needs to keep standing here, it's Victor and Som.
Big ults online. Ardis just getting his lockdown online off of that orb.
And if Giants allow them to get the site, as they have been doing, these are crazy good post-plant ults.
They do have quite a few ults at hand.
Well, now lockdown being used. Yuki looks like he wanted to play for an aggressive Rolling Thunder to try and push them back, but no one would have been there, so yeah, just opting to back away.
He's used his aftershock there. I'm not sure whether he's trying to break the lockdown. Obviously, it doesn't work anymore.
Now the Rolling Thunder, though. It's a fast play to try and push them back. And this time Viper's pit dropped down, fully stunned though. Som was holding a close angle, and this could get more than scrappy. This could get absolutely dangerous. Spamming into it one after the other. FNS though claiming more than 1 kill, but he's the last man standing. A 1v2. Slows it down ever so slightly. The two players swarming the site. The spike spotted on the ground and the drone to re-clear through.
This should be it for Giants. 20 seconds and FNS has to get the plant down.
How does he know what his players are? He's got nothing to work off of, really.
Double blast packs as well for Fatinho. How does he possibly get a plant?
Doesn't know where he is. 12 seconds remaining.
The utility alone should deny this.
And there we go. Moving
No
forward.
way he gets it down?
Oh, he's missed it.
He's got it down?
He gets the plant
Shut the fuck up.
1v2 here. The pit. It's going to start fading. Moves away, it's happened to Spike. FNS knows that.
No way.
The decay is fading.
What?
There's
no way!
But FNS comes up once more. Red Bull clutch, 4 kills for him, the IGL. What a difference maker.
Unbelievable round from FNS.
Wow.
I mean, what a fumble though from Fatinho. Mishearing the audio cue.
Yeah.
The crowd was going nuts in here, Brent. They could feel and anticipate the upset happening in that moment, and the crowd was crazy loud. It might not be coming through for you at home, but I would imagine Fatinho could not hear where the plant was going there because of the excitement
Just the roar.
of the crowd expecting him to win it.
Yeah.
And now Giants have put together a bit of a wrecked buy. They still have 3 big rifles though. Can NRG push themselves across the line and recover their 4-8 deficit at the half?
To bring this to OT would be quite spectacular.
This was 12-8 in favor of Giants. They had 4 major chances to win this map.
Now one final hurdle for NRG to try and get it to OT. Util was used more than early just to clear out through C, and the players are taking up positions now over towards A. Roan used in the mid round there by Cloud, so he did tag one of the players, spots him out, and it causes NRG just to back away, just to pivot a little bit now.
And last time Cloud got a tag onto FNS in this exact same spot, it wasn't a re-hit. So FNS is mixing things up here.
All right, I'm back in
Same
time.
kind of opening to the round, but with 40 seconds, they're going to end shoving things into rhyme.
All right, let's go NRG.
Just trying to anchor it. Util still online for them. But now there's going to be that Trailblazer. Paranoia as a response just to try and push them back. Not give them any information. The shock darts could be quite good, including the flash. Not enough to clear these nano swarms, but the players are there from Giant up close. And personal, FNS delivers.
FNS.
Just taking matters into his own hands, isn't he? 13 seconds left. Is there any potential to deny? No, Fatinho's run out of utility.
Oh, spam again! The spam angles from Cloud.
Just
with
in
the Guardian,
time.
an absolute menace. And he has brought it to that 3v3. Still doable for Giants.
The Giants' retakes have been good. They've been so solid. Recon dart online for Cloud as well. He gears it up. It's a close one.
That's going to be dealt with. Positions no to spam through. Still Victor claims one. So I'm going to reposition Fatinho. He's got the shot. He's dealt with. Shut down.
No way!
An absolute menace. Fully stunned up, but he's brought them back all the way to OT.
W streamer, W headshots. Unbelievable play by Som. We saw Som do almost the exact same thing against Koi on Haven. Stunned up completely, hitting headshots on players. Oh my God, what a clutch, what a play.
It's just insanity to be able to pull that off.
Yeah.
And that's done physical cardiovascular damage to Pipson.
Oh yeah.
He might never recover.
Wow.
Oh my word, we're going to OT on Lotus. How have NRG pulled that one back? FNS with some unbelievable plays towards the end. And some to get direct headshots on Fatinho's ult and Rhyme.
It should have ended right there. There and then, but
insane.
Pulled out a miracle is what it seems like. And now we see side swapping round again. So Giant's going to be on that attack side for our first portion of OT. Took a ton of damage in the process here.
Yeah, he did. Yo, honestly though, can't blame him.
See how this hold goes. Victor, that's a flash, but Fatinho was playing anti. Punishes the swing.
Victor's flashes have been rough. Giants so ready for them.
So what is the play now for NRG?
Hey, all right, Oxy. Be safe, fam. We'll catch you tomorrow if you're around during game time.
Bit of a risk, drops down. No one clears the corner. And it's all up to Som. Find the operator in this round, no armor. to his name.
Last cannon.
He's to try and find this rifle, but he knows Hoodie's there, and that's a jump peek. So aware by Hoodie. So aware. Picks up the rifle, baits the re-swing, and
it's a good try.
Once more, are 1 round away from taking this map.
Oh, I can't take it, chat.
Just a massive difference in terms of both teams' competency on defense. NRG unable to hold on to their utility. They use it really early. And when they fight the plant going down, it's so uncoordinated and messy. Giants just look much cleaner in their defensive rounds. And we'll get to see if they can pull another one out, whether that be a retake or a plant denial, to push themselves to this first upset map win against NRG.
Yo, Giants are kind of getting carried by Fatino, though. And I feel like they aren't talking about it enough. 32 kills from Fatino at the moment.
Of tension here, as NRG are asked to do the impossible again. They denied 4 map points to take things to overtime. And now they're being asked to do it again in round 26. Fatino, by the way, is sat at 32 kills, which might not sound that impressive when he was at 20 at the half, but that still means he's been putting up basically a kill per round on their defense side.
Which is just insanity.
That's nasty good.
It's insanity, isn't it? That is so, so good.
At the moment, almost no one can shut him down. Some found it, though. They'll be asked to do so much more. The post-plants have got to be immaculate from NRG. They can't rely on any big ultimates. No. You know, that's one of the things that they were really using towards the that run from round 20 onwards.
Yeah, it was just chaining of the ultimates, really, just using them.
Can't do that in OT.
Well.
Not unless someone has a serious pop-off round.
All right, here we go.
Again, Giants. A lot of util being used to push back. Again, NRG, who were just exploring towards A main, but it's a bit of a change in pace, actually. 2 players deep in B main from Giants, holding a bit of a crossfire, one behind the box. Sometimes you do see NRG clear this with a flash, just the sky flash for information, but...
You hear him say Giants in the back. I love it.
They are set up to try and pincer this. Paranoia still online for Rhyme, and there we go. As soon as they hear that util being used, it's ever so slightly mistimed though, and Rhyme still wants to take the fight. Finesse, I mean, forced to wide swing, I think, out of the way of the utility. He goes down.
Major miscommunication though, because FNS wasn't backed up by anybody, and now they're just straight up 4v5 on the side of the map the Giants have reinforced.
Yep.
This does not look good for NRG.
Not good at all, really, for them. Rhyme still at the back of the side, just trying to take the fights.
No way.
Just walking his way in.
Yep, it's over.
The duel's being taken. Fatino, no, Nuki back
Giants win.
Now it's down to Ardis. The 1v3, 1 round away. Can he do the impossible? Can he bring it back? The high-low set up, a bit of spam with the Phantom. There's no punish. He's found the first one, but there's still so much to do. Baiting the angle once more, and it's found the fight. Nuki takes it.
They've tried it, man. They tried to make it interesting.
And NRG really pushed them, but Giants say, we got to win in OT? All right, fine. Have it your way. What an upset result in the first map there. Fantastic performance from Giants. Looking great on their defense, putting together some masterful rounds on the attack as well.
Damn.
And in the battle of the IGL,
all right, champ.
veteran versus rookie, it is rookie Rhyme.
Where's that mean we're going?
That lands the first blow.
What a absolutely insane first map here. We spoke at the beginning of the risks of NRG picking Lotus.
Haven.
The Giants, but you don't know what they're going to be running. You don't know how good
that was a good map.
Map.
Good start to the day. We'll take those.
The risk, it just did not pay off.
We take those 100%.
It was close. But Giants coming up huge in the OT.
Yeah, I think there were so many incredible moments all over the place.
All right, chat, again, thoughts
OT, but I think the player of this match just has to be Fatino. Yeah. He was insane on their attack side. And then, even when it came to defense, he was getting 2 almost every time, either on the retake or when he's site anchoring.
I feel like it's not bright enough, right?
For NRG to even trade it.
Complete credit to Giants as well. I mean, they were so well versed in terms of how they wanted to play this map. The retakes on A, so clean. The stuns, the nades, double satchel plays all coming together.
Is it possible?
Ridiculous clutches, honestly, from NRG to hold a candle to it.
Just look at the reactions from Pips and that. I mean, both of the coaches,
how does that look?
Yeah, an absurd play by Som.
Ooh.
He's been playing incredibly. I feel like if you want to talk about players
kind
that
of
are
like
turning
that,
up the land for
though.
their first time, Som, obviously, amazing game to start things off. But for Tino now,
one's in the warm, one's in like the...
Prime consistently performing in all of these games so far.
I feel like that adds more color.
It's just been spectacular to watch.
It's not both of them in like the warm light. This one's still like the lighter white.
Good. And this is setting us up for a delightful
But it adds a little bit more color. I think I like
both
that.
Of these teams play on the next 2 maps. We know to some degree what to expect. They'll have been able to look at the VODs and try to anti-strat, but that massive gamble of Lotus now goes in Giants' direction. Putting the pressure on NRG hardcore.
Yeah, I mean, for the next map to come up as Haven as well, it's a map that...
Thoughts, chat? That looks good, right?
With a bit of a playground for IGLs. We've already seen an amazing battle between Rhyme and FNS, and now you get to see it on Haven. Like you said, map we've already seen.
Also, man, if y'all are enjoying the vibes, if y'all can help me out, it seems to help. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet, man.
Short break, and on the other side of things,
appreciate
map
you.
number 2 will be kicking off in just a moment.
So we're going to Haven for map 2. I'm hoping this was more kind of what I was saying to Moon, where it was confidence on their side, but I don't know, man. We'll have to see.
Gives you wings.
So chat, we have this game today. Then we also have Loud Karmine Corp next. As it shows right there as I'm talking about it. Then tomorrow we got DRX, Cloud9, Evil Geniuses versus Talon Esports. Yo, chat. I'm trying to be a little bit more responsible. Check this out. And I'll be able to fill out more of it as the games get done. But I got me a little monthly planner that also has where I can do like daily stuff. And it has a notepad section at the end for like if I'm out and about, like when I'm at like, you know, Z's practice or game or whatever, and I want to, you know, leave a note. Try to get more organized, chat. Get excited. And like, while I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna go ahead and date out next week's real quick. So I already got stuff to plan for next week. We're interviewing Fussy from Onyx Esports for our Apex side. I am also going to try and see if next week I can sit down with Tanner Slays to do a little chit-chatting about NA Challengers before week 3 starts. I think that would be fun. So I got to write out an outline at some point later this week. Send it over to Fussy. But we'll be sitting down on Saturday. That. Look at me being all organized.
Vamos Giants. They take a highly contentious map 1 against the one and only NRG.
You think so,
NRG's
CJ?
pick of Lotus, and you couldn't have asked Seth for a better game. Genuinely, that was top to bottom.
That's a good game.
Both teams just displaying a masterclass, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, second time that we've gotten into overtime thus far in this tournament, and both times that it's happened, they have been just gigabangers of maps. I mean, incredible stuff there from NRG to be able to run it into overtime, because for a very long while, it looked like we weren't going to make it that far, but Giants, as soon as they get in, they
if y'all got a second, do me a
Yeah,
favor.
I think the answers to this map from Giants were
Check
really,
out
really
this
cool,
short for me. Let it play through a time or two. Leave a comment. It still should be early enough within its release time that if we get a couple people to, you know, leave a comment on the video or something, maybe we can try and get it up on the YouTube Shorts shelf. You know what I'm saying?
A fantastic attack side in that second half. It was these post plants that were killer, because every time this spike got down, every time FNS had a great call, NRG let it slip away in that post.
Yeah, it's just brutal. I mean, even the lurks constantly just being very well read from the side of Giants. They knew exactly who was going to be in those lurk positions, whether it was Artis, whether it was Finesse himself. They just kind of knew what the safest way to approach the site to get themselves back in was going to be, and they were able to pick them apart time and time again.
And I think part of that does go back to their composition.
From all the attributes good.
I think in their post plants,
all
what they
good.
really needed was to press forward, take more space in the kind of early parts of those post plants, so they could later fall back on the utility. But with no duelist to kind of be the tip of the spear, felt like players were just trying to make these individual plays on their own, and it wasn't very coordinated and was not fantastic. And Giants did a fantastic job punishing that.
And who was the tip of the spear there? I think it's safe to say, or transition or segue into this. You got to give up to Patino, man. This guy just popped off.
He was not a spear. He was a tactical nuke. This man was absolutely crazy in the lobby for the side of Giants. I mean, coming out of that first half, he had what?
I don't think so, man. I mean, all the folks I've been able to chat with so far,
it was a little bit of a rocky start for him as they
I've only chatted with a couple players, but
once they started going in with those retakes, he really found his footing once again. Was just continuously able to break through those post-plant defensive lines from the side of NRG time and time again.
And beyond just him as an individual, the way that Giants used the Agent of Raze in this map was really good on their retakes. He was satcheling in, breaking sight lines, and making things work. And on top of that, he was also just finding every individual moment for them. What an insane map for Fatinho.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what happens with him and the rest of Giants going into map 2. But, though, we almost would have still been in overtime, because let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because there were so many great plays. I would have loved a little bit longer overtime, I'm not going to lie. We had to pick this one because this was ridiculous.
This is just one of those moments where your spidey sense is tingling and you say, you know what? I'm going to kill a dude through a wall right now. I'm going to frustrate the ever-loving hell out of him.
Man.
I mean, if there's one way to tilt one individual out of a lobby so quickly, it's to do that right there to Victor.
Yeah, and while Cloud wasn't like the overall star of the match, his role anchoring this A site, getting out every round, was so pivotal for them.
That shot is filthy, bro.
The iconic duo of Cloud and his Guardian, because every single time they have managed to find success with that weapon, he's so good with it. But anyway, though, let's take a look though at our aim lab shoot around here, because here's the thing, right? Baseball players, they like to swing a bat, with the donut at the end of the the bat itself. But Valorant players, they like to shoot a lot of circles, and here are the circles being shot, and it's of course Sam, who, I think Mimi had a pretty solid game overall. I think it was just more or less those critical moments, and obviously his god tier clutch to just help them stay in this game. But yeah, Sam definitely had himself quite a game in that one.
Yeah, it was a really good map out of Sam overall here, but and he was really good at supporting his team. I thought the Paranoias found a lot of value, some of those early TPs to get.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about though, Moon, is that weird line that a lot of people do have to walk on their ascent.
A team
right?
loss. The main issue is just not being able to shut down Fatinho. Very similar to
because there will always be that like, yo, dog, you ain't Hal sort of situation.
First matchup of NRG.
Yeah, I mean, we saw all the protocols, all of the synergy there from Giants in this match.
But
it was
in order to get to that level, like you
NRG.
say,
So now
and I would
we
agree,
go into Haven,
you know,
another 3 spike site map. I gotta see NRG be able to
gotta
step
act
up
like
back
you've
to
been
that
there
form that they
before.
showed us in their opening series, because that first map was not it.
Yeah, we're going to Icebox. I'm convinced.
One can only hope.
I'm convinced.
I don't know. I was quite impressed with Giants in that one. But I think this is more comfortable territory for both these teams and for both these IGLs. Finesse, I think, will have a lot better time.
I still think that the Lotus pick was purely out of confidence from NRG.
Enabled with this Prime Gaming Agent Select that's going to be coming up here in a moment.
My big question is, does Fatinho stick with the race? Because we have been seeing
so.
a decent amount of it here on this map. When he was playing versus Detonation, he was going for the Jet. Didn't see that much impact. Again, didn't necessarily need to have it for his team versus Detonation, but I would love to see him on the Raze again because it was so good.
What I want to see is Artis back on the Jet. Wasn't a big fan of the Killjoy experiment there. I didn't think it worked particularly well. Couple rounds with impactful alerts, but overall, he was shut down, and now this is a role where he can just frag out.
It is the Jet, though, for Fatinho. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's looking like we're just going to have mirrored comps assigned from the controller. Sam's just going to be sticking with that Omen. Rhyme going to be moving over to the Astra.
Yeah, this is bog standard, and this is really where the IGL matchup has to come into
I think the problem becomes
new leader, he has the first tick in the
a
column.
lot of
He
people
needs to
overstep
close out
that
now.
line,
This is the map where FNS is so
and it gives a bad rep for people who are trying to walk the line carefully.
Rhyme's got to find a rhythm. Finesse has to find a way to, well, finesse his opponent. It's going to be fantastic. That's a great pun, and I'm going to pat myself on the back for that.
Don't.
But we're now all set up for map 2, so let's go ahead and send it right back.
But that kind of comes back to that whole, like, you can't let bad apples spoil the bunch. Spoil it for the bunch, you know?
Yeah, we are certainly having a good time here. I mean, map number 1, so close between these two teams. Potentially on the brink as well of seeing Giants complete a major upset against NRG as well. And we are entering a bit of, known quantities when it comes to the maps. We're heading into Haven as our next map. A map that both of these teams have played as well, Josh. There's been some definite time for counter-stratting, some knowledge that they could gain as well to play against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's difficult to get a read onto Giants because they didn't really play that many rounds. They kind of crushed Detonation. But, Brent, you were mentioning something you'd seen in the Giants' defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Normally they've been playing Cloud, actually, as a bit of a solo player towards A. It's the weaker side of the map on their defensive setups. What they were showcasing against Detonation. And it looks like they're going for the same thing again here. Maybe something that NRG have read into, a bit of counter prep for it. It's a deeper smoke. And the dart as well. It's broken time, but Cloud forced to just push away from this angle.
And this is a really heavy B commit from Giants. They're pretty confident that it's going to be a B planned. Maybe they've seen some footage, know that NRG like to go for this, but NRG certainly not falling into that trap. They're going to get the A site for free, unless Cloud can get a spam kill or something from heaven.
Yeah, it looks like he was holding for some of these shot darts. Not in the location he was expecting. Dropped down to 5.
That's fair. You and I had that conversation quite
Get punished.
often, so that's,
Should be a free plan for NRG in these post-plan situations now that they can try and play off of each other. It's a dangerous position to play in Hell. Currently where Artis is. There's a lot that could go wrong for him there, but it's a dash through, and that's a shock dart from Crash. He's already claiming the first one. Getting close into the smoke. Dart not being dealt with, a bit of spam not quite enough for it, but biding their time still. Holding this util. Fatinho wants to try and put the pressure on them now as well, taking a deeper fight.
NRG's looking good.
To try and get them away from this one. Short cleared out at the end of the day, but plant location not too ideal. That's a very wide swing, and now this could get more than dangerous.
Oh!
Off the spike, but time was bought.
But Victor,
yeah, I gotta be honest, I got a little scared there, but you're right, NRG had bought enough time at that point, just deciding to go for the double swing to make sure Giants couldn't stick the defuse. Overall, though, Giants still looking a little dangerous on these retakes. They're clearly comfortable with a heavy retake style. That's one of the big, differences between teams, whether they decide to fight really heavy and reinforce the players like Cloud who are holding the site early, or whether they're just happy to back off and play full retake. We saw a lot of retake style from Giants on Lotus. looks like we might expect it here too.
Yeah.
There's a pretty similar defensive setup from Giants still. Those 3 players holding towards B, looking to see if they can use the pistols, close-range weapons, to deny some kind of plant.
Now, what I am remembering as well of the Giants' defensive setup on their pistol round last time when they played against Detonation, they had their Killjoy playing there with the setup, so maybe that's why they were trying to solo hold it with Cloud, anticipating that NRG wouldn't go towards that direction, expecting them to run the same sort of setup.
A lot of mind games when anti-stratting comes
really
into it, but also when you have such little data, when you only have 1 instance of a map, it can sometimes lead you to reading into things too much. The teams have certainly got a deeper strat book than they ever demonstrated in that opening game. And this is going to be a fake towards A, somewhat elaborate considering that Giants still only have pistols. But none of the Giants players are towards B. They started the round here, but it doesn't look like Artis is going to have too much difficulty pushing in and helping Crashies get the plant.
Not anymore. Full retake, that's a lovely swing from all of them. There's the recon dart lighting him up. No one's dealt with this one. Artis in trouble at the front of the site.
Artis able to get out though.
Skip and a hop. It's away on 12 health, but this had the potential to get dangerous, but still the weapons are in the hands of the NRG players that hopefully sails them away to a win in this round.
This is awkward though, isn't it?
Very labored, very
nice
awkward,
by Finesse.
Trying to buy that time for FNS, I think, to try and take that deeper flank all the way through the A site, and only 2 remaining. Just trying to go for the jumping right click.
That flick by Sam was pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie.
Ultimately, NRG still safe hands for them.
Yeah, safe hands. They managed to keep some decent weaponry heading into the bonus, but I'm not convinced with what I saw there in terms of their post-plan protocols, and their post-plans were falling to pieces on Lotus. So I'd like to have seen that be a little cleaner in terms of the decisions and positions that people were playing. It's a nice idea for FNS to go for the post-plant flank.
Yeah.
And certainly Giants are going to have to watch out for that. All right, a 4-player stack from Giants over towards A this time too. And NRG have just decided, oh, we're going in the complete opposite direction. A lot of this can be mind games and the IGL's doing work, but sometimes you need a bit of luck too.
Yes, sometimes you're flipping a coin, and coming up quite well here. You can see that NRG offloading that utility. Sights, making sure that they spam these common angles here. Artis, okay, taking a bit of stray damage, but the plan will go down without too many problems. Now, how do they want to play this one? Crashy's got his ult online, which means they can play the deep post-plan position on C long.
Only 1 player left on site here, though. And Artis has got to buy time for this Garage reflank to come through. They're going to wait for Giants to clear Garage, and then they have to backstab.
Oh, Artis could potentially be so much trouble.
Ooh, I like this, though.
I was
going to say, they've got Garage under control. You still have Long, too.
Here at the back of the site right
Artis.
now, playing long in this smoke.
Artis gets
so
1.
many problems for them, and the call was already made. Giants just needed to evacuate out of there, save the rifles that they can.
What a fantastic smoke from Som. You see how that allowed
and see, this is what I was talking about, man.
Yeah.
And again, it's only 3 rounds, right? They could just, and we could very quickly see Giants like switch this thing back. But I do think what we saw was
aim on LAN has just been phenomenal.
The guy is
I think we saw was NRG saying, "Hey, we're confident with whatever map you pick in the rebound map on, or the decider on 3rd if we happen to drop ours."
About, pound for pound. How are they going to be stacking up against the former players of Ye and Marv,
Yeah. And, Bren, everybody had confidence in Artis replacing Ye, which he has done when he's been playing Jet so far.
Yeah.
But really, it's been Som that's been the more impressive new player.
Yeah, Som has been destroying. Really, really great first showcase from him in this LAN environment. But here's some pressure that's being applied by Giants. Tino getting his Bladestorm online. An instant rotation here from NRG. Actually, the weapons aren't too good, but Nuki's just waiting there for a bit of time. There's going to be a pull to disrupt this plant.
Good aftershock, though. Used by FNS, pushes Nuki away to the point where they can't really disrupt. And Victor's very safe, watching anybody that could be coming behind and able to shut down anyone that comes from Garage.
Yep.
I mean, Som is just in here.
I mean, on an island. There's no support whatsoever.
Plus, it's a way to get yourself
no Garage reflank, so this is just going to be a weird
reps on Lotus.
I don't like these
against a team that you're not going to be playing,
really
in
timing could be really important.
Session.
Swinging all the way through. If they're just opting to try and play with the rifles, play with the spam, and here we go. Hoodie could have been a difference maker there, but it's just down to Nuki. 1 shot found, and a weak enough player that Artis Oh, right down to the 1v1. Spam angle found, and the swing is good at the end of the day. 4 kills for Artis, but my God, was it labored.
Brian, I'm not confident in these NRG posts.
For NRG, yeah, I think NRG will do really well on Pro.
It's okay. They're getting the rounds on the board right now, and they haven't got into a sticky situation where they lose pistol, lose bonus, and we've seen that be so detrimental for them in the past. They are still getting the rounds on the board, but I'm kind of worried.
What
in the way
is
that they're
interesting
doing it.
is we've seen Lotus make its way past bans a couple times,
We'll see what NRG can
but
pull out
Split
here.
has not. I don't think at all, right?
Into a deep position.
So this is a common thing the Giants were doing as well against Detonation. As soon as Vitinho could buy this operator, they like to set him up on the A angles. And they are aware of that, actually. There was a shot fired through the smoke, so Som's going to be calming that to NRG.
Nuki is so much more aggressive and confident with his rifling than most breaches. He is going to go for a contact re-clear of B there. So bold, could be facing into a bunch of players. But he's got great information now to feed the Rhyme.
That could also be it, too. I didn't think about that. That's a good point, Moon.
Looks like the play being made.
I'd say even with their loss, they showed that they looked good on it.
Lobby. The goal is for that to be heard by someone, but that's a really well timed dart by Cloud.
Does Crashies know the goated setup? He does!
Yeah.
He decides not to go for it anyway.
Decides not to go for it. I will say that drone, that timing from Cloud honestly gives him a bit of peace of mind here. The pressure's now on. Rhyme trying to anchor this one into the back of the site. It's an aftershock. All that util being used, lighting him up. Rhyme just still holding close, still surviving for the time being. Tries to go for that re-swing, but eventually dealt with, eventually traded. And what a play by Crashies. Not even sure if that second kill was intentional, but
I don't think so at all. He killed Nuki.
Like live reps too, like LAN reps.
Completely unintentional collateral kill there. And this NRG exec onto C is pretty lovely. Yeah. We've seen it a bunch of times now. They pulled it out against Koi. They used it as a fake against Koi as well in round 12. It's really well coordinated. It sets Artis up for success. There's a lot of utility coming towards those Giants anchors. And they just couldn't hold on.
Enough money in the hands of these NRG players that honestly you would be hunting for these guns. You know that there's an operator in the hands of Vitinho now.
I think it's worthwhile.
The money for it. I don't know what Som's playing out here.
Take the turret out, make sure they don't have it for the next round, you know? Important economical things,
Brent. Of course.
Did you not see that in the patch notes?
5 rounds for NRG here now.
You just put down turrets every round and they exist. They just haunt them out.
Look at this though, you've got the free cam angle of all of the utility that's getting used, and Artis is put really deep into the site, which puts pressure onto these anchor players, and then if Artis goes down, the trades are there. There's that kill though on Tanuki, which was really unfortunate from Giants. What a contrast to map 1, where Giants had a massive cushion to work with. They were able to get very, what was it, 7-1 or something? Maybe 7-2?
Pretty ridiculous lead. Can't quite remember, but...
Yeah, can't have been 7-2 because it ended... Listen, I'm not going to try and go back over it.
Besides the point, yeah.
Completely beside the point. NRG having a much better start here. And I think it's fair to say they're not playing perfectly either, but they are definitely so comfortable on Haven that even them playing with a few holes in their game seems enough to be able to bring it to Giants. Yeah. And I think that this is a really important question that we still have to ask, is how good really are Giants? Are they good enough to be able to beat NRG on default kind of maps like Haven, like Icebox?
NRG just wanted more stage time, chat. It's fine.
Giants just
no
didn't
worries.
Get pushed enough for us to be able to tell against Detonation. That first map of Lotus, though, should inspire a lot of hope, right? If you're a Giants supporter, you want to see them do well. That Lotus win, they did so much stuff well. The question for me is, can they bring it on maps where NRG have demonstrated excellence in the past? Yeah.
I think it's quite a brave decision, honestly, picking Haven into a player like FNS, but
agreed.
We'll see what else they've got up their sleeves. And it's a weird buy, honestly, just because of the 2 players that ended up saving. They're not opting to buy up into this one, so half buys for Giants.
So the Realm GG League that was in EU for Season 1 is going to be coming to NA, apparently.
For NRG, but they have a massive advantage if they end up fighting Nuki, Rhyme, or Hoodie.
I like this decision by Giants, actually, to just push up now. If they hold here to get some good information in the mid-round. NRG just Just waiting. They know that the money is a little bit awkward, so just chilling out for now. And you can see Crashy's opting to use the drone. Wow. That's okay, Rolling Thunder and the flash, but guess what? Nobody was behind that one still. Fatinho is going to be that guy. Back of the site, locking it down on that one line of sight angle. A great kill found has really put a stop on this one, but Artist, what a luck
finds
timing
one
into garage. No one was really watching it. I think actually.
Oh, that's the
turret, and he's still here, still
brother.
causing
Yep.
damage.
GG's.
What a play. Fantastic from NRG. I'm confused why Giants didn't try to get the punish onto Crashies there. Bit of a wasted ult from Nuki. But overall there, nice setup. Yeah. NRG noting that they can take garage control, smoke off the turret.
Yeah, maybe that's Som that was hinting towards.
What up, Boogie? How you doing, homie?
Mate. Listen, you're going to be smoked off next round. We're going to be able to get those lurks in.
I mean, genuinely, that could be what it is, right? Yeah. Because the more that you play against a team that doesn't change their setup too much, and pretty much Hoodie's been running the same defensive setup a lot. He's alternated it slightly towards B on a couple of the rounds, but mostly been playing this setup. If somebody recognizes it, like Som, for example, they could definitely call an on-the-fly play like that. And it worked nicely. And the other thing, Bren, too, is, I think from Giants' point of view, they need to start recognizing that there is very rarely somebody behind Crashy's drone in A lobby, right? That has been used as a fake much more than it's been used as we are genuinely going back into A.
Yeah.
And I thought that that was the read there, that they had thought, oh, well, it's probably just Crashies, let's breach ultimate and push, but they didn't decide to commit.
Backed away.
Which was really unusual. But so far, this has just been an FNS playground, right? Yep. So many good plays.
Artist able to catch Patino there. Looking with the opposite way was really, really big.
And this is a shock dart, I think, to take out this alarm bot that is on the front side of B. It's another common position that Hoodie likes to play.
NRG has hella bread right now. If they win this round, they're more than likely already at 8 easily. Should be at 8 easily.
The shock dart,
they're coasting right now.
Did enough damage to break the alarm bot, but Hoodie retreats it anyway. Or maybe Hoodie just had already retreated it. Either way, though. That's going to force Nuki to keep a bit more of a heavy eye upon anybody trying to sneak into the B site. And when things go quiet like this, paranoia must be rife in the camp of Giants.
You got to be thinking, got to be wondering, where exactly could they be? The alarm bot that was pulled back earlier, Hoodie places that one back down into the front side of B, so hopefully that eases some of their concerns.
I'd like to see Cloud drop off the A site and play the B connector so that he's a
I can see that too.
To Soverall,
I can see that too.
There's a lot of util being used now into garage, but I think the aim of this one is to try and get themselves onto B. That's a Cosmic Divide to split up the site there. I think
it actually just helps.
It does. It just helps them get themselves onto B. It's an odd one. Paranoia push through. Artist takes the fight now to Hunter's Fury. On this particular angle, Cloud.
Oh,
a lot of
got a
damage
couple
done,
tags.
but no kills going their way, and time is now starting to run particularly low.
What's the retake idea here?
Rolling Thunder through the connector. This is NRG trying to take the fight right to them. Patino, not sure if he was stunned up, but again, taking the fights well, making sure that they can trade each other out. Artist still playing at a high ground angle. He's spotted out. For but a moment, now a lockdown in play. There needs to be some sort of action, some sort of aggression, but it's just being watched for.
Nice moves. Yep, there it is. Giants got to win. They finally got around, man. They really needed that.
Get that first round on the board.
The movement and the rifling.
Otherwise, they were in a lot of trouble.
And Nuki's a player where we've seen him on the big stage playing these duelist roles, Raze in particular, looking phenomenal. I mean, a true star-level player, superstar within EMEA, I think. And yet, on this squad, he's taken a more passive role, or at least a slightly more supportive role. I wouldn't say the way he plays is passive, though. Yeah. He's so willing to take these duels, relying on his great individual skill. And I just love the way he's jiggling around that corner, baiting shots out of Som before he goes for the wide peak. That's an important one to get Giants on the board.
It really is. When we were coming into this tournament as well, I was a bit curious, what does this mean with Nuki playing this initiator role for them? Because I have my doubts, but his utility has been top-notch, honestly.
It definitely has, especially on the breach. Whoa, this is crazy.
Yeah, very, very aggressive angle from Fatinho to take. There wasn't too much put into that A lobby take as well, so just hoping for the best and almost just got his head taken clean off.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right, Brent. A looks so weak for Giants. This is the first time NRG are properly testing it.
There's a stun on that corner. Fatino forced to smoke himself off. Paranoia catches onto Cloud. He does have a smoke to play.
Sounds
Rhyme
quiet
setting
to
that
me.
one up, but here's the util just being dumped through, and there needs to be something to clean this up. What is that? Fatino with the Guardian. Short work, light work for this guy.
Gorgeous shots.
Think Crashy stays
and
here?
He's done such a great job at sending in breach utility and reinforcing the side actors.
Really has. Still the swings come through and able to really hold a candle there as the crossfire was held for them. Plant's still going to get off.
Got sucked. Oh! Oh! Okay, Crashies, we see you.
For Crashies, the guy was alone on site, deciding to take that
Nice
fight.
and easy.
What a play. That's the kind of fight you take. You are not favored, but if you got the skills, you get rewarded massively. 10-3 Crashies. Putting on a masterclass.
It's really quite excellent.
When NRG played against Koi, Crashies to me was the MVP of the match. And that was on Haven, that was on Icebox.
Yeah.
That was him playing Sova. So good for it. And Cloud had a phenomenal debut. Probably the best debut we've seen from someone who hadn't been to LAN, and yet been quiet in this game so far. Fatino really the player that's had to bring it as he tries to make something happen in round 9. On the eco with the knives, not giving a sniff.
No.
Yeah, that was pretty disgusting.
The shock's nice though, forces some to try and TP away.
And now they sound more quiet, bro.
State of the economy. They're thinking, okay, we don't want to give anything away.
It's not just me, right?
No guns unnecessarily. Cloud just jiggling this angle.
What is the defensive protocol for Giants once Cloud has to retreat there? So he's going to re-drone in, make sure that it's not a bit of a fake, and it looks like that pulls Nookie slightly over.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing about him as well is that he is oftentimes just opting to just play inside of short A, like you're seeing right now. There's just a contact reclear in there, not really too much backup, but this is the play that's being made by NRG. It's a fake. They're trying to really apply the pressure over towards C, and guess what? They have not dealt with Cloud. This guy could be a true difference maker in a round where the weaponry hasn't been as good.
They suspect he's somewhere around. You saw FNS using, oh sorry, Victor using
jumping through.
It's not a swarm.
And that's FNS just, yeah, not expecting that angle was going to be watched for.
It should still be safe though. The lockdown being used on site by Victor should cement this one. They had a flank coming through from Som as well.
Yeah.
And NRG, they love those kind of fakes. Putting heavy pressure towards C just opens the door on A so often. Could Fatino be a... Nah, Fatino's already used all of his
Late Som's gone, yeah.
This is a brutal first half for Giants. They will have been wanting to hang to some degree. Obviously, NRG's attack side has been their best in this tournament. Haven, FNS Playground, obviously, we know all of these things. And they're sat, listen, coming into this map at an over 70% win rate on their attack side. So, it's not game over for
NRG is slaying, man. I'm not gonna lie, when games get like this, I feel like I get very quiet. It's just like, it's very obvious how this game's going to end. Do you know what I mean? And it's tough.
For Giants, they have just been, feels like outclassed, honestly, at most corners.
What's the decider map in this? Icebox, huh?
Little play here. This Nano Swarm probably landing at the back of the site. You're going to see a fast play from the NRG now, and the pressure is on a player like Ryan once again trying to anchor. He's been playing in that spot. The aftershock comes through. Now Hunter Suri on top of it. Stunned up. Addis just spamming into the smoke and still getting value from this, but they're not really taking control of this smoke from Rhyme that was set up earlier. Has caused a lot of problems. And Hoodie anchoring at the back. The trade is there at the end of the day.
It's such a good C execute. NRG putting on a masterclass in terms of how they're taking it, how they're using their utility, and you can't over-rotate against it because they make it sometimes a fake.
Yeah.
I knew that
it's
too.
Just beautiful Valorant. And Giants are forced to save here, even with Cloud getting that pick. They don't want to risk it in a 2v3 where they've got no money heading into round 11.
Got to save the opera.
Yo, Oogie, I heard we might be seeing you at the beach, fam.
FNS uses an early flash and then a deep flash. Fault line down the right side, Paranoia default, Recon Dart goes in. They take control of the front of the site, and the only problem in my head with that execute is that they don't have very much utility to take backside control.
Sure.
But you see how they do it is just by trading effectively through the smokes.
We just got to find a way to get Moon there.
Yeah, Ardis and Victor working together to just clear out any of those players in backside. It's gorgeous.
And NRG as well, going for that fast hit on C with the prior information they've got.
I just exist, homie. I feel it. Okay.
He was playing heavy towards the A side with a defensive.
I heard the festival is supposed to be pretty lit.
Like you're seeing right now. He's currently lurking his way into the short of A. Might get some value this time around, though.
I'm ready.
We like just missed the festival last year when we went down.
It would be now for Giants.
And we had that bitch in a hotel spot on the water.
Look at this util. I mean, they just know. They have to push the utility in there. It's Cloud who takes the first bite of the apple, I suppose. They're taking that fight against Ardis, shutting him down. And Fatino, they're still not aware that he could be in that location.
When Nookie gets another fault line, he might be able to set Fatino up, but I think that's going to be too late in the round. NRG
We're going to make sure we do it right this time, too, and get down there early.
Fatino is going to take contact soon.
Timing is everything. I mean, he's walking backwards. Shouldn't be favored, but no, he's found the angle.
Taking like the weekend off. Ooh! I'll make sure I got everything posted, so I'm not even working that morning.
At least smoke the cross. It's now looking very difficult for NRG when you've only got the 3 players up, including this Spike that's just sitting on Crashies. None of the players are really with him, but they do have a lot of time in the round to play with to see if they can lurk, catch any of these players.
This is one of the few rounds where Giants have had that early round advantage.
Yeah.
Usually they haven't been able to get a player advantage before the site hits come through.
Crashes onto the site quite easily there. Shock dart ever so slightly missing from Cloud, but what is the call now? An aggressive play perhaps as they are gearing up. It looks like NRG want to try and maybe double fight. It's a Paranoia as well. This could be absolutely excellent. Crashies and FNS of some sort of contact, of some sort of util being used. They're going to be pushing now with the Paranoia. And there it is, rips its way across. Sort of plays being made, not quite actually, not opting for it, but there we go. FNS, absolute masterclass from him. Still the players remain, and they just did not know that Crashies was there. Waiting around the corner, the shot swings wide. And how did they pull that one back?
Oh, like who won it after the fact, you mean,
Insane round
Moon?
for NRG.
We talk about the map win info.
10-1. And for Giants to have gone a map up in this series and instantly lose all of that momentum. And by momentum, what I mean is,
I hope Giants didn't let that game like build a false sense of security for them.
Because when you allow them to go into a third map, I'm assuming this is going to a third map, 10-1 up. Hey, we've seen some comebacks, but this would be extraordinary. NRG are just going to feel so comfortable there, heading into Icebox.
NRG is such a difficult team to play against on this map.
And this is just going to reinforce the narrative of the slow start, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, NRG just can't dodge this narrative. It has so much power over them.
Turret's in the same position that it's usually been in, so no adjustments on the setup from Hoodie, and it's going to be dropped into Garage there. And now Rolling Thunder as well. It's a bit of a pincer maneuver. Players moving all the way up. Cloud choosing to offload that Hunter's Fury. He does get 1 kill. Hoodie fighting this as well with the space created off the back of this one. On top of Logs, they might not anticipate it, but what is the call being made? NRG evacuating that instant rotation from Victor now.
The first time that their C hit has gone awry, it was a C split rather than the beautiful execute that I was bigging up earlier on. Just a little mistime there in terms of the support players following up and reinforcing that space, but also Giants over-rotating has allowed NRG this opening. They are so quick to pivot and to cancel these side hits.
Giants have the rifles advantage and health advantage here.
They have a recon dart. Nookie's just got the fault line back.
How do they want to play this? FNS holding his fault line actually, and there it is. It slows them down as the util gets used. Dash down into the smoke. How do they deal with this one? Fatino, he's quite low. Just trying to take the fight. Good movement, flash in the hands.
Oh, he needed the flash like a half-second earlier.
Beaming him down now, Rolling Thunder, and they have gambled incorrectly as to where that player is. Nana Swarms, time running low, popped off. Victor needs to try and take the angle now to know that they're not back on it. Spam, it misses. Cloud has to stick. This is their only
Victor!
round. And Victor wants to play the invade.
He got the right person!
Shuts it down. And despite the fact that he got half, it's not enough to claim the round.
Wow.
What a clutch from Victor. Fantastic stuff. And a unbelievably dominant half. NRG just looking unstoppable. Every part of their game plan working, including the post plants, which I was a little critical of early on, but they just tightened up so much as things went on.
In real glimpses, honestly, the dominance of Optic at times as well from this team, but that's going to do it.
I don't think the timeouts are as important because I don't think as many people
outside of it just being a flat out
are interested in it. It's one of those things where it's nice for someone like you and me. But I don't think it adds enough info for the casual
it really
thing.
couldn't. This has just been utter domination. This is them playing at the level that we kind of anticipated that they were going to be able to do. On Lotus, but you know, things were a little bit rockier there. But Sideshow just mentioned it before he threw down to us here for the halftime. Yes, the post plans have been looking so much better for the side of NRG, something that was significantly lacking on that first map of Lotus. We're going to take a look back here in just a second at round 3 for them to be able to get this bonus and for to be able to pick up that win. And it really comes down to just leaving Artis alone on the site. He gets himself set up, you'll see in a moment, right on top of this box here on the site, and everybody else is able to exit back towards C long. And from there, they get this nice little wraparound to cut in through garage. They pick off Rhyme right outside of the doors. And they're just not ready for Artis to be in this aggressive position. This is something that you can do while you have him playing the duelist instead, having that jet, having to be able to, having a character that can actually just provide some cover for himself, that can play a little bit more elusively. It completely catches them off guard, and overall, all of the post plans that we've been seeing from NRG throughout this map have been looking stellar.
Yeah, I mean, Artis has been night and day for making these post plans better, but a jet who's been struggling a little bit more is Fatinho, coming off of an insane individual performance, 35 kills on Pearl to win his team that map. Feels like he's struggling a little bit here. It's still playing into those retakes, but this NRG squad has done such a better job at shutting it down and shutting him down. And now as we look into the second half, I get a little bit worried because playing against DFM, the game plan for Giants, well, it was good on the attack. A lot of it was just kind of gambiting Fatinho's life for this really fast early execution.
Yeah, I guess the question would be, though, how do you put it up on the screen?
So I think a lot of this happened.
Because in sports, you put up timeouts up on the screen usually with, like,
well, look, it's gonna
the
be
dots,
a tall
right?
mountain to climb, and it's going to feel like a mudslide.
But the dots
for
in
Giants,
this fact are for maps
11-1 right now. Let's send it back
so
over
now
to
you're having to find a
Sideshow.
different way to dictate it.
The Giants can claw their way back.
That makes sense. Because to the casual sports / esports fan, the dots are either maps for esports or timeouts for sports.
Rhyme versus FNS in terms of that battle of the IGLs. FNS catching a blow from that map number 1, losing Lotus, but what a way to answer back here on Haven.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it? And NRG's defense, hasn't been the greatest, but it doesn't need to be.
This is a quad push on the pistol round. They are taking so much space in A lobby. I can't help but feel like they've got some sort of read here because the timing is just immaculate. Dropping right behind them, trying to take the wider swing. There was a stun placed well, but the fight, again, is a little bit awkward. Artis, though, trying to clean up the pieces. Gets 1 kill, does a bit of damage to Cloud, and he can hear that plan going off, just trying to catch the same angles. Spamming it right down the line of sight. 2v1 Cloud, it's planted. Artis has got a pretty good idea of where he might be, and it's just nigh impossible for Cloud to win that one.
Artis looks like a man rejuvenated on the jet.
Yeah. Is it about to be a 13-1?
Honestly, Grant. A lot of people were looking
it looks like it's about to be a
13-1,
Chad.
The pros and cons versus Ye. And one of the biggest in theory, one of the biggest benefits in theory, is that he's demonstrated much more flexibility, right? He's played KO and he's played Cypher and he's played all sorts of different things in his time with FPX. And yet, Artis at this tournament looks significantly better just when you put him on the duelist, just when he's sat on Jet.
Which means we're going to be going to Icebox. NRG looking
Lotus,
dominant.
Playing the race into a no duelist comp. Here it's all about how Artis is getting set up.
Giants left to scramble. Big investment, obviously, with the guns, but the swing through. I believe that's a stun and a paranoia to set that one up, and this could just be the final blow. The map in absolute tatters for Giants. 2 players remaining, the flank by Victor as well, just containing. No one was watching for this one. It's a little bit awkward, but pretty low enough now that it should just
a 13-0 on land? I don't think so.
Front and the slow squeeze. Look at this. Crash is also taking space just like that. A whimper to end the round, but a really, really strong answer back from NRG. We're going to be going to that map number 3.
NRG looked fucking dominant there, guys.
More emphatic response to their loss on Lotus. I think NRG are putting out a statement, honestly, as the best Haven team in the tournament that we've seen so far. Obviously, early days, and we'll have to keep track of that, but my God, they look good. And they haven't dropped a beat either. It's very interesting. You know, Ye wasn't really the entry player in the last meta. That was Victor. But now, Artis being empowered on the Jet, all of the strats and
time for a map 3, baby.
How FNS is able to play with the defensive rotates. Just everything about it looks gorgeous.
Entire replay is probably just going to
be my chicken noodle soup.
Reel of NRG footage, honestly.
Yeah, there's not much you can pull for Giants there. Oh, there we go. We got a little highlight there.
Moment, but
Friend, how do you shake yourself off if you're Giants, man? How do you shake yourself off and head into Icebox?
It's the big question, isn't it? Because we know a team like NRG, they've got that veteran presence. They're able to make comebacks happen like we almost saw on Lotus off the back of that deficit. But for a team like Giants, coming together with this talent, you've got some players that have been around for a while, don't get me wrong, but it's a different ask for them, honestly. After you get absolutely destroyed in that fashion, you know, 13-1 on that map.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's one of the most one-sided, probably the most one-sided map that we've had here. I think we had like a 13-4, but that's devastating. Devastating.
Absolutely ridiculous. Well, up next is going to be Icebox's map number 3 in this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
And I got me some chicken noodle soup, indeed, with the soda on the side. Let's go. All right, we got 3 minutes. Bet.
You needed a Pikachu for that.
The Knights can beat any team that they go up against.
More than capable.
It's just one game.
Just one game. Just like Sir Chris Spade says. What do you want to see in game 2?
Let's bring that sexy back.
The Knights dub.
These Knights need dubs because the other team don't know how to act.
Yo, Soul, welcome to the party, baby.
We just want dubs. We just want dubs. We just
All
want
right.
dubs.
All right.
This team, you've got to jump on them early. Reddle's going to try to do exactly that. Quick correction, he had 4 goals.
Take a quick look on
out at some point in that opening series. As AJ
chat,
found a way to get
we have
this
any
through, as did Reddles, but still
Rocket League fans?
able to be
I fucking
saved
love
away.
watching
Reddles
Rocket
shot
League.
Here, blocked by Chronic. This is the pressure that Optic needs. They need to sustain it. And AJ trying to do exactly that, guiding that ball back to Magic Bear. Here comes Optic again, out to AJ from the wing, and apparently Jack is...
I wish I was better at Rocket League.
Start though for Optic Gaming, they have to keep this up. They'll know that any second they could be countered, but you have to try and wrestle with that fear when you're up against Gen G. As Chronic comes from the side, Magic Bear fancies this one. Does he know he leaves it what he hoped would be for Rettles, but Rettles a little bit too slow. Apparently Jack might be able to complete that counter, but Magic Bear gets it away. He keeps the touch going. Around the corner with him, Chronic on the backboard. Edge is in the center, and Nolly is going to turn this one down.
Don't worry, chat. We're going to be flipping back over to Valorant here in a second.
Oh, not so fast.
Filthy by Nolly.
Like a hot knife through butter, just right through the defense. One little move on Magic Bear. Reddles trying to recover from the side. He couldn't get there. And after being held off the scoreboard through the entire first round, Nolly's the leading scorer in the series.
What up, weirdo? Who are you calling a weirdo?
Magic Bear because he was so desperate to keep that attack going. That's why he made that mistake as the third man diving in. But another attack starts from the kickoff.
Wow.
And once again, AJ scores the equalizer after an early Gen G goal.
Well, AJ has had shots.
30 seconds over here on this. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and click over here. I was worried I didn't have sound back on for a second, not gonna lie. All right, map 3, chat. Or should we click it back over to the Rocket League till it's on? Yo, Optic doubled up, actually. It's days like this I dead ass love having multiple monitors so I can watch like multiple esports. But I'm definitely more invested in this. So.
I'm Finesse. I play for Team NRG, and I'm the in-game leader.
Finesse.
We're still playing alongside Victor and Crashies, who are my previous teammates from Optic, and now we're on NRG together. So the main trio is still here. Som is still our controller player, basically taking Marv's position, and then Artis is taking over Ye's position as our main duelist.
Hello, I'm Artis from NRG, and I'm a super flexible player. Now that I'm finally signed and playing with NRG, I'm just happy to be here. In the off-season, we met together in Los Angeles together for the content day, and we had a bond instantly. We had a good connection. We have like kind of the same jokes. We just meshed very well together.
We all have the same sense of humor, and then with Artis, we were a little like, we don't know how he is, but we kind of knew that he was a very like energetic human being and just always trying to be funny and stuff like that. So we knew he'd fit right in. And obviously, we don't like to be against the wall. We prefer starting tournaments a lot better, and this time around we don't really have a choice. We have to win or we're out. So I think that's definitely put a little.
They won the first one. The question is, can they keep winning though?
Our new things versus people.
Our playstyle is gonna be super aggressive. I think we're gonna be in the face. But yeah, I don't want to leak too much, but yeah, I just say you want to be aggressive. Good luck. It's a best of one. If you have one bad day, I'll see you in the flight.
Yeah, true though.
And NRG served Giants a double whopper, but with no cheese. And they walk away with a beautiful, dominating performance.
It's a big win, but you gotta go to 3.
It was going to be like climbing up of a mudslide there. It seems like they didn't even get to the first part of the base of the mountain, Seth. Giants just had no answer as soon as that pistol ended.
I mean, we had to just run that video because there was not enough time between when we were last on camera to now. It was just too fast of a turnaround, so we had to add some content in just to space it out a little bit more. But yeah, no, I mean, they catch them off guard. You say no cheese. That nice little A lobby rush to just get into window instantly. Finesse finds that first kill. Crashies there for the follow-up. It was just brutal, and there was no hope for Giants getting themselves back in whatsoever.
No, they came into this matchup, and it seemed like their game plan was, all right, we're fine to let NRG have these plants. We'll play our retakes. And then they could not win the retakes whatsoever. Between map number 1 and 2, NRG completely turned around the way that they were playing these post plans. Just like 2 minutes ago, we were talking about this at the halftime, but it felt like Giants never really had a solution. And when you're just going down that far,
hey, Oogie, you off today, or are you in the office?
And you know what I also think about this as well is that most teams, right, they'll be put in a situation like that close game on Lotus, and you think, oh, maybe they're mentally boomed, maybe there's going to be a little bit of a pushback in map number 2. It honestly just felt like Lotus didn't even happen. And FNS and the rest of the team just charged forward on Haven, and charged forward they did.
I mean, the way that they were able to bounce back on this map.
Wasn't sure if you were
compared to how rough things were on Lotus. Granted, yes, they were able to take it into an overtime, but it never really felt like
for the holiday.
They should have been in that position, given that they had that map pick. It was like from recession to renaissance as they got over onto Haven. It was just absolutely impeccable. Everybody was on point for the side of NRG, and I mean, you got to give a lot of credit, of course, over to Finesse, but pretty much everybody across the board had such a leveled-up performance.
For Rhyme especially, that's got to be brutal, because you go from feeling fantastic, you're a new IGL, you've just diffed Finesse in the calling in map number 1, you go to map number 2, and you just never have an answer whatsoever. Yeah. That is gutting if you're on the Giants, and if you're Rhyme especially.
Yeah, but I'm expecting them to bounce back here on Icebox, just like the way NRG did.
That spicy chicken noodle soup really do be hitting different.
Was certainly Artis, right, Mimi? Because, they put him on the Killjoy, and I'm not saying Artis can't play the Killjoy because he has a great depth and an amazing agent pool for a duelist player, but you put that boy back on the Jet and you just let him go to town, and that's what happened on Haven.
And I don't think the rough performance was necessarily his fault on the Killjoy. I think that was very much a team issue on Lotus, but he's just so confident when he gets to play that Jet. It is just the role where he is the absolute best. I like that they're letting him be flexible, but also give me more Artis Jet. This guy will just dominate no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, the man was just unleashed. I mean, you heard it from him there in that Meet the Team video. He's like, I'm a very flexible player. We have seen that from him. As we're getting ready to go into Icebox. We're getting ready to go to Icebox. We might also be able to see, you know, some more of his Sage coming out here. We'll have to just wait and see what they do have prepared. But anytime that this guy wants to pick up a duelist, I am more than happy to feast.
All right.
Now that we look towards the last map here, both teams played this in their debut. Both teams are good and they're familiar with Icebox, but what I'm looking at heading into this match is really, can Giants recover? Because the mental has got to feel really,
Who's starting on defense? NRG's on defense.
You got to take a page out of NRG's book and fully reset if you want a chance at this map.
You need to come out hot on offense in here.
Sit here and be like, oh, you know, I don't think the Giants are going to be able to mentally get themselves back into it because we.
Otherwise, you're climbing out a big hole.
I think they're giving us a lot this event.
You work from home today? Hell yeah.
If you were a Giants doubter coming into lock-in, I hope you exit being a
I wasn't sure if you had like a half day or anything because of the holiday or anything like that.
They have really been fun to watch. Obviously, Haven didn't go their way, but Icebox, the battleground has changed. You're out of BO1. Go ahead and close it out here if you're Giants. But here goes your Prime Gaming agent select, and we'll see what ends up getting locked here, Mimi, but I have a feeling it's going to be more of the same.
Yeah, I think both these teams will stick to their composition. Bog standard, the 4 agents you kind of have to play. Sova, Killjoy, Viper, and the Sage. But what I'm looking towards really is Patino. You lose out on some utility. You don't have that KO knife. It's a little harder to shut down those Sova drone players when you pick this Jet. And unlike on Haven, you don't have that breach to support you. It really has to be Patino himself stepping up.
Yo, like the broth at the end on this spicy chicken noodle.
The question is, does NRG have some, like, I don't know, creepy doll or something like that that's going to allow them to not have to worry about this curse? Or will it really much come back and haunt them here? Game 3 is going to start right now. Let's send it back over to Sideshow and Brent.
Chat.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, and I think you've set this up quite nicely as well. What Mimi was saying on the desk, the question remains, can Giants bounce back after that absolute flattening on map number 2? It's going to be a big test for this roster that's been, you know, freshly put together.
Yeah, they got a taste of blood in Lotus, right? They see the opportunity right in front of them, and then they just seem to lose their appetite on Haven. And they let that opportunity slip away, failed to capitalize on it. You're giving NRG another chance now to win the series on Icebox. Comfortable territory for them, at least at this event. And I say that, but their defense side did not look great.
No, it didn't. But improvements can be made for NRG. They've had time to think on it.
I don't know if I'm going to be eating soup as heavy once the weather starts warming up, chat, but that soup hits the soul different in the winter, I'll tell you what.
It gets them into position quite nicely. Still a finesse, or I should say Som, holding at close angle. Patino with a dash-up draft just to try and clear out yellow.
Facts are facts.
Cheeky ideas, but at this point, have to wait for that wall, I think, to come back.
The 0 point from Victor has found a lot of information. They know this isn't a fake. They can stack all 5 players from NRG on B.
So, Hypertoxin's going to be back up for Giants. They want to be trying to make a play towards this. That is quite awkward.
Rash is barely alive, man.
He's just trying to hold that utility to try and deny some form of the plant. Taking a couple of stray bullets, but
12 HP in a dream, boys.
Waiting for.
Well, got healed now, but
he's still holding for that wall. FNS tries to swing wide, and that spam damage is really doing a number to them.
The 0 point there from Victor didn't find. Oh, it did find Rhyme actually, and Nookie. I thought it missed. So that's a value 0 point. It tells them they're still committing to the B hit.
Now here we go. 30 seconds remaining. This wall needs to be broken, but
ball got down.
Only one portion of it still. The dart was sent into the back, and it did light up Rhyme enough that the kill was found.
Artis has his wall.
That could be critical.
Spike got down though.
Just spamming the corner, making sure there's no utility known swarms or anything, but Hoodie's just holding this one. In fact, they have lineups to try and delay this one. The critical element is going to be trying to hold on to yellow, and right now Crashies, this guy is hunting for it. He wants these kills. Another great knife. Wall going to be dropped down. Shock darts across as well. Angle needs to be watched for, but Artis, the wall in play, dropped over the top, gets half, still being pushed, and it's a lovely double swing and a fantastic opener for Giants.
Getting the round on the board to start things off nicely. They've seen NRG pushed against the ropes by Koi on this map, and very critical.
That's true.
It helps get that momentum.
Koi did push NRG on this map.
There was so much spam through the smoke to start this round off. Massive damage done to 2 of the NRG players, and then Rhyme just straight up falling.
Yeah.
The Giants find that first blow, and they're pumped about it. I mean, look at that reaction.
Very,
big
very
weaponry
close
as well coming into this second round.
Oh yeah, look at that investment. It's 2 rifles. Cloud and Hoodie.
NRG will definitely have had some conversations with Chet, their coach, and a VOD review session, I'm sure, about how the defense went so poorly versus Koi. But for me, when I was watching the game, I feel like a lot of it came down to them just straight up being slow to begin, weak in the duels, which is not a normal NRG thing, but they were getting eaten alive by Trex, in particular, Shados. Giants have got some nasty fraggers too. NRG are definitely warmed up, you know, they've been doing DM now for the last 2 maps basically. But if Cloud wakes up, who's been having a bit of a quiet game so far, you've got some dangerous players. Cloud, Fatinho, Nuki.
Finesse. Oh,
So they're not back all the way down. Oh, bro, and NRG doesn't have anybody left. They're gonna have to slow push this up behind them.
Good read. Giants just evacuate.
No risk whatsoever.
Getting the hell out of there as soon as they hear the first pistol shot.
30 seconds left.
We'll be keeping a close eye over the course of this map as well to Artis as a player and the kind of impact he can have, because we saw him turn up when he was playing the Jet, but
They have any info on the team behind them yet?
Proclaimed flexible player, but it's a lot harder to have the same kind of input and impact.
Yeah, it's a rough roll.
Yeah, when your role is relegated, especially down to that Sage, but...
Tell you what, Nuki looked fantastic in his opener playing Sage against Detonation. Obviously, a very different tier of opponent. Yeah. I think NRG, by the look of it, just going to try and play to die to the spike.
Yep.
Kill anybody that tries to escape through that avenue. But yeah, Brent, I am so interested in seeing that. In fact, the head-to-head, if anything,
Interesting that there isn't
Nuki,
anybody out the other way, though.
Get more value from
like when they
a
closed
really
in.
low-value position. If someone ends
You know what I mean? They didn't send
overperforming what you expect
anyone up into that
could absolutely
little connector area.
Yeah. It's a similar tale for both of those players, honestly, as well. The fact that, you know, we think of them playing duelist, or in some cases for Artis playing that that chamber prior year, but
Hi, Moon.
Both taking more of a back seat in these new rosters that they found themselves on. More supportive roles indeed, but the mechanical skill is still theirs. Definitely seeing glimmers of it.
So Giants with a lot of weaponry heading into round 3. Can Rhyme cook something up here? You said it earlier, Bren, the battle of the IGLs. Rhyme getting the better end of Lotus. FNS had a pretty decisive clapback on Haven.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, so heading into this third map, though, it's fairly equal. If Rhyme can cook up something great to dismantle the NRG defense, he'll put a lot of pressure on FNS.
Yeah.
Oh, you're probably saying hi to Weevil, huh?
Not even that bad, honestly, for Giants with the two.
Yeah.
Vandals still in the hands of Cloud and Hoodie. They didn't end up losing those, and it's a similar play towards B main, making sure that they take this space.
And that's great spam.
Oh, it's lovely spam, yeah.
This is something that Som wasn't doing too much, and FNS wasn't doing too much. Last time they played Icebox against Koi, they were kind of letting the plank go down for free on B. I like this, getting much more proactive, spamming the normal lines. And Nuki's been taken down. That's the Sage out of play.
And how do you want to play this now? Because you don't have that wall to try and get that safe plant. In fact, it's a whole ton of utility as well. A deep alarm bot in case they push past the wall.
And this is, I think, the big problem with Sage comps on Icebox. If the Sage dies, you got nothing.
No one caught by the knife, but they should know that they're still there.
From a KO or anything like that to be able to get deep into the site and create space for yourself. So if Nuki falls, where do Giants go?
Yeah, and time is starting to run low now in this round.
NRG still got Crashies and Artists over on A.
Here, so Rhyme's going to be sending that wall back up, but how do they want to take this one? All of the players gearing up for potential push forwards, and it looks like they are trying to take matters into their own hands, right past the wall. But what? You can't be pulling that out, Victor, not again! But he whips it around, and the spray down finds his target.
Nice shots from Victor.
How is it always Victor
This
that
guy,
does this?
Yeah, I don't know, blessed on LAN or something. Someone check his PC.
He's got a horseshoe stuck up his ass. he's finding 4-leaf clovers every time he goes outside.
That is, yeah. Maybe just resetting his aim, but...
No, there's no way, man.
That's insane.
He's falling and shooting there.
That is quite absurd.
He's made a pact with the devil or the dev team, and I'm not sure which.
Just absurd, but NRG, they get that round online for them, so they don't fall prey.
It's a big round for NRG there.
Round.
So what, they only dropped one rifle? right?
Giants might struggle as well with how slow they've been playing. NRG are disciplined enough that they've got good rotations at that util. And I've, as well, you can see getting really good value from Victor, spotting, I believe, 2 players there in B main. Redrone, 1 player found. Tino has to back away.
And this defensive setup from NRG, you see Crashies come to reinforce Ardis. Ardis was playing on his own defending A quite a bit against Koi, as NRG were forced to pull a lot of attention towards mid. You remember that dash to break the turret that Wolfen was doing all the time?
Yeah.
That made the A defense a lot weaker, and now Crashies is right there with Ardis, ready to support. They have recon dart.
You got everybody over here now.
Wall to put up as well to make it so difficult. And
Even
now
Killjoy chilling just outside.
I mean, this is just a fantastic read by NRG. Crashies playing in this really up-close position. Wall online for Ardis, though, and now he's got a great angle just to peek himself over and try and take that fight. Dash forward into Nest, and Crashies was holding for it,
awesome
waiting
read.
it, and then the wall's still up, just trying to swing
Just
through.
teamwork all the way around, man. 3 different people, 3 different picks.
Situation, but
Som
not
gets the
enough for them.
second.
Lovely spray down by Som. The
Som
angry
with the
sets
triple.
there. This guy is just firing at all cylinders. That's a flawless round for them.
Really good round for NRG there. That's what they were looking for.
And that has just been the word to use for NRG on Haven, and now the first couple of important rounds on Icebox. Devastating. This A defense looking so much cleaner than the last time we saw it. And great positioning from Crashies too. I was waiting for Crashies to use his recon dart, but he didn't want to give away his position, because he's just got the read on
How
where
much
the
time
trio
do
is
you
gonna be
think
pathing.
once they're
Great
at
stuff.
LAN,
It's really, really good.
do you think
Might
teams
not
are
take
putting
it
in?
by
'Cause they look a lot better on
Yeah.
Icebox than they
Gibson
did.
going to have a word with his squad, but it's not going to be for
Who's
the
the
next
first team
round.
to play against? Against
Giants
Koi.
are forced to take an eco, so this is going to be more about round 6, allowing NRG to take the control of the game, take a bit of a lead. It's going to be devastating for the Giants players if they
Or is
let
it just a
the series
situation
slip out
where
of their hands.
the game's going better?
I mean, slip might even be
They
the
might
right
have
word. It
talked
was
about a couple things, but they don't get
control
time to practice. I'm just kind of
ripped out of their
curious.
hands.
Yeah.
On Haven,
No
for
chance,
sure.
they had no chance. And that question that we posed at the beginning of this map here, is it possible for Giants to bounce back after that massive, massive loss on Haven?
Well, I would like to see Giants playing more towards the middle of the map at least a little.
Sure.
Trying to get rid of that turret would be useful, or trying to apply
Have
some
they even
pressure
tried to
from
come
you.
up with any sort of like
Just
misdirection,
plays
or are they
away
just
from
literally
A and
bulldoze their way into
You don't
every
have to go
site?
for a full mid push. You just have to make NRG commit resources to it, so
Make
that
them
it
worry
frees
about
up
it
the
a little
site.
bit, yeah.
Yeah.
In this particular instance, Giants obviously, as we said prior, knocked down to that half by round, a bit of an eco for them. Ardis, this angle, oh my goodness, that's a little bit strained, I would say.
All good.
A wider swing, he does survive, doesn't he, and gets the wall online as well, so drone getting the most value, actually. I think that's 2 tags.
That's a weird wall, though. I don't think he's going to... I mean, look at that wall. Any attacker from pipes can just jump over it.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
It's fine. Eco round 3v5. Giants not looking to pose too much difficulty here.
They've got him contained as well. A deeper push by Som in mid. He's getting a lot of information right now for them as well, knowing that they haven't crossed.
Yeah. I think the big
Rhymes
question
right
here
on the
is
other side of this wall,
what
waiting
Giants do
to.
in the next. Can they inflict any level of damage to keep NRG's economy in check? It's
Ardis!
unlikely. An ace from Ardis.
Yeah, some confidence kills.
Get the eco kills.
He spotted. I wonder if they're just going to try and give it to him yet. There was a flash to try and set him up. He wants to chase it.
Go for it, Ardis.
See if Nuki will shut him down or what. There's the
Oh,
dart.
there
we
it
go.
is with the ace.
It's not quite as impressive as Som's ace.
No.
It's not going to make it to the frag movies, I don't think. Just cleaning up the players, sheriffs everywhere.
Gets the confidence up though, and now he's one away from an ult.
Yeah.
Funneling all those kills.
Makes it look better on the stats at the end of the game.
Of course.
But this is the round where Giants took their timeout to try and solve, right? This is where Giants have got to come up with a game plan. They don't have any big ults to work with, but one away from Hoodie's lockdown. So if they try and play towards B control early on in the round, they might be able to pick that up and use it wherever they like.
Big rounds here
Having said
for
that, Hoodie's
Giants.
not with the B players.
Otherwise, it's about to really spiral out of control.
2-3 split.
Honestly.
Not too much emphasis being placed onto mid by Giants. Again, another knife by Victor, just getting absolutely ridiculous value. I think it tagged all 3 players there.
I feel like...
Yeah, these knives are fantastic. Just a lineup that you've got to be aware of, I think.
I don't want to call it a must-win round, man, but it feels all but. You know what I mean?
You're worried that NRG have taken all of that space in B main, and then you might have a much more difficult time on that area of the map. The spike is still committed to B, despite the fact that Giants are taking space in A. It's kept 3 of the defenders on the A side. But I think Som's position is still going to be a bit dangerous here. Cloud with a recon dart. He's been sending it kind of towards where the wall ends. I don't know what you call that area of the map. But to a wall behind Som. I think that's going to be really predictable.
Flash repeat there from Som, and he has spotted out that there are players still there.
Same.
Does he still want to be playing here? Oh my goodness, a bit of back away, spam over the top, and again, you can see that value. Victor spots 4 players, but there's 29 seconds left, and the time is running low once more. Toxins are up here for Ryan, but it's how they use this utility in the wall. Drop down, it's weakened. Not enough spam for them, but it is Victor again who's just claiming these kills. Right down this line of sight angle, it's watched for the counter spam there to try and survive, but time again is the name of the game with 10 seconds remaining. The spike drops to the ground and crashes with the ult. Josh, you called it.
Ooh.
Not enough time for them to try and win this one now. The players just need to survive, and Crashes understands that fully
NRG at 4.
Holding close to the corner. Another round going to be won here for NRG, and I'm just not seeing enough early round pressure from Giants, something to try and at least force rotations, give them an advantage here. The util is just brutal when they try and run down the clock like that.
Yeah, but I think full credit to NRG for actually forcing the clock down. If you look at some of these knives from Victor, you were calling it out, Brent. Beginning of the round, it tags onto tons of them. So they're worried about a B stack. And then there was a second 0 point that came through, and it suppressed Nookie, it suppresses Rhyme. They don't have the wall, Viper or Sage wall, so they can't plant. And then as soon as, you know, the NRG players have got this internal timing in their head. They know when the players become unsuppressed.
KO's too strong?
And that's when they launch out the
or just Victor in general.
And the other utility and the spam. And it just becomes impossible for Giants to get a plant down.
Just so
I think
layers.
Insane credit has to be given to Victor there for just finding the god timing on his 0 points. You can't play the game if you just suppress the whole time.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, what was the play that was being made? Because I believe it's that round there where the timeout was supposed to play its part, but we have a short tech pause where we can mull it over.
I'm not going to be, I was going to say, I'm not going to be honest with you. I'm going to lie to you, Brent. I think I didn't, what I was going to say is I didn't see a plan.
No.
And I think that's because it was so disrupted by NRG, especially the information and the suppression. It's just too strong. It ruins whatever game plan you've got. Possibly Pipson was talking to them about a post-plant situation, assuming they'd be able to get there. But NRG looks so good at stopping this very basic
KO getting lots of value
game plan from Giants. And it is basic. They haven't really gone towards mid at any point. They're not pushing deep into the sites. They haven't found an ability to use their ultimates to create space.
Yeah.
This is about the most basic Icebox composition that you can craft, and a lot of people are going in very different directions with the map now.
I think back as well to that Icebox map the Giants played versus Detonation, and it was relatively one-sided, but I will say the game plan was pretty similar to what you're seeing here, I think, on their attack side. It was very one-dimensional.
Man.
Hits towards the
I
side.
mean, Giants just haven't looked good since Lotus, bro. Like, I don't know how else to put it. And I feel like kind of an asshole for saying it that way, but they just haven't. And I don't know if that's NRG doing NRG things or
got a Blade Storm to work with, so
Giants have just been flat. I don't know.
It's not great.
Not great. Could do some damage with it though. Drone's going to get broken. Spots the one player, so they know they're loitering around that area at least of a few.
And the ult situation's devastating too. Even if the NRG players die or get a single kill, so many of them are going to get ults online for the next important round.
There's just so much utility to try and chew through. And it's set up, look at that, the alarm bot being utilized actually for the one side there.
Fatinho needs a pop-off round here.
Yeah, it's pretty much the only way you can really salvage this one, otherwise the
So they're looking to back down. Do they full rotate or do they recommit after a couple
mid
minutes?
here by the Giants players, so yeah, okay.
Mid to A attempt.
With 40 seconds left.
They never work, Brent.
They don't really work.
I was gonna say you don't have much time. Otherwise, you need to like book it to be.
It's gonna be an A re-hit, but Nuki got suppressed, and I think that should give them the read that it's gonna be an A re-hit.
Yeah, I think this is just a particularly awkward round for them. Shot darts lay it down. Util players just getting beamed down as they try and cross into these angles, and
brutal.
Yeah, brutal for them. There you go. And these kills as well are going to start to get a lot of votes online for.
Yep.
NRG as well, I think.
And two, also again, 3 rifles standing on the side of NRG side. You need to start making these rounds cost a little bit more. If you're
things become really difficult
Giants here, man.
Sorry, for Giants to take rounds off NRG.
I think though, and again, maybe I'm wrong on this, chat, but you guys let me know. I think this goes back to the, if we look back at the Lotus pick, this is just because how comfortable and how confident NRG was on like literally every other map.
Opportunity to respond.
So like, why not pick Lotus? Get some live reps.
Series is slipping away.
I think like Moon said, if you win and you win in convincing fashion, you show the rest of the region, hey, you don't want to try and throw this as a curveball against us. Even though you didn't maybe send that message, I think you still looked pretty good.
And Artis has got his operator online.
And you're still going to be going into the semifinals.
But they're definitely avoiding it, whether intentionally or not.
Question becomes against who, chat? Who we thinking? I think it's Loud still.
Koi, but he was only able to get it online in round 10. This time, the economy working way
Boone,
better.
You guessed Loud over Karmine, right? You just only picked Karmine for the first round.
Deep position by Crashies. He's played here before, narrowly avoiding the shots that were sent his way. But again, it's that dash play. The Tino was there, and it feels like again counterplay on the part of Crashies, holding close so we can punish it.
I think you picked Karmine first round too, right? It was just for them for the first round?
Again, just bogged down by Otis Util.
You had Loud second round? Loud? Yeah. Okay.
Wall being used in response to all of this. Crossfire as well set up on top of 410. Hoodie's going to be dropping back, but last player left standing.
30 seconds left.
Gotta pull up
Yeah, I thought Loud looked solid
just
too.
Not happening, is it? NRG looking
and obviously
so
when you got
largely in control now.
The crowd behind you too.
Sublime gameplay from Crashies.
An added
He
benefit.
is controlling this game. Hey, it's not at the top of the scoreboard because Artis got that.
Yeah, agreed.
Free ace against the
I think Loud will make it a
but
game though.
In terms of impact frags,
And not because of a throw pick like Lotus.
The fact that they're spamming his position, don't do any damage to him, and he still gets the kill on Fatino. The Giants have to make an adjustment to that. They are never going to win an A round if Crashies is always killing Fatino, and there's no trade possibility. You either need to pound that area with Util, and they don't have enough. You know, they don't have a comp that really can throw a lot up there. Or they need somebody going across the rope with Fatino, I think. Where Fatino dashes to the left, and someone goes across the rope to the right, and they sandwich Crashies.
Something to break it.
Make a flat patty out of him.
You can just see how difficult it is for Giants. Even on this round, obviously stacked up, seeing if they can get pretty good fights with the weaker buys that they got. Tagged up, but he did manage to catch that timing, so he's worked his way around. A slow orb doing a lot to slow him down, and there is that trade in play, so...
Viper's Pit.
Yeah, rifle picked up as well. Rhyme could drop this down.
I think you've got to drop this down.
There's a wall in play as well.
This is one of your best opportunities to win a round. I know you're 2v3.
NRG?
Still not going for it.
Not opting.
No, Loud's reigning champs.
A little bit
Loud
worried
won
there.
champions.
That was a little bit miscoordination. I
Or is
think
that what you
Victor
meant?
does make the most of it, I think. The flash did miss at the end of the day. Just down to Fatino now. 1v2. Tap onto the spike and they double face it. They know he has to wide swing that.
And whether they've got a plan for the Viper's Pit in another round or lacking the confidence to pull that off, they went for the res instead on Fatino, who didn't have a rifle, and it all just falls to pieces.
Yeah.
Giants with such a good opportunity to make something of that half after they've just been devastated ever since the pistol. This is now looking as one-sided as Haven.
Yeah.
This sucks, man. Well, I shouldn't say it sucks. This is kind of, I think, what a lot of people were expecting on this map, or on this matchup.
Battered in the previous
I think
map.
Lotus gave us like a false sense of
you know, in theory, so close before them being able to knock out a team like
closeness.
NRG. It's 1-1 in the singular limb tournament.
Parity.
I wonder if Ryan
However you'd want to call it.
Because we've seen some uninspired calling, and he's fragging to the bottom of the scoreboard too. maybe just got taken out of his headspace a little bit, but Giants are going fast here.
Yep, a fast play is the answer. That not being broken. Vitinho still just holding close. Now the Viper's Pit will get them in, but oh my
Oh, bro, I
word.
thought Victor was about to get the third there.
Just absolutely snapping it around. That rifle spam over the top. Hoodie will punish that util being used by Crashies. Did not have a weapon in his hands, but there is a res available. Now the shorties. Not in the hands of him. Rhyme will be able to get that plant down. Lockdowns as well. Exchange. Now a Hunter's Fury to try and break one section of it. Up close and personal. Crashies deals with it once more, but the trades are good by Rhyme. Still holding it towards the back, but the lockdowns, they weren't dealt with, and Hardest gets detained.
Bro!
Rough timing.
Massive mistake on either side here.
Oh,
Anything could really
dude.
happen on the top, but Everness dealt with. Just trying to run and punish something. Hardest now with the operator in this retake. Swaps it out for the rifle with only 10 bullets. They almost lined it up for him, but critically, Giants, they get another round.
And I was being
What you
critical
needed here
of
for
Rhyme,
Giants.
and he immediately pulls out a huge round. 3 kills, but also being able to put down the pit. Clearly, I mean, he had the game plan for it, right? They just wanted to go fast into the A side. Vitinho not going to top site this time, so not worried about Crashies. And they pop down the ult and play off it. Rhyme also covering Cloud as he went for a ambitious Hunter's Fury. Being the playmaker and the trader in very crucial spots. But can they do that again without the pit?
And this is just ridiculous now. I think Cloud has been droning the same position at the beginning, and it's been cancelled every round is what it feels like.
Yeah, that is a 5-player suppress from Victor's 0 point.
It's the same thing. It just keeps cancelling the drone. It's a difficult... I don't think it's possible to break the knife immediately unless you really wide swing, but I think you've got to just try and add an extra layer to it. Maybe Vitinho with the updraft dash play over to cut across, but no, they saved it for Yellow, and guess what? Well, Som's just ready and waiting.
Som's back behind Yellow. Could get
Too
one
many
more
players
still,
there.
right?
The angles watched for. Nana Swarm at his feet. Has to back away, and with Everness falling, just a bit more dangerous now. Hunter's Fury, this is what causes Som to really push forwards. Doesn't know where these players are exactly. But the space has been bored, and that pressure relief from Som when he was really in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Crashy's ultimate is amazing there at relieving pressure on Som.
Gonna
but
turn this
Giants
corner
just
on
have
Cloud.
No idea.
Cloud's
how
gonna
to
turn the
deal
corner
with
on
him.
him. Why?
This off angle, he's just been playing.
Why are you
over and
pushing
over
that?
now. Always finding these players.
You've seen 2 other people turn that corner and die.
Timing the wall, saving him for but a moment, but not even enough. What a massive round from Som. Claiming forward the help of his team as well, just backing them up.
And there are so many times that we've seen Koi and Giants now looking like they have no clue how to deal with Som just anchoring a normal position at Yellow. And I think you have to credit the rest of NRG for helping him in those spots, breaking the recon darts that are down there, covering him so that he can't be swung from the left. So Som only has to worry about people pushing him from the right side of Yellow. They're simplifying Som's job so that all he has to do is hit shots on the one player that's contesting him.
Now we enter that final round of the first half here, so...
It's a terrible buy, too, from Giants.
It's, yeah. Just nothing in the bank to get any sort of decent purchase going. Of course, have 2 rifles, but it feels like Giants just running out of ideas a lot of the time. That drone gets such good information, honestly. Vitinho rotating towards A. Gonna make them quite aware of this now. You can see that drone coming through. Artis has to back away. Was tagged up. Doesn't drop down the wall, but the Viper wall is going to be causing a lot of issues. And now the no command. So many tools at the disposal of NRG to just start rotating here. And a kill needs to be found for them. But it just doesn't look like
NRG just looks so much better, bro. Like there's no better way to put it. Let's just look at that. 4 people still standing.
Chance in hell.
It's not even close.
And ever since Giants won on Lotus, it has been just a big old nothing burger from them. They have not found...
what have they won? 5 rounds so far?
Yeah, it's
Is that right? Since Lotus?
Brutal. Well, that's going to do it for the first half.
No, they won 1 round.
Send it down to the desk to break it all down so far.
In map 2. So they have won 4 rounds since Lotus.
Chat,
I need you to savor that flavor for a second.
The chicken strips right out of the hands of Giants here and send them packing back home. And I have to say, beautifully done by, I'm so proud of myself for that one, beautifully done by NRG. And I think this just goes to show, like, yes, you know, Lotus, that was a, It didn't go the way they would have wanted to, but NRG is really good at the rest of the game.
They really rattled the cage by taking that first map of Lotus. NRG have just incredibly, just clap back. There's nothing that I can say positively, really, for Giants.
You can always make another
out of
Burger
this
King
half.
reference.
I don't care to do that. Anyway, it's just been a brutal ride right now for Giants, and getting themselves back into this, I don't know if it's even going to be possible.
Yeah, and I think so much of their game plan on this attacking side was reliant on Fatinho kind of dashing and creating space, and then getting this plant down with the Sage, you know, standard Icebox stuff. But that has been getting shut down so
Jesus, there with the cheats.
Here you can see one attempt at that from Giants and get across, take yellow control, but they initially get stalled out. Fatinho dies, and then NRG has time to rotate absolutely everyone in, and they just have so much utility that they're using excellently to stall. You see Nano Swarm, a Slow Orb, a Sova ult, all coming out. Giants have barely been allowed to get that spike into the ground, and that was their big win condition. That was the kind of main point I think they were trying to get at on this attacking side, and they never had an opportunity.
I mean, compared to the Rays, we're just not seeing any value.
I wonder if I can make a play to work with the Knights for their team streams for Spring Split.
These rounds. So 8 out of 12 of them not having a good time. But let's go ahead and take a look at somebody who is having an excellent time.
Oh, yeah.
It's Victor.
It's a great day.
God. He has just been having a whale of a time right now, coming out here with this KO. Widely, we expect he's going to have to be kind of being the one leading the charge for them as they do get ready to go over on this attack, since they don't have a duelist alongside of him. But he's been putting up some solid numbers. He's been getting some wild kills, stuff that he should never be able to pick up.
Yeah.
And of course, it was Fatinho who was in the opposite end of that drop-down shot where she's trying to noise cancel. But yeah, Victor has been having a massive turnaround performance in these last two maps compared to Lotus, much like everybody else.
Yeah, everyone is playing incredible on the side of NRG, and for Giants, this is their last chance. They proved they can do it. They took a map, but now they need to do something harder. They need to come back to try and stay alive in this tournament. It's going to be so difficult.
Well, there's one time to try and just, you know, put the curse on them. It's right now, 9-3. What better time to now to do it? Let's send it back over to Brendan's sideshow and see if Giants can fight
Rambo,
back.
Keon, and their third that they're playing with.
Giants fight back, right?
Osivian are 1, 2, and 3 right now on the pred grind.
Great start to the series overall, being able to take Lotus, but I think you guys on the desk said it best. You know, they really have rattled the cage and awoken the beast that is NRG.
And I'm so worried for Giants now because 3-9 down.
Crazy.
And NRG so far in this series have got the plant on their attack 24 out of 25 times. I mean, they've literally got the spike down.
Yeah.
24 out of 25 times. Ridiculous.
This pistol round set up by Giants so far. There is a bit of utility being used here just to relieve the pressure. The Nano Swarm at the back so that Fatinho can play there, but the recon dart wasn't broken. Guess what? Crashes. He's right behind him, playing inside the Cloudburst. Oh my goodness, eventually dealt with. But the wall is down. It's an unusual plant location, but yet again, NRG going to be offered that chance to play in this post plant.
If the wall can be broken, Artis is in a bit of a sticky spot.
Shock darts are good to clear off a lot of that utility. I believe that was 2 Nano Swarms on there, but they want to take the fight to them once more.
Artis needs to reload!
Clip has to reload, hurt the drop, a bit of run and gun action with the frenzy.
He still got some damage out though.
And how do they want to play this one now? Because time is running low. FNS just backing away. The headshot found, and there will be no respite from this one. NRG just continuing.
NRG just rolling, man. Like Limp Bizkit back in the fucking 2000s. It's crazy.
The value of experience. It really is giving me flashbacks to DRX playing against BBL, where one of the maps is really close and that underdog team is able to push the favorite to the very limit. And then the other two maps, they just collapse. Yeah. And the depth in the map pool or the experience on stage, the clutch factor, whatever you want to attribute it to.
Yo, chat.
These teams that have gone really deep before.
I know I said it earlier, man, but I really appreciate y'all coming in and vibing with your boy for some watch parties on some let's watch some Valorant together stuff, man.
They're gonna need
bunch of different places that y'all could be watching this, and y'all, the fact that y'all are here hanging with your boy really means a lot.
By NRG in this round, you can see them just taking the space for now, waiting to see if there's some utility being used. Cloud's drone. And it fades away. Doesn't spot a thing other than the turret. No information given. Players start to rotate back off from Giants. They expect it to be a different area entirely. And FNS, what a call to make to just contact up. Fatinho left unaware, and no one was watching that angle for him. Wonderful timings, but still.
Ooh, they're fighting back though.
He does make it a bit more even. Where is he playing right now? On top of the wall, still dealt with. Artis eventually connecting the shots and planning right behind the wall. Needs a bit of coverage. Someone wants to play up close. That 2v2 has to be a win now for Giants.
It's desperate.
Finding the angle, it's a double fight. They know he's close now and weak enough that it is just once again easy pickings.
The Giants throw their last desperate attempt against the wall, but to no avail. NRG are cleaning this up. It just looks impossible for Giants to find a foothold in this map.
They had like one round was the case.
One enemy remaining.
They ended up winning prior, and other than that it was the pistol and the anti-eco.
Yeah.
It's just been
utter devastation.
Nothing going for them. Yeah, nothing going for them.
And Bren, we talked about Ardis, you know, whether or not he'd be able to have this level of impact now going over to the Sage. He certainly has here.
Yeah, there's been no drop-off in his individual performance.
Not in the slightest.
Guy is
epic pen.
Demolishing.
Even if you take out the anti-eco ace, he's still been putting up very consistent results, anchoring fantastically, and he's not even going to be asked to do much on this attack side.
So NRG opting for a very similar play. Drone was used prior by Cloud, so he doesn't have that tool. Contact working their way up, but we'll see if there's some util behind this just to make it that much more dangerous. Now just holding. Now the dart's online. Knife against the back, that gets broken, and that is going to prompt for that Viper Ward to go up. It's difficult to try and push through this one. Rhyme holding close now to 410. Needs a massive shot, needs a massive play to happen. Still the players are there, one shot found, but a trade necessary now with the spray down. So I'm still cleaning them up and doing the most for them. Hoodie dropped down to 1 HP.
But allowed to escape.
Yeah, plays his life now, but still down to that 2v2. Crashies, watching the one particular angle, has to know the rest of them are coming just in case they are on rafters, but biding their time now down to Vitinho. What can he do?
Yeah, I've got a drawing tab. I was actually wondering how I could hook that up to
Hoodie falls
kind of connect it in.
Cleans it up and an ace to finish. Impeccable performance from this guy. When the expectations were rough, they were up in the air just before the tournament even began, but he is showcased.
They really about to hold the Giants to 4 fucking rounds after Lotus?
Yes,
like, there's no way, right?
Good. Icebox, his playground. The way he weaves around the defenders to pick up every crucial, important kill here.
So calm.
And exuberant at the end. They can feel it. 1,000 chances here for NRG to put the nail in Giants' coffin. It is inevitable, inexorable. Giants have had nothing to say for these last 2 maps.
Not much, but maybe Cloud could make a minor difference there. No one quite watching that angle. See what the reaction is now from NRG, but you are right, Josh. It's a mountain to climb, and maybe you need a couple of moments like that just to offset it. Enough damage done to Som that the turret eventually finishes the job and a push through. Well, no care in the world from the Giants players.
Giants get themselves a nice easy round.
Non-percentage play.
Okay, so one of those 1,000 chances taken away. And NRG knocked down onto a bad eco.
So, okay.
Could Giants possibly put something together here? I just don't think so. I mean, it is so far away from being a close game at all.
It's got to be 8 in a row. It's got to be 8 in a row. It's just nigh impossible.
And for Giants, their backs against the wall, their first time on stage. And for a lot of these players, first time on a big stage as well. It's only Nookie and Hoodie that have that experience turning up to an event of this size.
Rhyme just holding that close angle there. Jump peek almost getting punished. Rushes over, extending himself, and now the drone's going to be used.
Yeah, but I have my drawing tablet already. That's what I'm saying. I've been wanting to try and figure a way to use it.
Well,
I'm not having to buy anything.
Players all over the place now. Hunter's Fury, that's a re-swing into mid. That is a great punish by Som. But eventually traded once more, and you are left in this 2v2. It's so scrappy that honestly it could be anyone's game, even still. Ardis, oh my god, doesn't even opt for the play, doesn't even opt for the spike to go down, but Hoodie does claim the kill. FNS so low that it's really just coming down to timings. Woo.
Keeps it alive a little bit longer, champ.
Terrible weaponry, and it's still down to a 1v1 where I don't know how Hoodie pulls it out. The Brazilian crowd are rooting very heavily for Giants here.
Enemy remaining.
I think that might just be the classic loud NRG rivalry.
Yeah.
But there's another one. 7 in a row now required for Giants. But NRG with weapons in the hand and crazy ultimates to work.
Massive ultimates, isn't it?
They can just throw everything towards the A site here if they wanted to. They could probably get in just with Victor's ultimate and then play post-plant, lockdown, Viper's Pit, whatever they want.
Here we go. Call gets made there. So no command popped off, but an instant response there with the lockdown.
Yeah, that's a really nice play, actually. Hoodie's got to have been waiting for that ready to use instantly as a response.
Yeah. So it does push them back.
But part of the problem with this is they've still got FNS's ult to take the site.
There's just too many tools. How do you break all of them down? You need, again, a bit of a risky play. That's how Giants have been catching the glimpses of victory these few rounds that they have managed to get, being off the back of just chaos injected into it.
Okay, so lockdown used, and then nano swarms on the other side. Do they have a shock dart to combo with this? Here it comes.
Shock dart, nano swarm, a lot of damage. That does break the lockdown.
Well played, well anticipated by Giants.
Have a plan, but what else can be done now? Coutinho, operator purchase, just trying to catch these random stray shots into it. 30 seconds drop down now, and Crashies looks like he wants to try and make a play. And
Cloud's got two though.
Holding close, the angle watched for.
They're turning it around, trying.
Push through. The wall not being broken though.
It's too little, too late is the only question.
Potentially, Artist drop down to know-how for it all, and it's all up to FNS. But a 1v5, Giants, good utility, an amazing round by Cloud individually.
Clean round.
Fantastic stuff there from Giants, and glimmers of life.
Yeah.
Perhaps the pressure relieved from their shoulders a little bit now that there's nothing to lose. They just have to send full pedal to the metal. Prime Gaming flawless there. And in case you're wondering, in the new patch, those double nanoswarms wouldn't have dealt with the lockdown just on their own. They needed both of the nanoswarms, and that does 180 damage to a 200 health lockdown. So Cloud's shock darts were also required, necessary to break that ult. Good anticipation, and Pipson with a bit of a giggle there.
He's laughing.
It's good to see them a little loose.
Yeah. It's almost necessary, I think, in these kind of positions as well. You tense up a little bit too much, you just slip further into despair, but
I would agree.
Playing a bit more loose, honestly, they can be quite pleased with that previous round because NRG invested a ton of ultimates, and you know, we were just talking about the answers to it. They had layers, they had answers. Giants came prepared for that push into the A side, and it has prompted NRG now to take this time out.
Yeah, fantastic usage of the ult game by Giants. And, you know, they needed 9 rounds in a row. They've got 3. They're a
6
third
more to go.
Yeah, they're a third of
Yeah, I
the
mean,
way there.
NRG only needs 1 round, right? So
Not quite.
Not quite yet.
I want at least 1 more rifle v rifle round. There's just so many
think I'm gonna sit down,
opportunities for
Chad.
Giants to make 1 slip up, and NRG are good enough to capitalize.
Yeah.
Last time we saw an eco, in fact, a Thrifty almost worked for NRG.
Yeah, they almost stole back away based on that, so they are knocked down to the Stingers and a half armor.
Fatinho's going to get challenged here with the operator over towards B. He's 3-16 right now, a far cry away from how good he was in map 1.
And look at the difference in terms of the value that drone's able to get from one half to the next. Cloud was always getting denied with the knife, but it pushes Fatinho.
all right, this feels better. Oh yeah.
Gotta respect that.
He's playing in front of the Viper wall, though.
Just sit and chill.
To get cheeky.
Flash over the top and a dart, just in case.
But there's no one there from
Ooh,
Giants.
what a
Oh
repeat.
my God, he still gets it.
Yep, just takes Artis's head off. A little bit overkill for the job still. Now the players are moving forwards. NRG, what is that? The fragment nade drop to their feet. And they're getting low, Moving forward, it's all
Victor?
up to Victor.
Nope.
And maybe with a few more bullets, he could have made some magic happen, but ultimately...
Giants trying to fight
a bit
back.
Scrappy still. Giants,
Still feel like it's too little, too
claim
late,
the
but
round.
man, they're at least making it interesting,
Bit of a
right?
confidence play, perhaps, from Fatinho, too.
Yep, Lord knows he needs it.
Yeah,
Sitting
he
at
definitely
5 and 17 right now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, he just hasn't been able to get anything going. from 20 kills in the first half of this series. It's just been a slow slide down as Vitinho's countered, and the rest of his team's not been in the same kind of position or with the same game plan to help.
Here comes another incredibly pivotal round. Honestly, every single round pivotal for Giants. No room to breathe, there's no buffer.
But this one particularly dangerous, I would say.
Yeah, especially because NRG have got an investment across the board. Those rifles in their hands now. They can take a few more risks as well. The fact that Artis has that res available. Crashes. Oh, this timing. Vitinho unaware of this. If he overextends, oh, this could be brutal. And Crashes is just contacted. Whoa, lurking us all the way through, but quick reactions from Vitinho to be able to find the kill.
And not a way you want to lose your head.
In there. Even though he had no idea that Crashes was in that spot, Spidey senses tingling.
It's okay, Artis gets you back though.
Ult online for Crashes though with that res online now. A lot of damage. Okay, FNS is in a bit of trouble. Does manage to vacate the section of mid. Vitinho's taking a very risky peek. Another shot fired right into the Sage Wall. Artis from the high ground now just trying to cover these players, and there is no challenge really to break this wall. And this setup,
broken.
Yeah. The setup is now going to become so difficult to break. There's a Hunter's Fury as well to try and back up NRG in this post plant.
This looks wild though. Artis' crosshair placement is going to be awful for Hoodie. Still gets the kill.
Still gets the kill and drops down even closer.
You needed that.
Slow walk close. Vitinho over the top now. He needs to get some value. Needs to get a kill. And he does find the one.
Vitinho gets the one.
Timing needs to be played. The
Bit
rest
healed
bring
as
Hoodie
well.
back up. The
Crashes has ult.
is ticking. Crashes has his ult on.
Oh!
Nobody cleared Som.
Som!
Holding it down. 3 kills.
Wow.
And what more can you do? Cloud, so much responsibility, and it's just not possible for him. 13-7 will be the scoreline. And NRG, what an answer back after that map 1.
Incredible performance from NRG. From Som as well, man. He has just gone from strength to strength on this stage. For anybody doubting him, he is out there performing at such a high level against very decent teams too.
For a player who doesn't have that experience on the big stage.
It's crazy to think that on Twitter or on Twitch right now, Valorant main broadcast is literally second
the movement. It's
to
all
Tarek viewership.
There's nothing flustered about it.
And for Giants, yeah, we have to say goodbye to Giants after a great first map on Lotus. Unfortunately, the series went from a whopper to a whimper as they just slid out in the final 2 maps, but I really think that they've showcased something here. And this is a team where Rhyme doesn't have very much experience. The players are playing different roles. And so when you look towards EMEA, they've got some ability to be a dark horse pick.
Absolutely. I think the future looks quite bright for that Giant squad, but NRG move one step closer now, putting an end firmly to that question of the core of this roster.
NRG looked really good after Lotus,
not being
man.
able to really fire on all cylinders off the rip, and maybe the question
They didn't really show much of a weakness.
The fact that they lost map 1, but now they really are just sailing their way through this bracket as one of the, I think, clear favorites, at least in the side of the alpha bracket.
Oh, I mean, clear favorites to some degree, except that I think a lot of people would have them playing up against Loud in that next round.
It's going to be a hard one to call, you are right. Yeah.
Oh my god, what a game that would be.
Yeah, they'll have to play against the crowd next round, but I still feel like NRG.
Valorant, I think. But perhaps
Still
I'm getting
favored
ahead
there.
of myself. Loud still yet to play against Karmine Core. That's going to be the game later on today. My god, though, this NRG team is looking.
Yeah, I mean, I think
fierce
Loud
on
beats
the match
Karmine
they're
Core,
good at.
though.
I think
Agreed,
the fact
Jan?
that they picked Lotus, though, and lost it.
Seemed like it was the
maybe that's
consensus
gonna be a
earlier.
strategic problem for them moving it deeper into the bracket. Maybe they're going to have to start banning that against some teams later on. We have to see. But in terms of their strengths, Haven, Sublime, Artis' Jet, unbelievable. Som's Viper, so clean. When it works, it works.
When it works, it works. Actually, still, obviously, not really showing us too much in terms of the other maps that they have been playing, but yeah, from what we've seen, it's just been absolutely top-notch.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad where they have yet to really demonstrate Ascent. They've been first-round banning it. I don't know whether that's to hide something. They used to be great at Ascent. And they haven't shown us Fracture that they used to be awesome at.
Yeah.
Also, they haven't shown us Pearl, which used to be a crazy good map for them.
It's been the decider, I think, in map pick bans of their first match, but yeah, we haven't quite seen it.
Yeah, just not necessary.
They have been strong at it in the past though, so who knows? A lot of unknowns still, but one thing is for certain, honestly, NRG is a team that is not playing around.
Not at all. I think Giants can go home feeling fairly happy about how they played today. There's going to be a lot of disappointments in that they
What do we think? Do we
comprehensively outplayed on the second two maps. Give him a while. I mean, there's Rhyme on your screen. He was in the post-match interview last time saying, in 5 years' time, he's going to be the best IGL in the game. But my man's got a proper long-term career plan.
That is really long.
That is him looking way into the future. Lock-in, obviously not the final goal for all of these teams here that are in the partnership system. But Brent, who would be your player of the match? If I had to push you for one on the optic side.
I would, listen, I got a soft spot for the IGLing, I think. I would go for FNS personally. I think you could make arguments and claims for some. That guy was just monstrous, so consistent. Usually it comes down to clout when we get the MVPs.
Oh, that's pretty cool. They have someone doing ASL right back there. That's really sweet. I don't know why I did that. It's kind of disrespectful. I'm sorry. But you can see them signing in the back.
Series of the day, but do not go anywhere. A short break. Now Des is going to be setting up that second series of the day. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
So NRG is our first quarter finalist. All right, so Karmine Corp versus Loud next. Yeah. You're gonna go with Mama to take tap. All right. Hunter. All right, chat. Hey, yo, chat. If we got anybody in here that's wanting to hang out, Come kick it with us over in Discord. Feel free to do so. Also, man, y'all always see me in different glasses and stuff like that. If y'all are, if you have anybody in chat, if y'all's fucking sleep sucks, or if you happen to get headaches and stuff from hours at the grind, whether it be from like gaming or something else like that, and keeps you in front of screens like content creation or stuff like that, don't forget GamerAdvantage is a leader in impactful eyewear technology has been proven to help you sleep better, focus more, all without distorting colored comfort. So use exclamation point glasses in chat. Don't forget exclamation point, or don't forget code YoBoyCue at checkout, saves you 10%. All right.
For another epic chapter in the never-ending story of NA versus EMEA. We have NRG taking on Giants Gaming, two incredible squads, but only one can move on.
Let's go, Bobby. Let's go party. Yeah.
He's read this so well, but Ryan does an even better job of making sure to clear him out. Coming out on top here, pushing for the smoke! Rhyme getting 3 kills in a round, the Red Bull clutch. A bit of a jiggle with the movement, and still 2 players remain. A rifle in his hands, but Som does a lot to contain.
Ooh, that's a squeaky one though, isn't it, Bren? That is a squeaky one.
But just the duel's being taken. Fatinho, though, Nuki backing him up, and now it's down to Artis. Baiting the angle once more, and it's found the fight. Nuki takes it.
And NRG really pushed them, but Giants say, we gotta win in OT? All right, fine. Have it your way.
I know Flogi was saying he was watching the Rainbow Six stuff. I wonder where that's at.
Swing is good at the end of the day. Not quite, actually. Not opting for it, but there we go. FNS, still the players remain, and they just did not know that Crashes was there. A really, really strong answer back from NRG. We're going to be going to that map number 3. What? You can't be pulling that out, Victor. Not again. But he rips it around. Someone check his PC.
He's got a horseshoe stuck up his ass.
Yes. Artis, this angle. Oh my goodness.
An ace from Artis.
There's the dart, and there we go. Easy pickings.
Nice. Come on, bro.
So I'm still cleaning them up and doing the most for them. Hoodie dropped down to 1 HP. And Hoodie falls at the end. Som cleans it up, and an ace to finish. 13-7 will be the score.
Yeah, I know they do, but I'm saying, like,
back after that map 1.
Where do you think that's at? Like, where? Because it looks like they're at LAN right now.
And with that, NRG put Giants in the fryer, and that is your Prime Gaming post-match highlights for what was truly an awesome series to watch. And I was hopeful, Mimi, that we were going to get the run back from Giants. It was looking good, but it was just such a massive lead that NRG had built in that first half.
Yeah, there's just something special about NRG and these comebacks, these later maps in series. They looked incredible. First half really gave no in whatsoever to the side of Giants. In the second half, well, they lost a couple rounds. Respect to Fatinho for putting up some good numbers. It was never going to be enough with that lead.
Yeah, I mean, they get themselves a nice little 4-round stretch there for a bit, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. It was enough to cause some slight bit of
You never got into
R6.
I never got into playing it personally.
But NRG, they just held steadfast. Chet not
I've
really
always kind of
worried
watched
about
it.
having to call any technical timeouts as well. Just letting the players, again, much like we saw from Potter yesterday, just let the players course correct within the lobby. But everybody's so nasty, whether it's attack, whether it's defense. Som, what a performance from him yet again.
Yeah, and look at that.
All I've ever really gotten from it is that it's a tactical shooter.
Thus far at Lock-In, 29% win percentage, and they rocket that up almost all the way to 80% when they go
I've never really like I never really sit and watch like consistently, you know what I mean?
That I'm sure they're going to be focusing on working on, but thus far, even if they have those initial issues, once they warm up, they look unmatched.
Yeah, and I think that for anyone else of the teams that we have left here in Lock-In, you're going to want to try and take advantage of that as much as possible. It is a clear weakness that NRG has, but if there's one team that we know that will just put work
We're
right
talking
into
R6.
that,
Where's
it
the
is
what?
NRG.
Where's the LAN
check.
at
But,
right now?
unfortunately, that means we have to say goodbye to the Giants, who really, I think, came into this one. A lot of people were unsure, Seth, about.
I see that it's an invitational.
What kind of a
I see that they're
team
at
we're gonna
LAN.
get here. They played Detonation. We're like, oh, okay, you know, they should have won that. But then I really do think that they came into their stride here, and this is going to be a team that will be dangerous in the EMEA region when the league start up.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just another squad where it's, again, give them some more time and you will see drastic improvements. In that first map, their protocols, the way that they were playing off of Fitino's like entry on the Raze, it was all gorgeous. But then you just saw NRG really rip the momentum out of their hands and they weren't able to reclaim it. It's unfortunate for Giants, but I think overall they gave a strong performance. Can't really blame them for falling to the opposite.
Yeah, it's
floor,
just
but this does
more
now
realistic.
leave Karmine Corp as the lone EMEA team
Or whatever.
left in the upper
Yeah,
bracket,
I've
and
never
they're
been
getting
a
ready to
Tom
take the stage
Tom
against
Clancy,
Valorant.
right? Yeah, I've
Two
never
big
been a Tom
questions about this team
Clancy
coming into this event.
game
How will
guy.
Ryan perform as an IGL, and how will Fatino perform on his first big stage? And I think both of those got answered. Well, Ryan wasn't quite able to match
Like,
Finesse in the
playing-wise,
later
I've always
parts of
enjoyed
those
watching
last
him.
two maps. He had his moments in their match versus Detonation. I thought the calling was good. Fatino as well proved that he can be a star if he's in the right situation. So lots of potential for this team, even though they're headed home early.
Yeah, exactly. So excited to see what happens for them for the rest of the year. But before the break, though, we actually asked y'all to do your civic duty and vote for the player of the match. And the results are in. So let's see what you guys said. And it is by a country mile. It's Som. It's 70.8%.
I think that's
I'm not shocked by
fair.
this one, Achilles. Everyone seems to be on the Som train right now.
I mean, I don't know what it is, but this guy is just one of the greatest Viper side anchors on Icebox that we've seen in a very long time. I mean, the ace out back behind yellow, then he gets a 4K in this game. He ends up getting another ace. So I believe out of 6 total aces we've had in the tournament so far,
Montreal.
he has 2 of them.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
That is insane. And I think there's not a lot of players who have like kind of an iconic map in world that you're just like, they're always going to perform, but Som's already making the case for him being the Viper guy on Icebox.
Yeah, he is having one hell of a tournament. And actually, for more on that win, we actually managed to pry Som away from Yellowbox on Icebox. So he's actually going to be standing by with Yinsu for our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. That is right. I am joined by the man of the hour. It is Som from NRG. Hi, Som. Welcome to the interview. Now, as you saw, MVP. The guys at home voted for you. And I saw you tweet as well after the last game, you're going to do it again. You're going to prove the doubters wrong. So I'm going to give you the stage a little bit just to, talk your truth.
Yeah, so I'm super confident in myself. I haven't been shown too much the past couple years with NRG. So I think coming together, this team now, I can finally show what I'm capable of, and doing it now feels extremely good. Finally proving it to myself.
Has that
feels
confidence
very
in
nice,
himself
but,
right now.
yeah.
It's good to see you go on a roll here. Now, I think one of the reasons people might have had doubts is because Marved was obviously the previous controller player with that optic core.
Yeah.
And people kind of felt like losing him was a big loss, and they didn't think that you had what it takes to maybe fill his shoes.
Yeah.
Did you ever feel like you had a bit of pressure to live up to that? And, what do you think of this whole narrative?
I wouldn't say it's pressure. It's more of kind of like a goal for me at that point. Let's go past this goal and show myself now. But I think another big thing is I don't want to let down my teammates. They're all really good friends of mine, so I also want to have fun for the longest time as I can with them, and then just win everything I can with them, and I just don't want to let them down. So yeah.
I definitely don't think you're letting them down right now. One thing I feel like a couple of teams have been doing here is not playing the duelist, which I think is kind of weird for your team. You have Victor, you brought in Artis, who was a star duelist over in Europe, but there's a couple of maps we've seen you guys completely turn away from that. What is the reason, and do you feel like that is the best strategy right now?
For us, it's a little on and off. It's kind of between Chet and Pujan. They kind of decide on how
no
we feel
duelist
and how we
meta?
play. And at least for Lotus, for us, we kind of suited and said, this is probably our best comp. Let's try it, and then let's just go forward with it. Because we're basing it off scrims here. So we're scrimming all the teams, every team we can, and we're trying things, and this is the comp we got to.
Well, how much how many scrims and how long and how much have you actually tried and tested this?
I'd say a good amount. I think we spent maybe 5, 6, 7 scrims on this comp, on Lotus especially. But yeah.
And last question, this is your first big international Valorant LAN tournament. I just wanted to ask you, are you having fun? What have you been up to? Have you made some good memories here?
Yeah, it's been super fun. One experience for me is just like meeting everyone. First time ever meeting like everyone. So many familiar faces I see online, so I just see them. It's nice to see them and talk to them. But yeah, Brazil's great.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep winning
yeah.
in this tournament. Thank you very much, Son, for joining me, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
I think I should be passing this back to the desk. No, I should not. I should be throwing it to a break, guys. My brain is going crazy.
Brain is fried.
But we're gonna go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna be bringing you Corp versus Loud.
Chat. You should have me doing that for Apex. Thoughts? I don't know. I was talking with Weevil about it, man. I think what we got going on the channel right now makes sense. It goes with the brand that we're trying to do as far as the casting and stuff. I think what we've been doing the last month and a half on the channel obviously seems to be showing some forms of success, so we just got to be persistent. Just apply pressure, man. Music from this one has been stuck in my head, I'm not gonna lie. All right, so
Red Bull gives you wings.
Another game. But that should be done in a reasonable time. What do we think? Loud, Karmine, Corp going all 3 maps? Or is this a sweep? I feel like everyone's pretty confident Loud's gonna take this. Moon, if you're still in here, we gotta find a way to get you to the beach the weekend before Easter. We got a couple of people who are going down that way. I like this music, chat. Thoughts? I love it. I can dig it. I can get with it.
Hey, ahead of my time, and that's a race against my past. Whenever they clock me, that's 2,000 on the dash. When it kinda tickles me, and every day I laugh. Yeah, you know we #1, and you don't need to ask.
I got the magic, feel like I'm a greyhound looking at a rabbit. Finish line so close, I reach out and grab it.
Alright, I'm gonna go use restroom here real quick, chat. Refill my water.
Stop when we start, we get it done. Take no days off, we #1. Lace up these kicks, and we run. Like this, we gon' get it done. We gon' get it done. Take no days off, we gon' get it done. Stop when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. Get it when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. Hey, I be taking off, keep going on, and I resume. Turn it all the way up like we filling up balloons. Already a winner when I came up out the womb. Moving like a conference call at work. Zoom.
I'm in a hurry, I can never slow down, my pictures are blurry. I always overdo it and it's very necessary. I got winning on my mind and the rest is secondary. We gon' get it done.
Can't stop when we start, we get it done. Take no days off, we #1. Lace up these kicks, and we run. Like this, we gon' get it done. Stop when we stop, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. When we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. Stop when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. Get it when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. Stop when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. Get it when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. Stop when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. Get it when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. We gon' get it.
La diferencia. Dímelo, Chewy. Kaku. Quiero que tú dices. Parle pour français. Esta noche me la voy a comer. Esta noche nos vamos a beber. Prenda los blones que vamos a prender. Dale, mueve ese culo como dice R1. Tirando patas como si fuera judo. La diferencia, Kaku y Chewy llegaron los duros. Porque esta vaina vibra. Porque esta vaina vibra. Porque esta vaina vibra. Porque esta vaina vibra. Porque esta vaina vibra.
Welcome back, everybody, to Lock In, and our second match of the day between K-Corp and Loud is on the way. I'm your host, Yingsu, and joining me are familiar faces, Mimi and Kilios. The first game is done out of the way, and they're going to be waiting to see who they're going to be playing the next round, of course, between K-Corp and Loud. Let's start with K-Corp. We've said bye to one EU team already, Mimi. I don't want to say bye to another one, but just talk me through what you've been able to pick up so far from watching that last game.
Yeah, K-Corp was interesting. They come out with this style style of going completely against duelists, only running these duelistless comps, which is quite a pivot from previous rosters that Scream has been in charge of. But I think they performed pretty solidly. I think the coordination was good, but there were still a lot of moments where you could see that this is a new roster. They were leaving gaps, and FPX was really able to punish them at times.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a really big step up here for Corp, because now not only do they have the pressure of playing against the home crowd and Loud, who already looked incredible in their first series versus Gen G, but they also are the last representative of EMEA in this side of the bracket, so there's a lot more pressure on them if they want to be able to carry forward, and that would also, if they lose here, not only eliminate the region, but also guarantee an Americas team getting forward into the next round.
There's a lot of pressure. I feel like this format, you know, we've been drumming this home. There's a lot of pressure that comes with every single game.
So that
and,
means...
speaking of the no duelist comp,
you know that it's going to be at
here is
noon
Scream
at
breaking
least.
down why they're not currently playing those duelists.
And...
yeah, I think, you know, the first game on stage, you know, the excitation,
on
the excitation,
Sunday,
you know, the
right?
players, you know, like a lot of situations where we didn't stay calm, you know, as we usually do, you know. So there's a lot of this, you know, first game on stage. But I'm happy it did go our way, you know. So it was not an easy game, and I'm happy because it out.
A win is a win. A win is a win.
A win is a win.
A win is a win.
Kilios, I don't think I ever expected someone like Scream to say the duelists are overrated.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this iteration of Scream. I want old Scream back. Old Scream was better. He was more
It
bait.
is definitely interesting to see so many teams jumping away from the duelists.
The firepower that Loud has, unless they can play a really solid full control comp to shut down players like Icebox, I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with it.
Here's the thing, with no duelist comps, when you play it optimally, when you play it great, you really can shut down.
It's very intriguing.
Fantastic stall. You have lots of utility to re-clear, but when you're making mistakes, if your utility isn't quite coordinated, those comps can go really awry because you don't have that duelist player to change up the pace and dive in, or to take control of rounds in the same way you would otherwise. So I would say it's quite a high-risk, high-reward composition, and I don't know if they have the kind of coordination that's required of it.
We don't usually see players that do better than Scream when it comes to like the scoreboard and fragging power and so on, but Mimi, it feels like we found someone that can, and that is Shin, a complete newbie that we haven't even seen before on the international stage until this week.
Yeah, talking these no duelist comps, when you don't have a duelist, you need someone else to step up and be the tip of the spear for your team, and that was Shin, playing on the initiator role in their first match. He had an absolute lights-out performance.
He looked really good for them in their matchup against...
the story of just the kind of rookie players coming out here.
What was it? FPX, right?
Fantastic performances, especially ones that happen to play Viper, as we just saw from Som. We're highlighting the ever-loving hell out of him. Shin might be receiving that same treatment if they're able to walk away with a win here at the end of this matchup, because he had a really strong performance, goes over to the Fade there for that Pearl map, and just plays both of that, you know, that and the Viper to an absolute T here for Karmine.
Yeah, it was really good out of him as an individual. And on top of that, it was his first ever VCT event, not just like VCT main event. He's only ever played the Tier 2 VRLs in Europe before, so coming out here and having that performance is really, really impressive for Shin.
Yeah, well, Loud, they come into this event as the returning champions, and despite losing two key players and their coach as well, they're looking very, very solid as well. And I think they answered some questions because, Mimi, they were the world champions, so expectations are always going to be high. Did they fulfill those expectations, in your opinion?
No, but my expectations were that they could be world champions again, right?
So I'm kind of intrigued because...
It's hard to match out when you're coming back in with two players. I still think this team performed quite admirably.
Oh no, that is the NA Winter Cup it's on right now. I guess it is late enough in the day, isn't it? Never mind. I didn't realize it was 3:30 already. Holy shit, chat. God, bro, I've been fucking working all day. I shouldn't be surprised. It started at noon, but
Yeah, I
still.
think we saw a little bit of a slower start from the likes of Sonic and Icebox, the two players that you actually thought would have a really good start, that they were going to be the ones who were leading the team to success. It was actually the likes of Kawazine who came out from the the outset of that first map versus Gen G that was able to put up really solid figures and keep them in that game and really push back against Gen G. By the time we had gotten to that second map and gone to Fracture, that's when we started seeing Icebox. That's when we started seeing Sonic really level up their performance once again.
And that was just it. I mean, we can take a look at some of the clips from the end of that game on Fracture. The pressure must have been insane, especially for these new players. You have a big crowd cheering for you, expecting the world of you. And initially, it looked like they weren't going to be able to meet that. But when the going got tough, despite this being a new team, Loud still showed us that they are fantastic under pressure. And even when their plan goes awry, they are able to quite calmly make a change and be able to win out.
Yeah, they were indeed. That's the thing though, right? The fact that they managed to close that series out after how grueling it was, showing us a face of Loud that we saw last year and loved. But going forward is, can they keep doing this? We already saw one Brazilian team crumble a little bit, you know, with all that crowd behind you. But Achilles, something is telling me, like, we don't really need to be worried about Loud right now.
I'm not that concerned. Honestly, I kind of thought that they were going to have that series in hand yesterday, but Gen G actually outperformed my expectations, you know, considering how recently things have come together there, considering that they have not had that many people.
Sometimes I wish this time in between the series was just a little
so jazzed up behind us for Loud. But
not that I don't like these
I
guys.
think they still look solid. To be able to just really shut down as soon as they got into overtime, not allow for a moment for Gen G to pick up a single round there, I think it was really, really strong from them. And I think that after they now have that initial experience out of the way, today we should be seeing them in even more top-tier form.
You guys mentioned Kawazine already, but let's talk about him because he is doing amazingly, given the fact that he had such big shoes to fill, Mimi.
Yeah, like you brought up earlier, Seth, when the core players, when the players from that old Loud roster weren't performing, Kawazine showed up and played fantastically. I think if it was not for his individual performance on Pearl, which was absolutely
I don't know if I would say Loud looks like they're the best.
This could have been a 2-0 for Gen G to win.
America's
I fully
team,
agree. I think that
even though they're the
way
defending
that he leveled up
champions.
in a lot of those individual rounds, putting up solid figures. I mean, 208
I think that
as well.
title would probably have to go to NRG right now.
Being able to get past this 9-round
Cloud9 looked pretty good though
able
too.
to run it all the way to the end and be able to get that win. I think if Kawazine does not have this
I'm
performance,
gonna be excited
we're
for when we
probably
get
looking
the
at a nice
Cloud9
solid start
Evil
for Gen G. Maybe they
Geniuses
still can't quite pick up a 2-0 because Fraction was
matchup.
so close, but
That'll
I
be
think Kawazine was
Sunday
pretty
if we
much
get it.
individually
I think
the
that'll be
difference
really,
maker
really
for the
good.
squad.
Yeah, and it is a very direct comparison between him and Shin, two players that came onto the stage with a lot of pressure on them, and both of their individual performances were in big part why their respective teams won their opening match.
Well, this tournament so far has been a lot about the newbies, but we do have a veteran player, Sadak, here to talk about the new and improved Loud.
Então, realmente o primeiro jogo foi difícil, a gente demorou em adaptar-se, porém a adaptação veio, a gente estava muito confiante no nosso lado de ataque, sabíamos que ia dar certo e tivemos muita confiança e deu certo. Fiquei muito feliz com a estrela dos meninos, eles realmente desempenharam muito bem, mas isso aí foi reflexo do todo
Yeah, I don't
que
think
a
there's
gente
anything
fez,
going on
no Brasil,
Monday,
aqui,
Tuesday,
no
esports-wise,
também.
is there?
Então, estou muito feliz.
That we should be thinking about a watch party about?
Não, realmente foi uma loucura ver tantos.
Because NA Challengers doesn't start till.
No Brasil, né? Tantos fãs aqui apoiando a gente. Foi uma loucura, foi muito lindo e.
When's the third week? Third week is the first week of March, is that right? Yeah, 27th is the first day of that. Just the following.
Eu acho que a Corp realmente tem jeito diferente de jogar que todos os outros times, né? Temos jogadores muito bons realmente e a gente tem muito respeito por eles. Mas ao mesmo tempo eu acho que vai ser um jogo muito divertido, vai ser um jogo muito pegado e a gente espera dar o nosso melhor mais uma vez. Eu não sinto que a gente está sendo
Monday,
algo
Tuesday
novo,
will be kind of chillaxing.
sempre
Then.
falo, somos um novo time. O time antigo foi campeão, esse novo time ainda nós temos que nos provar. Faz ele, aqui está Brasil, Brasil está vivo, em solo brasileiro.
What we still have next week. We got.
I mean, Sadak, we saw two different sides of him as well. He got challenged, but he pulled it back yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely he did. But I think that last point is what was so incredibly important. Yes, this team is coming into this event carrying the trophy, but it is not
Once
the same
streams
Loud. They
start
have to
on
reprove
Wednesday,
themselves
they
in
go
this
through
matchup,
what?
And the expectation is quite high.
Well, we are ready here on
They
the
go
desk.
through
I
Monday.
think the crowd is ready as well. I've had a taste already of what this crowd can do against a Loud team, so it's time
And
to
they
bring
start
them
back
onto
up Thursday,
stage.
Friday,
Here is
Saturday.
Loud and Karmine Corp.
The good news is the one on 27th. Oh no, there's two games at 27th. And if they're quick, they may get done before Challengers. If not, NA Challengers will just hop over afterwards. I always love the lead-ins, man. This is so hype. While they're coming in here, chat, sorry if I'm quiet, I'm also watching the Pittsburgh Knights Rocket League team. Nice goal! On the opposite monitor. I've been kind of low-key trying to fuck with the Knights a little bit. They do a couple of different esports productions I would like to be a part of. I'd like, you know, by summertime. And, you know, Pittsburgh ain't too far from.
Both of these teams have already passed the initial
All right,
test.
chat.
Things are about to get
Karmine,
a lot
Corp,
harder.
Loud. How we
Just to remind
feeling?
you guys one more time, if they
I'm thinking
lose they
definitely
go
loud.
home.
I'm feeling
and
loud.
for the Brazilian fans, I don't think they can see a world where Loud don't make it past this round.
No, they cannot see a world, but there very much is a possibility here. Loud, they are never going to be 100% a favorite. This is not that same team that we saw last year. They're good, but Karmine Corp has a chance.
There is a chance there, but they need to be able to get over this hurdle that is the crowd. This crowd is so far behind Loud right now. And if they can't overcome that, then they are going to have some
Dude, the music's
struggles
bang.
as they try to
I
go
love
through
it.
this series.
I will say, I saw a guy with a scream sign, so maybe there are some
There's a
Keiko
French
fans in
flag
there.
out in the audience as well.
Oh, okay, so the playing field is a little bit more even than it was yesterday.
This matchup, I think, has two of the biggest fan bases that we have in Valorant. The Brazilian fans and the French fans love their teams. There are a lot of people's hopes riding on this game for both sides.
I can't wait to get into the game, but of course, let's talk about the maps, because we've seen both of them
Yes,
play already.
let's see the
Where would
maps.
you guys like to see today? We still haven't seen a split. I'm upset about that one.
I'd love to see Split come up. I just don't think that it's going to happen. I think that we're probably going to get more of the same. Maps that have been really popular throughout this whole run have been Pearl, Haven, occasional Icebox in there from time to time. Maybe even an Ascent, something like that, something that's a bit more familiar. I don't suspect that we'll be seeing the Lotus again, since it was FPX who brought that out versus Karmine Corp.
So
But
nobody
Maybe
who
one of
has
them's gonna
picked
throw a curveball.
Yeah,
Lotus
who knows? What's really interesting for me is
has
when
won
we
it.
edit
Just
this
keep
map,
that in
if
mind
we
in
see
case we see it
something
again.
new, does Karmine Corp stick to their kind of their overall idea that duel is bad? We are going to play these completely non-duelist comps. That is our team identity, or was that just for the maps that we've seen thus far?
It's hard to say, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised that if we do say, you know, whatever the map is, if they try to run that and then Loud absolutely can crush them on it, maybe that will force a change. We'll have to just wait and see what does occur, whether or not, if they do go for the duelist comp, if it's going to be good enough to control these players from Loud.
Yeah, one thing that I do think is interesting is you can see those dogs out on the stage, the stuffed animals. Those were with Loud when they won the championship last year. Now back on stage with probably more LAN experience than the two new players on that squad.
There's a seal there now. It's not just dogs anymore. I think he's expanding the zoo.
I gave him a bear after they won champs. I gave him my DRX bear.
You
Where's
gave
that
away
one at?
your DRX bear?
You know what? He won the championship. He deserved it.
All right, we are into the map selection here. The last time Loud played, they banned Haven, and I believe K-Corp banned Ascent, but Loud are going to go for Icebox here to get it out of the way.
Yeah, Icebox out of the way. K-Tor will see if they continue through with that, with banning Ascent as they did in the first match. So a lot open here. Lotus is open, Split is open. Both those new maps are available, but Loud want to head back to Pearl.
This makes sense. Like you
So
said,
starting in
every
Pearl.
team likes to play Pearl right now.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's a complete inversion from what we saw. at
Let
Champs.
that be known that both Split
But they feel very confident,
and
especially after they got that victory versus Gen G.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to Split. Let's
I'm really
go.
interested to see what K-Core play there, because Raze is so damn good on that map that giving her up, if they do stick
Yo,
to
let the decider be Lotus, please.
as well, we should get double Harbor head-to-head on that map, which is going to be something wild to watch.
But I have to think that while K-Corp are the ones selecting Split, Loud are feeling confident on the map because they did float it versus Gen G. So they said, okay, if we do go all the three, we are prepared to play that map. So we'll have to see what they have. But this time, map 3, Fracture.
Loud picked attack on split. They decided to start on attack side.
They do play that double duelist composition, and it did look a lot better when they were playing on that attack, I think. So I'm not super surprised if they do pick into that one, but I'm really hoping they've shored up their defense because it looked so rough versus Gen G.
Yeah, and we got Fracture as well coming in last. Actually, across all 3 maps, Loud will be starting on the attack side.
Yeah, I mean, just gonna have that aggression from the outset. The Karmine Corp going for defense first on Pearl. Gonna be eyes on them to see if they can have a really solid start to that map. Shut down this aggression coming out from Loud and give themselves, you know, an advantageous number of rounds.
Well, we're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, and as you said, Mimi, we might get that Harbor head-to-head. I did not think we were going to get it this early in the tournament.
I would expect it. What I do think is going to be interesting here is Navarra was open. He's done that in the past, but he's brought it out here playing on the Omen in their last match of Pearl versus Icebox, who is like the kind of definitive Jet player who has looked amazing at opping in this meta, and that head-to-head will be interesting. Also, just 2 Harbors. That is wild.
Okay. Yeah, some craziness here. Harbor v. Harbor action. Icebox is going to be the only duelist in the lobby. Curious to see how Karmine Corp are going to pilot this, whether or not they can make it successful. You've got Scream back on that KL. I need to see him using these flashes for his team's entries and also to shut down some of these pushes coming out rather than just throwing them out willy-nilly like we saw him doing versus FBX.
Thank you very much, Mimi and Seth. It's time for me to send this over to your casters and get into game with Mitchman and Tombiz.
Here we go, chat.
Well, Tom, it's been a long time since I've seen some of these players XMS on the stage. I mean, he was at Masters a long, long time ago, but now we're getting a chance to see him on the international scene. I'm excited for what we're going to be delivering here today, I have to say.
Like we're here in Brazil. There's a huge Brazilian crowd. We've got champions winners.
Yeah.
And you bring up the guy who once played for Alliance like 2 years ago.
Of course I do. Simple reason. I'm looking over there, and I'm seeing a bunch of French fans, French flags. They've come all the way here to celebrate their team and made the brave decision to stand around
Here we go, chat. Let's get it going.
I'm ready to
You know the
this
crowd's
game
going to be
off,
crazy
and it
on
looks
this
like the
one.
teams are too. KC
All right,
and
let's get it.
Loud. Starting it out on Pearl, and barriers are already up.
Well, no surprise. I had a little gander at one of Sliggy's videos recently, and he's been talking about this B site. A lot of teams leaning in this direction, much tougher to hold now that Chamber isn't in that pool. Already a little bit of utility being thrown out. In fact, a fast look at the retake coming through, and a battle, a brawl beginning.
Oh, yeah, straight away, it's the utility of Loud that grabs a kill. Scream, a big target on the other side, eliminated. No one taps to come from him, and the rest of the team denied any opportunities to fight back. They have got a smoke, though, and with that blooming, there's going to be a lot of spams coming their way. Still a firing squad waiting out on long. KC need to try and force a duel.
They're just spamming the ever-loving shit out of it.
To waste all of their ammo. Starting to run down to the final match for some of these players, but there's a swing. Sadic's got 2, and they're just following up with every single kill. KC, practically no chance in that pistol.
So the only idea the Karmine Corp had was, okay, let's try and get them spamming, get them to reload, we'll cove and then defuse.
Right.
But that cove, it doesn't have that much health. With all the players on the other side
Here we
just
go,
spamming
chat.
away, broken within a second, and just dropping like flies. That's the problem with this B side at the moment. Retaking it in a lot of rounds is almost impossible. In fact, a lot of the ways we've seen teams do it is using Astra's utility, the Cosmic Divide. Now, yeah, none of them are playing. None of them are playing that agent.
Does tend to
Bro,
cause
the
some
crowd
problems,
looks
you
so
know,
lit.
We're popping those Astra stars when you
Seeing
don't
some
even
of the
have
stuff
any.
on
When you look at the start of that round from Loud, right? It normal enough as you
Twitter
said,
right
going down
now?
towards B-Long,
Bro.
but I love the post plant. As you say, when that cove goes up, they're not only fighting it, Sadic's swinging out wide, catching them going into the cove. So there was just no free space to be found that time around. Now, this round, a few pistols for KC. They've invested decently. So they do stand a chance in some of these fights, and they're decently stacked up towards the B site. So at least there's some things going their way early on, but look how patient Loud are being. They're avoiding running into this, and they have utility watching their back the whole way.
Well, I like the fact that a lot of what we're seeing from Harbor at the moment is using those cascades to just take portions of map control. Okay, we're going to clear these angles while they can't really fight us. and then we'll push a little bit further forward, and we'll push a little bit further forward. They also have the Viper wall down that is going to be fairly awkward to push through, and they're looking for the same sort of afterplant as before. And with such a huge weaponry advantage, they should be set to take this round fairly easily.
Well, yeah, right away, Icebox is showing his dominance on the server. They're happy to lose a player or two, upgrade some weapons. They don't want to lose very much more. And a few of these players are extremely low. A chance for XMS to do more damage, and he's really getting those bullets in there, but nobody's hitting the floor just yet. It's going to be tough with the firing squad, and in the end, nothing else to be found. Loud, get out of that with just 2 losses. Altogether, a good start to this map.
See, now one of the things I really want to premise about this sort of like KC coming in, because we talk about the first match, a little bit shaky versus a team we didn't really know what to expect from in the form of FPX. It came close, but also one factor that played nothing in that game and will play a massive part in this game is the crowd. In fact, probably anybody who was here, which I don't think it was the most packed we've ever seen it, probably would have been on KC's side because of how well-known Scream is. We've even seen signs today in support of that man. The crowd is firmly against them here. Every kill that goes through, there's screams going out, and for some of the players on the other side, they won't have experienced that before.
You know, stat just popped up that Scream is the highest headshot percentage out of every player. Oh my. You saw that fight down. That was actually through the cascade, which I guess just knowing the angle and getting a looky tap on that shot, easy trades over towards the double door, and Les is doing work. He's being flanked, but even now knows that player is coming, and even though he falls, they've got the sight, they've got the space, and a 3v2 post plan to work with.
And they're looking to play aggressively. Don't have the best weaponry for this, so they're going to push within. Shin can only get 1, and now XMS left in the same spot as before. A plant this time in a position for them to sort of hold much more closely, trying to almost bait him in, but they're ready to swing. He expects them to be long, and there is nobody there whatsoever. An adaptation from Loud, a different look from how they played the previous. Mitch, they've just won their bonus.
Oh, they absolutely look incredible right now. Rifles, economy, really stacking up, and very little to comment on negatively about their play.
Gross.
As we say, it's not even knowing the angle. They got sprayed at.
Yeah,
you just look at the tracers.
You
know, spamming that with a Vandal, especially when you're just stood on the corner, that is a brave play.
I love hearing this crowd, man.
Well, you see why it's a risk.
But that was the other thing. When going into the matches or maps that they won, they were winning every single opening duel.
'Cause what, Loud was a little slow out the gate yesterday, right?
14 and 5 on both maps.
If I remember
they were
right.
victorious in the game versus FPX. In the game they lost, 10 and 11. So these openers have been crucial for KC to actually get rounds over the line. In fact, their conversion 4v5, I think it's like 20%.
This time around up against pistols, you imagine this isn't going to be an opening duel for them. The other aspect being, with Icebox on the server for Loud, I don't think the KC are going to get a ton of opportunities to find those opening fights. Right here, Scream, man with the highest headshot percentage. A few whips come out of him on the Sheriff, damage done, but again, he'll go down without too much trouble. The rest of the team now looks to just guard Kawazine, allow him to survive on the site, but hold on, they're starting to take some losses. This could get a little bit risky on the way back through. They need to deal with these players before it gets out of hand, and well, it's getting there.
Bro, the crowd is going crazy.
Rifle found, an instant headshot, and he knows where the other man is. Time is ticking, but Les will hold the line. Definitely too close for comfort for the round that came before them, but Loud is still 4-0. Great start to their attack.
This crowd's going crazy, bro.
I'm expecting the majority of rounds. 7 rounds on the attack last time out for KC. I think it was even maybe more than that for Loud. So you kind of have to look at this half being more dominant. But getting the pistol, getting these sort of rounds under their belt, and some fairly quiet starts on the other side. KC need to break back now.
Yeah, you know, Pearl in this pool, considering we've got Split and Fracture up next, I think it's fair to say, like, in this one, we can see KC start on the defense, maybe even that little bit slower, pick up the rounds after. The other 2 maps with a defensive start, I want to see them continue. Now, we've seen that updraft play coming out of Icebox a couple of times over in previous games. This time around, we know there's no one on the B side. This is full retake from KC, and they've been playing.
Icebox was the one who hit it before over, right?
Within 10 seconds of the pistol opening, XMS's camera was gone. They were checking in immediately. They know, like, it's a very common spot to be playing in. It's the trap wires in later rounds I'm interested in, because we've seen Cypher struggle to hold on to that map control, especially when up against a Fade. So there's obviously going to be a few more problems there with clearing out that utility for Loud, but even still, they certainly have an interesting belt to work with. Great punish on the way through.
Yeah, great start.
Got a couple tags, but couldn't finish it.
We've seen it be a difference maker already throughout this tournament. And for him to get that kickoff, and Scream to follow up with another, no trades to be had just yet. This is looking like easily the best start we've seen from Karmine Corp so far. The question will be how do Loud recover, and for now, it's patience. Waiting back, not overfacing, just seeing if anybody's going to give them a fight.
Where they eventually decide to take it is heavily stacked up. They're covering their corners though. Tui's ready for that peek out of Shin. They see the player on the right, the ultimate, giving all the information away. Navera forced out of the sight, and he will just about make it back to his teammates. They want to hold on to the advantage. They will just about. Navera almost going down, but in the end, Tui's
at least
need
get the
that
spike
4K
down.
to close it. 1v3. At least the spike is planted. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, this is impossible. 36 HP, sectioned off by the Cascade.
Yeah, they know exactly where you're at.
Cage going down as well. He needs to just hope he can find something on the spam, expecting this to maybe be a bait, but they are just sticking all the way through the cove on the other side. Couldn't be seen. And in the end, Karmine Corp make that one look relatively easy. They break back onto the board, and they have their first round.
Yeah, you see that whole time he's just spamming through it, not even expecting to kill the diffuser. He has a possibility to, but the main, well, obviously not with the Cove, as we saw, but the main thing being he expects there's one or probably even two players about to go through that wall once he starts that spray. That's the trade they should be making, and, well, in the end, they had the Cove, so they didn't need to. End up just diffusing it right under his nose. Good round for KC to get on the board. They certainly need some signs of life here, and now, right, their economy on the other side for Loud, it isn't actually as strong as it could be.
See, now Scream has the credits to buy up a rifle, but has opted to go. I wonder if he's going to try and wallbang something.
That tends to be what players are going for, right? But we see him start out on the B site. Now he's playing super passive A. You have to wonder what the idea is behind this. Maybe we'll see it come into fruition a little bit later on, or perhaps it's just his confidence in going for the ranged one-taps.
Already lockdown placed, trying to force the players back, and they will be moving their way into Flowers. Also counter, at least bring them low for a second.
Aspas at least got by.
Back up by the time they enter the site.
Yeah, that's terribly unlucky. Those shots coming in at angle height, not able to grab the kill. Plant now confirmed Cove to protect as well. We're seeing that used a bunch here by Loud just to get that spike down. At this point, KC, they need to find a foothold to fight back in from. The leading Aspas is something. It does lead the players that are also here a little bit more isolated. But that said, they're winning the fights one after another. Tui's having a fantastic start to this game on the harbor, and there's no signs of it slowing down. The only question remaining, whether Navera gets to save this up, and he's certainly putting in the work for it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
At least he's a two off it.
It genuinely does seem like if you can avoid this man in the early stages of the round, you're going to have a pretty decent setup to get into the site. And with using that lockdown, forcing players back and just getting into the afterplant, that is where Loud are thriving. In fact, most teams at the moment on the attacking side are winning like maybe 7, 8 rounds out of like 9 or 10, like barely losing any afterplant scenarios on this map because it is so effective. Now the A side, maybe not quite as much, but it's just the fact they had such a good afterplant, managed to find those openers, and held on to all of the control. That was one of the things that was impressive, especially towards Art, being able to make sure nobody could come back in from that angle. It becomes almost impossible for Karmine Corp to actually find a foothold.
And that was Tui's for me, man. Like that Art hold, while you've got a player who's scrapping with Nuzera, who's trying to force him back over towards water, the entire time, on the other side, Tui's is staring at the corner, waiting for the swing to come in from sight. As soon as they get that kill, you're in so much trouble. I think he is being tuned in.
Chat,
to
you know what sounds good?
This
This is a pizza night. I can't wait for pizza
and
night.
a really frustrating player to come up against right now, sitting 7-3, thoroughly enjoying what he's putting out. We need to see KC, calling a timeout. Understandably wanting to gather themselves. 5-1 down. It's not the end of the world with a defensive start here on Pearl, but as we say, you know, you really want to start building up those rounds soon.
Yeah, and with a Viper's pick coming through for Loud, I don't think it's going to get any easier for them. If they can get into those afterplants, they've already been able to win them even without it, so the one time that they didn't, it was basically just Navera finding a triple kill. So there hasn't been a lot else that's really been there to write home about. A quiet start for Scream, someone who obviously he's been mentioning enjoying moving away from that duelist role, but that is where throughout his entire career in Valorant we've seen him thrive. In fact, move away from that at other times. So
what do we think? Does Karmine Corp make this
going to be a continuation, especially on
any closer? Navera starts off with a nice little op.
So good at finding those opening picks.
I like their control early on B as well for KC. They've done a great job of putting up their cam and then also using the harbor wall to slow them down and taking the control. It's cost a little bit of time on the Loud side, which could have allowed KC to push up and gain a lot of control. The thing is, Les is not allowing them to have that space for the low cost of some refreshing utility. Instead, he is now capitalizing, walking right back up and, well, walking into B.
Yeah, they'll be able to walk right into this.
Free. I mean, obviously, you're playing this with pistols. It makes a lot of sense to group up on the other side of the map. But this time around, as we can see, it wasn't the right call. They're going to have a tough retake to mount here. At least a man advantage to play with on the way in.
Yeah. That's about all they've got going for them. They're going to try and instantly use the high tide to take away the space. Les this time is lurking back in towards the site. He is somewhat isolated, but I don't know if they realize he's still sticking around. Him and Sadak. Just with a filthy crossfire, still with snake bites to spare a Viper's Pit if he needs it, but I don't think he's going to. Just trying to delay and hold them back, and he's landing every single shot that's placed in front of him. Just two men standing, make that one.
Bro, I don't know who the ones chick is. I'm pretty sure it's a chick.
No surprise, Navera has to save the ult.
It's fucking
that structure that we've heard of over on the KC side, the elevated thinking, the strategies that could be pulled off without that duelist on their side. So far, they are being dismantled by Loud 6-1. And we're going to need to see them lean back into all that we were promised we'd see here. Even this, the fact that you have a guy sitting in the elbow that's less, he's fighting off, and the second that he sees that first player, he has two teammates spraying on that angle, on that ping, to catch the guy that should be looking to trade. It's an impossible scenario, and add to that after Les got the kill, he threw a snake bite down, so it's just even more damage and even more annoyance to play up against. Retaking against this team is not easy, but it seems to be impossible from stopping them getting onto a side.
That's the thing. They have a couple of ultimates as well that are fantastic. Well, three, in fact. You could use Viper's Pit to get onto a site. You can use Reckoning to get onto a site. You can use a Lockdown to get onto the site. It's like they're prepping to be able to get themselves to an afterplant, and then they're comfortable. And that's what it's been so far. Again, those two ults still sit there. We saw when they took A, they used the Lockdown to get that space instead. And with the B site,
I wonder if Karmine Corp
a lot of the time really struggled to hold on to it. Shin, the timing's good.
I was gonna say, is it anticipating like actually being strong on split or?
On that corner, Shin's gone down. And XMS is known to be up close. He's going to try to spray the jet on the way through. Remarkably staying alive for quite a long time, but
played it
not
expecting
long enough to allow that retake. It looks like
be able to have a good shot here and not want to give up much.
Through a Viper's Pit, through Asmus as well. And Scream is delivering. He's almost killed him. Down to 30. Les has to get out of there. He's managed to sneak away, lose Scream for just a moment, but it's going to be whoever spots him first, and Scream with his third kill in the round, stopping that Viper's Pit from having the impact. They've at least got 2 rounds on the board now, but that one was way too close.
This transition into more of a T-sided map.
That's such an uncomfortable position. Just the timing of Les going through. Scream doing incredibly well to just land the shots, and well, 6-2, but just look at them financially. They're in the bin. On the other side of things, still a comfortable buyback up, so this can't be a one and done for Karmine Corp. This has to now be the start of them bringing back this map.
Yeah, and off the back of the clutch as well, at least that's going to propel them forward, the momentum to carry into this round. The one thing they didn't carry forward, though, was that operator. We saw it just a couple meters in front of Scream. Wasn't able to find it, and so instead we have this light shield Guardian hybrid buy with some rifles. It's not the best. Oh, I like that wall through. Slowing the arc push, allowing Sadik to catch them through doors. XMS does his best to return, but they are far behind in this round now.
There's at least a couple of players here. Nuzera, I feel like that was the shot he needed to connect. Aspas still dancing, but instead, Kawazin's the one to walk into the trip. XMS just trying to find a timing, hoping that he can garner something from this spot, but with his teammates being forced back, and Navera up above, I think they're going to try and get the double swing the second that plant is tapped. Instead, though, it's an even trade, and XMS still standing.
I mean, I think so, but
Back Nuzera hitting 2 quick shots with the Guardian this round.
looking really good thus far, man.
On the way through, it robbed them of so much of their utility. This man left as the last one alive. The crowd is starting to get behind him. They know roughly where he was just seconds ago, but not where he's going. 40 seconds. A ton of time to work with.
They've got this wrong.
And KC had to roll the dice here. They had to guess on which side he was going to go. And, well, yeah, they've made the wrong choice.
Yeah. After breaking the can, maybe expecting him to try and double back around. Of course, it's good for them to try and play this one together, but we've seen how fierce these afterplants can be. The thing is, though, he's placed it for that long spot. The one that everybody sits watching, the position that everybody's waiting for, and he's got the gamble right. He's waiting for them. The first kill goes his way, and maybe expecting Nuzera to have gone a different direction. And instead, he peeks just moments later and steals the round away.
Nuzera certainly had a tough debut here on the international stage, but these last few rounds, he's certainly making up for it. Even the Guardian play in this one, and I would say single-handedly stopped them from planting on that A site with the damage he was able to do. And again, Kawazine survives that headshot, I believe through a smoke even. And they have a ton more utility to fight with, and I doubt they lose it. Considering how this round started out, they recovered that remarkably.
Yeah, really well done by Nuzera at the back of the site. And I think the util as well from XMS, just being able to catch a few players and delay them enough, because the actual switch up from Loud was a decent one. Like, you get the 2 openings around that initial spot in mid, and that might be where you want to try and pressure. Instead, though, we're now going to have Loud taking themselves a timeout. Obviously, as said, we're expecting the majority of rounds to come in on this attacking side, especially for them. They really struggled when it came to their defense. In fact, I'm interested to see in that second half how Sadak will have adapted, because I think his second half the other day was fantastic. First half, he was with 2 kills and just getting dominated by the entries coming through from Gen G.
On that KC side, though, their attack up against Loud, up against Icebox being able to roam the map. Curious to see how it's going to fare. So far, I think XMS has been doing a good job with his utility. We haven't necessarily seen it punished in the same way, but it also feels like that's a consequence of both the composition Loud are running, not having your fade. It's not going to be quite the same game running those prowlers to cancel out your trap wires, but also Aspis is consistently just going past his
Dude, the music has been on point, man.
They seem to have
I've been really
a decent
enjoying it.
idea of where it is when it's around A and mid, but we see a shift here with KC defending the
Yo,
B
Moon.
site on their Cypher.
What do we got to do to get you out to the beach the weekend before Easter?
Very heavy stack up towards the right side.
I think the only
Got people
plan
from the
from
community
his
going out there,
utility is
big
he
dog.
gets someone with the trip while all the smokes are up, and he gets 1 kill and they retake.
Exactly.
I don't think there's any real
Guts?
idea to try and fight this. Now, after the last couple of rounds, maybe expecting to spot some sort of gap, we're going to see the high tide used to just try and section off a couple of angles. But KC are actually playing in front of one of the screens, so they're going to know no one's pushed this way just yet.
The water wall's down. Over on that defensive side, certainly stopped them from being as cautious around Art. We'll get a smoke up there instead to keep them back. Remember, KC aren't going to be too upset if they end up taking a fight around Art. That's kind of what they want. It's where most of their guns are focused right now. The problem they have to worry about constantly is less. We already saw him sneak onto the B side and completely surprised them. They're watching that camera the entire time, waiting. But look, with the noise they've made and the wall they put down, at this point, KC think that Loud are looking to take B, that's where the push is coming in. They just doubled back to Art and found it free. Almost free.
An opener in. The main problem for them, though, is going to be Shin. Like, he's not only managed to get aggressive, they're going to use the Reckoning to try and slow them down, and he actually has his Nightfall as well to use from behind. He could make this so incredibly awkward for them. Already going to tag up where the remainders are as they try and put the pressure on. He's low on HP, and for him, the most important thing is staying alive, not giving them an avenue out.
That's counting the harbor, right?
Just
Technically, there's a smoke.
Completely, but Tuya's actually manages to find one, a
Wow.
second as well. Somehow it's left just to scream, and he won't be able to do anything. How did they hold the line?
Oh, I was saying, we need to, what do we got to do to be able to get you out
Getting
to
worse and worse over
the
on this
beach
KC side. That looked like
they should have
for
honestly, no, it didn't look like a hard round to lose until the last couple
the
of
weekend
seconds.
before?
Like they did all the hard work, but again and again, we're seeing this performance come out
Easter.
from some of these Loud players. I mean, they are on home
Out in
turf,
Rehoboth
certainly
Beach,
playing
out
like
in Delaware, they got
basically
Kite Fest. We got a couple people from the community were meeting out there.
And he comes out with 2 kills. Like, that's absurd. This is also a very, very new role for someone like him. He was playing Duelist on his whole team.
It's worth mentioning what Shin was down to, I think, 30 HP at that point after he put out his first or second Prowler. So it wasn't an easy fight for him by any means, but at the same time, the guy on the other side was low and he knew where he was. It's one of those fights. It goes one of 2 ways, and this time it's Louds. We need to see a massive comeback from KC in these last 2 rounds, and indeed probably the last one, because here, pistols across the board, as we've seen, and they're playing a retake. There's lots of players ready to take these fights, but the weaponry just doesn't match up.
Loud just winning their fights, man.
That is all he'll get. Loud, 8 on the board, and this could be an extremely dominant attacking side, Tom. You might expect KC to have a better second half, but hell, if they walk out with just 3 rounds, it's going to be real tough.
But yeah, that's the problem. Like, even if you look at their last game, Aspas alone was able to get them a couple of rounds. Just when he pulls in that operator, even just with them doing pretty well in their pistol rounds, is something we've seen from them, not only now, but in the past. So, yeah, this is Karmine Corp basically needing to get another round. I don't think, like, you can believe in the curses all you want, but I don't think I can sit there and go, oh yeah, no, there's going to be a halfway Loud. Or unable to get that many rounds. Nice work from New Zero, though.
They were ready. They heard that Blade Storm pop. They knew this is Aspas. He plays these rounds fast when he's got the ult online, and it was an attempted art peek that just went awry. Loud a man down. And KC, they've done well when they found opening duels. It's what the majority of their wins have been based around. See if they're able to get themselves that, well, they should be easy control. Look at this, Sadik, he's running it down!
Wow.
Nuzera had no idea, and he has no intention of stopping! He's going through this after the Seekers. That is a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah.
An honorary member of W Gaming, it seems, at least for this round. 2 years finds
another. I like the idea, but I don't think it was necessary.
Falls as what is a trade to a KO, and up close, they're just being slaughtered.
8-4 still ain't bad, though,
great
for Loud.
So far, but it isn't going to be any more than that. Karmine Corp at least do garner that 4th round, and I'll be honest with you, Mitch, if Loud play as they did last time on this map, that might actually be enough.
You know, that was
yo, come on, man. Look at his wife, we're going to be down there, we're going to be down there.
It was only compounded in my curiosity by the fact that there was a snake bite.
We're trying to talk easy to going out there.
The only Viper on the server, so
excuse me.
That didn't do him any favors stepping into that on the way through the wall, getting slowed up as well. You know, it is what it is. Maybe
might be getting Rissy and Figgy out there as well.
It's a good movie. It's a good movie. What can I say?
Oh, God. Well, either way, we are going to be throwing this back over to the desk, and they can tell us what will be the Scooby-Doos and Scooby-Don'ts of the next half.
That is my favorite thing you have ever said, Tom. Like, do more. I need more of that from you. But we got a lot from Loud there. They look great, but Mimi, a little bit of worries on the side of K-Corp.
Yeah, so this composition from K-Corp, I think, is kind of an interesting idea. They plan that with so much controller utility, they'll be able to consistently stall out A in mid, and then with either Cypher trips or an op shot hitting towards C long, they're going to be able to get that initial pick and then play retake with the Cove and the smokes. But that isn't really how things have been working. I want to take a look at the pistol round, where this one looks like it's a pretty good situation for KC to get value out of this harbor on these retakes, and it goes pretty horribly wrong. Initially, they're throwing down that Omen smoke. I think the idea is to try and get people to waste their ammo on that, so they're forced to reload as the Cove goes down, but then the Omen smoke drops early, Cove goes away, and they just get absolutely massacred from long. This was like a best case scenario at this retake, and even when it was rounds that didn't quite work as well as that one for KC, they just aren't able to get back in with this composition, and that's defense, the side they picked to start on.
Yeah, and that's what's really puzzling. But speaking of defense, now we have Loud shifting over to that spot. Les has been looking incredible so far here for the side of Loud. And now we get to have him have these defensive Viper setups that try to just stave off Karmine Corp and completely stop them from getting these spike plants in. 337 at the moment on his ACS. He's top fragging in the lobby. He's been looking absolutely stellar for the team today.
Yeah, and Karmine Core in that half left a lot of gaps that Les was able to exploit. And now he goes to the side that's probably going to be even more favorable. Anchoring on that Viper is a really, really strong position to be playing. And Karmine Core, I don't know if I saw enough from their attacking side last time they played this composition to have much faith.
Well, there was a bit of a lifeline there. They were able to close out the last round to make it an 8-4. But let's see if the momentum is going to stay this way as we head into the second half with Mitch and Top.
Oh, it's time to find out who's going to be taking this map. 4 rounds separate these
I'm gonna add
teams
this to
as
my
we go
studio
on into
list in
half
case I
number
decide
two,
to pick
but
up.
it's KC's attack that I'm really worried about. They're coming in, no duelist. That's not a death sentence by any means, but over on Loud, they're on fire, and we're about to see Aspas heat up if this pass is anything to go by. This defensive side jet is scary from Loud.
Yeah, I think my focal point now is going to be Shin. He had an amazing sort of debut on the international stage last time out versus FPX. He was able to almost bridge the gap of not having a duelist by just getting them so many opening kills. It was him and Navira, but obviously you expect a bit more from Navira on that defensive side. So he's going to be my focal point, see what he can do. And yeah, obviously on the other side, let's see what Aspas has got.
Yeah, well, right away, he's got a bit of aggression, ready to go. They've spotted some players on the other side. That slowed him down slightly. Sheriff in hand as he waits up, a wall goes through, and yeah, KC have a very good read on this early aggression. It's not like it's the first time we've seen it out of Loud on that A side, but they've got the control for their troubles. Still sticking around with 3 players on this side, and KC will look elsewhere to try and find some weaknesses. The Prowler inside of Art, it's a bit of control. They're really just trying to figure out what Loud's idea is. Have they pushed a part of the map? Are they giving up some control for this A long spot? And in the end, they go back towards it, finding Aspas, and luckily not losing their life for their trouble.
Yeah, they still have a little bit of utility to play with to try and get them in. Cove as well, but they're pushing onto the majority stack with 3 players currently waiting around that direction, probably expecting a rotation. Okay, Aspas has taken this control. I've spotted him. Why
You
would
even
there
got
still be
Les
3
starting
players on
to
this
more
side of the map?
rotate
Well,
towards Art.
unfortunately, a 4th is actually rotating in, and they have to try
Double
and get themselves
fucking
into that
harbor.
half.
The wall
Wall's
sectioning
coming
off
in.
the site nicely for them here on the way through. KC have a ton
Like
of
literally
control.
coming
They
in
decide to
almost
fight it
identical
hard.
times.
Pincer from each side. A really smart play in the Cove to allow for that plant. This is looking fantastic here. In the start for KC, and it quickly goes awry. 2 kills for Loud. And now the crowd getting behind them. Only a few seconds left for KC to plant it. They need to move
They
quickly.
get the plant down, but can
And it
they
looks like
keep
they'll
it?
just about manage it. Another kill, and all of a sudden,
3v2.
this is winnable again. The late flank really where most of the hope lies, and it might just be enough. Shin, 1 more kill. A reveal going up and over the swing through. He knows that Sadix crept around, and he'll find it. Shin a 4K, and we'll go 8-5.
God, I was hoping he'd have a step up, but getting a 4K and a pistol round is one hell of a way to start, and it needed one at that. As said, like, Loud getting the pistol almost seemed like a death sentence. Instead, Karmine Corp are now back in this game, and I like the ideas that they're coming through with, just trying to section off some of those battles, use their utility to grant them space towards Art and almost avoid a lot of those initial fights. I will say, a little bit too much faith in the Cove. It really doesn't have as much health as you might think it has, even against pistols, so that's something that I'm sure they'll definitely know going forward. And U0, he's been having a very good game so far.
Yeah, again, it comes down to that utility itself, the wall up, and the Cove is pretty perfect for getting you the plant. The problem is here it's mixed in with that idea of splitting Art. So your wall goes down, they see the Cove after the flash pops, and they're just breaking it. It's unfortunate for them in that those 2 strats on their own work, but the timing here just cost them that little bit of extra blockage, sideline blockage that they would have. KC winning out that pistol puts them to rifles, and you know, a decent bit of upgrades there. If they can manage to survive this with all their players, they're in great spots. The problem is, again, you have Aspas roaming around here with a Marshall, and we have seen him hit headshot after headshot. He plays this weapon like it's a Guardian.
Well, I'd be impressed if he gets anything this round, because they have completely stacked up on the B side. As said, that is where the majority of teams seem to be heading at this point in time. But for this round, at least,
Yeah, they're all over there.
seems like Karmine Corp have got the perfect read. And after plant, they're not even going to need to use their code.
So the question is,
try and deny people access back in on the retake.
do they just try and
now
die
it's going to depend how much
to spike
Loud
here?
want to throw at this. Do they think that they can get back in and do some damage, or are they just almost hoping to die to the spike?
I mean, ult economy-wise, what you're up against on KC, it's probably worthwhile going for. You're earning more when you're dying than you're losing, or than you're giving away. Really, they want to be finding some damage, and that is just not seeming to be a possibility.
Les gets
1
2.
kill for Les, 2 kills for Les, all right.
I thought he was about to get a third there
In the end,
on the
they
screen,
managed
but
to
Scream
recover
got
it
him.
into a decent position, considering the investments of KC. You know, they end up losing, I think, a Marshall, and did they lose a... No, it was just another Spectre. They didn't have a Bulldog to start with. They just had a Rifle, Spectres, and a Marshall. So altogether, not the worst.
But it seems like they might actually invest into this. Like, Navira's gone straight in for another rifle.
One
now
rifle's
they
not
are...
bad.
No, maybe not. Okay, changing his mind, it seems. But they do actually have themselves the opportunity to get a Nightfall in. So Shin has basically been getting that ult closer and closer to being online, of course. Getting that 4K in the pistol allows them to be in a pretty good spot and going to fight for that orb almost immediately. On the other side of the map, we've seen a very aggressive push coming through from Aspas, just trying to challenge them initially and allow for some earlier rotations. The fact is, though, once that orb is taken, KC can go wherever they want.
Wise little cam play there. Aspas was trying to stay inside the smoke till they stopped watching the camera so he could sneak his way up behind, but he was spotted. And with that, it looks like KC have made a very interesting call. It's not often you see Aspas and you say, okay, let's go target him, let's go take him down. Dash still online. Aspas not going to use it just yet. He's activated it, giving himself the option and around the corner.
So he gets himself back.
Ceding the map control to keep himself alive, but he wants a pick on the way through. There's a tiny gap left in that, but it doesn't look like that's going to play a role.
Yeah, but it's taken them some time to get anywhere near this site. 3 players in on that rotation. The crossfire.
Oh, wow. Holy smokes.
Kills coming through for the other
Bro,
side of things.
Loud just turned that corner and was just able to clean house as a squad.
I don't mind the
Holy
idea coming through
shnikes.
from Karmine Corp, trying to bait them a little bit early, and they didn't even get a chance to throw in that Nightfall in the end. A couple of kills, not bad, but again, they almost need to break back immediately. You don't want to allow Loud to get to 10 rounds.
The patience and the discipline shown and displayed here by Aspas is incredible. He set his team up to win that round. In the end, he walked out with 1 kill. I have no doubt if he stays there on B long, he probably gets 2, you know, at least. But the reality is,
Nice score, chat.
play the map control, fall back, play passive, and allow them to win the round. You don't see that every day, and what KC were gambling on there was a mistake being made. Overextension by Aspas trying to flank them, or being caught or trying to fight a corner and they could trade him out. But in the end, they had to fight the whole team before they eventually got a battle. This time around, 9-6, full buyout from KC. This is a round they desperately need, and they're finally getting the push out of Aspas. The question is, this late in, are they going to be ready for
Look at the sneak back through from Sadek. He's going right up. Just place utility. He's expecting them to hold a little bit further back, but Shin is ready. It looked like for a second he was going to have the timing spot on, and now with mid completely negated, this passive hold is actually working wonderfully for Karmine Corp. They're using these prowlers well, but Aspas that little bit further up. It seems like Shin is still trying to check this out, though. But he might just be able to drop the spike, but Navira is waiting. Clever stuff from Karmine Corp, expecting Loud at every single turn. And there's only one man really in their way. Tuyi's just sat back. He's going to manage to dodge that PC utility, but they are checking for absolutely everything. It just comes down to if he can get this.
He's going to wait on
if
Shin.
He can drop the spike, if he can hold them back, there might just be enough time for this.
He's going to pop the wall back up, but they're being flanked on the other side. Scream dealt with
Tuyi's?
them.
Oh!
And that's all Toys needs to do. This guy just keeps on delivering. XMS hadn't got a chance in that 1v3. They have just done the unthinkable in that moment as a Harbor. They knew he was there, but they just couldn't deal with him.
That is the second time this man has been hit by a Nightfall and is completely surrounded, and not only gets the initial couple of kills, just surviving around the utility behind him, but he then manages to drop the spike and force them to run into him.
That face says it all.
Sadak just questioning, where did we find this kid? Like, where did we get him
He's like,
from?
oh yeah, he's got 1, he's got 2. How's he got 3? It's just so confusing to watch. you can't look away. 10-6, Loud on double digits. Karmine Corp, they have been struggling so far, and now they only have pistols to play with this attack side.
Nice
not
cage.
The promised land that we hoped it would be. There's really not a lot going their way. Sure, they didn't have the weaponry this time, but they thought they had the element of surprise. They were proven wrong pretty quickly. The spike in spawn and 3 players out just trying to duel. This one doesn't look like it has a ton of promise left in it.
No, this is looking like a pretty rough map from here on out. That 5v3 loss, just trying to isolate one man using an ult and surrounding him, that might be the death sentence here for Karmine Corp, because they looked like they were in complete control. And then just a hero arose from the Brazilian side. Now Navira's found a time.
What up, Oxy?
It was so clean just moments ago. Maybe
Welcome back, welcome back.
They just lost
welcome back.
Oh, never mind.
That quickly puts it to bed.
Yeah, I would like to see this go 3 maps, but I don't think it will.
He needs to correct a little bit.
Especially not the way that Loud's playing right now. Loud looks really, really good.
11-6. Crunch time now for Karmine Corp.
And that's going to be one away from a Blade Storm on Aspis, from a lockdown on Sadik. They've got a pit, and they've got Seekers on Kawazine. This is, you know, the worst position to be in if you're KC. Not only is your opponent dominating you in the regular rounds, but your ult economy is non-existent, while theirs is essentially entirely online. And then, if you lose this round where they have all their ultimates to play with, you're going to lose the map. It's 11-6. There's 2 left, and they're dumping all of their economy into this. There is no surprise, Tom, that KC are taking a timeout before this, because this is Loud's home stretch.
Well, it's also difficult because they now have to try and read where this Viper's pit is going to be placed, because a lot of the time the B site is somewhat open for business to at least get into afterplants. Obviously, I like what Loud have been doing to sort of just almost send Aspas there, even if it's just for information, and just make things a little bit more awkward, make Karmine Corp waste utility to just try and check if he's there. But this time they can even just play it with a Viper's pit and try and shut things down. Again, they've got themselves
Bro, it is
4:20. They
almost.
want to try and play a retake instead. So there's a lot online right now, and I'm kind of looking at Scream and thinking, okay, what can you do with this null command? What can you shut down?
It's crazy, man. This day's flowing by.
Because right now they've been playing this slow game. They've been playing the game that waits for mistakes, and unfortunately, the biggest mistake was made by them.
Well, this is where maybe a lot of the time we'd sit back and say, oh, Viper post plans could be countered out. And so you could look at the other team and figure out what that could be best used to eliminate. But the reality is right now, Loud don't even need to go down that route of thinking, oh, what is that KO ultimate going to do? They're winning this on the fundamentals. They are winning this on their approach to the game, to the map, and Aspas has an op here. That came close to taking Shin out. In fact, it hit him in the shin. 43 HP left.
Yeah, he's been one of their better players in the second half, but that's not the way you want to start things out. And Aspas only just falling back. Again, he's sort of just wasting their time, even though he didn't manage to find.
Tui's looks really good.
Karmine Corp being. A minute is almost gone on the clock, and they're only just beginning to try and
That's one of their new pickups, right? He wasn't on their roster last year, if I'm not mistaken. Or am I tripping on that? He's one of their new guys, I think,
they know
right?
where he is now. Does that change their mind of where they go?
Deep flash out of Sky. That didn't catch the Cypher. They think outside A is clear at this point over on Loud. Seekers, though, that's going to give the information away that there was a lurk, so no value to be found there. And the team looks to move towards this B site.
Oh, I think that smoke's just missed. That was Navira's. This is a nightmare, because even though they've taken out the utility of his opponent, it means that he could just sit there. A second one will have to go through, and even that has a bit of a gap in it for him to try and play around. Navira looking to try and fight versus this. They know exactly where Sadik is. Somehow, he's still surviving in this corner, stunned up and waiting for this peak to come through, and Navira's going to take it this time. A man advantage garnered and some space to be had as well. He even gets the second and gives this back into a 5v3.
Caucasin isn't going to see him either, is he? Nope.
And Shin's even going to win that duel as well.
That might be all hope gone on the way.
Why did I say
Caucasin?
Caucasin? Is it Caucasin?
Time against them. They've been unbelievable so far, but they're going to start to think about just falling back from this one. And it looks like the call's already made. No more commitment. This round is going to KC. Again, the question is
Cousin?
how expensive is it going to be for Loud? And it comes down to null cost. They will save both of these weapons out on B long, and a very passive late round coming out of that one. I have to say, huge impact out of Nuzera's ult. First of all, the fact that he's able to get Navera up into that spot and trap.
Or at least making it making a fight here.
One of the stronger rounds we've seen out of that utility kid.
For sure, but I feel like the real credit still has to go to Navera.
Yeah, he was hitting the shots, right?
He gets the first kill and then also manages to kill off Aspas, and that's basically the round over. It's whether or not that's something they can recreate. No ults online anymore. Of course, the null command was also in play to get rid of the utility that Sadak had, so he couldn't really do anything to delay. And on the other side, they now have that lockdown ready. The thing is, it might not even be necessary. Again, we're going to see this man just looking to challenge the extremities, and once more, very passive from Karmine Corp. They're waiting, and in fact, there's an operator on the other side.
Well, we've already seen Navera's patience displayed on that Aspas B long push. He held B long from spawn for, I think I'm confident in saying, a minute 20, roughly. Just stared at one angle. That's not the Navera of old. The Killjoy running down Haven mid with an operator, no-scoping people. You know, slightly different face on him these days. Better head on the shoulders, I think. A lot more experience within this game, within competitive FPS. That operator is going to be moving over to B, but so is most of Loud.
Yeah, that's the thing. They put the smoke down to almost try and fake them out, but because Aspas is deep in this position, they can start rotating.
Yeah, but Sadek's still here.
45 seconds, bear in mind.
Should at least be able to buy him sometime, right?
But this is where that take is now going to begin for Karmine Corp.
No, I'm not going to really fight against it.
Play, and they know there's a possibility of the doors push coming through.
They're going to bomb.
Being watched the whole time. Kawasi needs a little AFK. Not able to get the shot out. Shin with a massive kill. Still, though, going to be able to at least attain one player. Problem is, he is safe as can be. A firing squad watching him halfway defused already. Cove's gone up. They've got to get in there right now. They can't stop it. Just about. They've managed to kill the diffuser. The Cove broke the op. Was the one to deny.
Bro, that had to have been like 98%, bro.
Aspas will be forced to save. A devastating blow to Loud. That would have been map point. But instead, KC stay alive.
I'm not going to lie, I got baited, the crowd got baited. I thought that was done. I think it was actually the Cove just got broken, and then I believe it was Navera hitting with the op. That's cursed. That's so unlucky that he actually gets caught by that. Because I think they actually might have had some Cypher utility or something that caught the first player that ran into the Cove. That's why KC were a little bit more confident that nobody was defusing. Instead, Les actually ran through exactly the same time and managed to get on it. I don't know how close that was, but well, I think we're about to find out.
So there's the Cove breaking, and there it is. You can do a Jason Bourne on that. Let's zoom in, let's enhance. I want to see the pixel, because I'm pretty sure there was one pixel left on that. Unbelievable, and Loud call a timeout, understandably. Victory was within their grasp, and now they're just separated by 3 rounds. We had our doubts about KC, but they've been able to deliver at this stage, and well, they can hold up all the L's they want in the crowd. They need 2 more rounds to dish one out.
Yeah, that's the thing. Financially, we see it dominant from Karmine Corp at this point. They're going to come in with plenty on the board. They've done well in their after plants. They've done well getting into the site as well, and having some of those lurk plays, even just from varying players within the squad. They're starting to look pretty good on that attacking side, as we've sort of mentioned before. Navera as well. We've mentioned the fact that he is going to be one of the pinnacle players in form of openers, and Shin has started to step up to the same degree, because that was one of the questions I had is, again, are the newer players going to struggle now, not because it's their first game on the stage, but because it's their first game with the crowd completely against them. By the
I got to figure out.
They're doing okay.
Hey, very much a fresh face on Nuzera today. He has been a pleasure
How
to
people
watch.
get the homies mod these days.
After that defuse didn't happen.
Yeah. I think I saw Fraud making that exact same expression.
With the new rolls.
3 rounds in it, in 3 seconds till the barriers go up. We're seeing Loud stack up on A. Quite a few players around this side, and they're going to make up
I got
for the
to chat
map
with
control given
Team
around
or
the middle
Ari
area,
on that
around double doors by making
or
a
if that's a
very
roll we're
aggressive
having to
push.
give
This
out
operator,
individually.
Sneaky play from Navera, but it's not going to work
tried.
out. He only had a pixel to land that shot, and you know it's a tough one. Well,
He
worth
tried.
giving himself that opportunity at least.
Again, the initial fight is actually not really giving away where that stack is going to be had. Les still waiting going to use that cascade to at least try and delay them, and he's going to be caught by an abundance
Good Molly
of
to
utility,
also
but they have
slow
done
him
the
down
job of
there.
slowing them down. And in fact, with the amount of players that have been spotted on that side of the map, Karmine Corp have just gone, you know what, not worth it for us anymore. What they might not realize, though, is that the battle is still to be had in mid. If they go all the way,
Are they going
B,
to
they
mid
pretty
though?
much
Because I
have a
mean, the
freebie after
spike's
plant,
still
but
more
if they
defaulted
fight in
towards
this
A.
direction at all, they might be in trouble.
Look, even some utility being used up here just to clear.
Otherwise,
out,
they gotta like book
B
their
long.
shit
You know,
right
this
now.
Control that Aspas has previously harassed them for.
You only had
even at the
35
start of this
seconds.
round, but now he's moved back over, as you said, to hold that door area. They spotted 3 players on A, 2 and a Killjoy turret that was online, so they knew there were 3 there. But the rotations have come in. They've taken too long if it was a B hit, but that's what they want their opponents to think. The Harbor's just throwing out some utility, making all this noise, and now they will waltz their way into A as free as can be. 15 seconds. This is a ballsy play, but it's worked out.
Yeah, no, that is a beautiful round coming out from Karmine Corp. They have completely sold their opponent's hook, line, and sinker. And while now they just have to pick off the remainder with still lurks being had on the other side of the map, everybody tagged desperately low. I'll be honest with you, I came in looking at this Karmine Corp side and I expected a almost flash and dash style of gameplay with Scream at the helm, just almost trying to find the game on his own back. This is incredibly structured right now on their attacking side. They are playing wonderfully with the time.
They'll be able to full
They're
buy though
taking
this time
risks,
around.
but risks that are calculated. They're using their utility to sell their opponents down the river.
But they
This
like
is not
need this
looking
round
like
here if
the
you're
Karmine
allowed.
Corp I expected. They are looking very good.
Definitely not looking like the KC that we saw the other day, and it's fair to say, I'm not sure. I wasn't in the pracs. I wasn't spying on Scream that much. I'm not sure, but I would say with a decent degree of confidence that they have elevated their thinking coming into today, Tom.
sure.
Since we saw them the other day, the work has been done, and Loud may now have a challenge on their hands. Just 2 rounds between them, but here's the difference. A big buy for the Brazilians. They're coming in here with rifles across the board. No operator, though. And Nevera. Well,
Loud just tweeted a picture of the thing.
Well, that's the thing, though. Aspas has stopped being able to take as much control as we saw prior because of Nevera sort of taking these early fights and just shutting down that map control. They've also got on the other side XMS using the cam to make sure nobody can push up. So they're basically just denying him any sort of presence in this map. Like, he's been incredibly quiet comparatively to what we've seen before. Now they are waiting with a bit of a crossfire, an initial fight, and even a flash ready to give them information, but it's gone a bit deep. They might not realize they're this close.
Oh, well, with the utility coming through, they certainly do. There's a paranoia coming in! Full blind, and he doesn't care! The shots are landing, Shin returns! But how much more can be found? Too many defenders here! At least they might start to think that on KC. With just Nevera left, he'll TP out of here. The A site now his, the plant not secure!
He's already here!
nootropics! Toys even! The wrong one!
Really well done.
It's Loud.
Oh, God.
I can't believe he was still waiting there, but, I mean, Omen having his ult online, you got to know it.
He
with
was
that
around mid.
much, like, look, we've seen Nuzera throughout the fake utility on B before. We've seen him attempt it, but it's rare that you see a player, like, look how aggressively they're making this push. They're full committing all the utilities there, and you know there's 4 players. But Tui's just, again, impressing us. He's been quiet for a while, but consistently working. Now sitting 19 and 10.
Yeah, he was fantastic in one of the rounds that they managed to win with him just being that solo defender up aggressively. But this round, it was more about just that B-site hold and landing their shots on the cross. Again, though, Nevera, he's just looking to try and take this into his own hands. They're using the Prowlers just to give him that extra space. Much more pressure put into mid, something we haven't seen so much from Karmine Corp over the last couple of rounds. They've been battling those extremities. Now they're just waiting again to see if anybody's going to give them that fight. And with the smoke going down, I think they're a little bit wary that maybe someone's tried to TP across.
Where do they go though? Is the question.
Snake fight coming in. That's such an annoyance to play up against. KC forced back for a moment. 4 players in Art. The strategy really not working out in the early round, and they've almost lost Nevera. He's down to 8 HP. Nuzera, and I'm confident it's him, setting up some of his utility here on the Harbor. There's going to be one on the other side, and that utility is ready to be returned. They can slow down this push potentially, but
I like the Molly to slow things down just a little bit.
Forces them into the retake.
After the
That might
nightfall.
get them into the afterplant in the first place, and they've also got the Reckoning to spare if they need it. They're planting for that arc control and just leaving XMS as the lurker. So much space to be had, and now they can delay that extra time. They can spot where those players are going to be. Already one kill coming through from Navira, the low HP player, but less responds.
They're playing patient here. I like
Navera's
it.
Best chance with 8 HP to help out his teammates. Nuzera's been spotted though. Oh, there's 4 players ready to push from every single angle. Limited help to come in with Navera so low. He's going to have to hold on here. A Shroud and step into the corner. XMS delivers on long. They might have this. The attackers finally managing to find consistent rounds.
There we go.
A good game plan.
Karmine Corp going to be able to win this round.
Answer back the A site. There's 10 rounds on the board. OT is possible, Tom, and with the economy in play for Loud, it might be probable.
That's the thing. You look at the ults that were used in that round for Karmine Corp and you think, okay, that was quite a lot. They've thrown in a Nightfall. They've thrown in a Reckoning to basically just not only give the site, but also delay on that retake, use the time against Loud, but it's so worth it.
It was really good work there by that Omen there. Was it Navera?
Done on the board for Loud, and again, you're just seeing that shining light of Navera. Such a fantastic individual player. He's making this Omen look incredibly good, and they're even trying to wall bang him out at the beginning of the round with his TP across, but again, it's just going to have to be this sort of passive cross hold from Loud.
A much deeper control being solved for this time. The only times we've seen this from KC was like a fake, but they're committing and it's been spotted. Good spam through the smoke by a Stinger, the weaker weaponry. Already dealing damage. Another smoke shot from Calazine.
Bro, the chick's screaming.
They are starting to look like they're in control again. Back into a 2 versus 2. Not the way this round should have went to start with. And the fight from Les. It's left one man alone. Shin, and he stepped into the stun. They don't know that, not necessarily, but they know that he's locked in, boxed in completely. The spike down on long. And with just 40 seconds remaining, he needs to find both of these players, or at least get that spike on the floor, rooting it out of a wide open position that he can be double peeked on immediately.
So Turi's going to go ahead and climb up into
when that swing is coming in.
heaven, right? Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's Sheriff's on the other side. He can't let them get a rifle either. And he's now isolated it to a 1v1, but he's down to 5 HP. One shot needed, and it's delivered. 13 to 10. Loud have taken their opening map against Karmine Corp.
Karmine Corp made that closer than you thought, though.
Sending them home.
It was scrappy at the end. The same sort of setup they had before. Contact off that alarm bot, using the utility to split the attackers. And then just some crazy shots coming off the back of the Sheriff, off of the Guardian. Individually looking sound once again. A fantastic map from Les. Toys as well. Really showing up on the international stage. Someone we haven't seen much of in the past of Valorant. Another youngster coming in to this team. But I do want to give credit where it's due. This is not the map pick of Karmine Corp, and honestly, other than those few sort of blip rounds on the attack, they look fantastic.
They did. A complete overhaul of the team that we saw the other day. It's working so well up against Loud.
So what do we think then? With Karmine Corp, Karmine Corp, Karmine Corp 1, Karmine Corp 2, Karmine Corp, right? With Karmine Corp looking that good, this goes 3 maps, right?
I was on you a little bit, making some little funny haha jokes, but
I need to stand back up, chat.
I expect to see 10 rounds on the board in this map, and that gives me a lot more faith for Split. But even look at the last series, Tom. Being in front of this crowd, losing that first map, we've seen teams come out and then end up with like a handful of rounds on the second. They've got to keep that pace. But right now with Navera and Shin hitting the way they are, and Nuzera reinventing himself almost completely from the other day, they certainly stand a chance.
Well, that's the thing as well. Like, I think if Navera is going to be doing the same sort of play style, I think he's going to be fierce. Like,
Karmine, okay.
Really sort of troublesome to fight off against. So, honestly, I think it's going to be a really exciting map. And, of course, it's us on split, Mitch. It's going to be at least overtime. It's going to be the longest game you've ever seen. And, of course, we're bringing it to you now on that international stage. So I am excited for map.
Oh, my God.
Definitely am. One thing I want to see change as we swap over, though, will be Scream. This guy, bottom of the scoreboard.
Reyna, maybe?
That's a rarity, but so is Aspas. A strange game. We'll be back in a little bit with map number 2. See you soon.
KC equals Kiba Corp. Oh, okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Always looking out. All right, chat. So does Kiba Corp take split, or is this over in 2 series or 2 maps? Kaiba, sorry. Whatever. I gotta go refill my water. First game starts. Right back.
That was a great start for Loud. They got themselves on the board with a victory on Pearl against K-Corp. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here with Achilles and Mimi. Wasn't the prettiest of games, but they got the job done.
No, it wasn't pretty, and I think a lot of that was the Harbor Mirror matchup that went into this one. It made that game so incredibly weird, with both the teams struggling so much to find a solution to that defensive side.
Yeah, this was just a weird one. I mean, like, the run back started there from K-Corp, which is like, oh my god, are we actually going to be able to go to overtime? Like, we were just really struggling to finally put together those last couple rounds that they needed to close this out. But they get it in the end. It was a solid effort from K-Corp not giving up. And also, to be able to push them as hard as they did on Loud's map pick of Pearl, pretty good. So as long as they can have a strong performance coming out onto Split, we could be going the distance here.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, one of their biggest struggles was playing the retake. But what was interesting was that K-Core had a lot of a harder time to get into these post plants. And I think a big part of that was that they didn't have a dive agent. No Jet, no Raze, no Neon. Normally that's part of the map identity of Pearl, where you're diving in backside B, you're using that as your way to get in. On A, kind of dashing or double satcheling backside to punish a player in pit. But they didn't have any of that available to them. So every time they tried to go for just like full-on B or A executes, it felt like Loud could just mow them down. The only rounds they could consistently win would be if they find a gap in a mid round and can make a good call to get an open site. But that wasn't happening often enough for me to justify this comp over running a dive agent.
And sometimes some of that smoke coverage was just leaving these gaps.
Yeah.
And just like, okay, well, Loud just can spot you and can just take you down. There's no way for them to get into that back hole control on B and then just completely get flushed out of the site. So
You'd think with how many smokes they had that wouldn't happen. But what I will say is, all the new players in this tournament, they're showing up. They're answering the questions of, can they live up to the players that were there before them? On the team of Loud, it feels like Achilles with 2
Hey, Pokemon all the way, bro.
they definitely have their moments, and this is still early.
Sorry
games,
I
so
let you down on
give
the
it some more
Yu-Gi-Oh
time,
tip,
especially
but
you're going to start seeing that.
let's not act like I'm completely
more
uncultured.
Instrumental victories here for Loud. We're coming at the hands of these two rookie players. Some really great stuff yet again from both of them on Pearl in particular.
Yeah, on the rounds where the retakes were actually happening for the side of Loud, a lot of the time it was these two really making waves. No harbor pun intended there. But yeah, another impressive performance out of both of those guys. I think there's still a lot of work to do for Loud to kind of fully get used to these new players, but they're on the right track.
Yeah, and speaking of a TUI, let's take a look once again at this round, the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. This cheeky 3K, I believe it was from round 16. Yeah, this is kind of crazy.
I'm gonna be honest, this molded me a little bit.
I'll
He
right there with
somehow
you.
managed to get 3 kills in this position.
How did this happen? He's been nightfallen. They know exactly where he is. You're swinging that corner. There's a trail that leads right to him. A trail of breadcrumbs straight to the cookie jar.
See, I need that a little bit lower. That way it's
manages to kill everybody.
Or hit me in my face. That looks better.
Nuzero, where are you looking?
Bada bing, bada boom, chat, just like that.
Decided to look to the right instead.
No one could believe it.
Oh yeah, when your IG, I was like,
You're a Digimon nerd? See, I was I was honestly even a little late to the Pokemon tip. I was playing Magic the Gathering before I ever really even got into Pokemon.
They tried really hard to throw.
I got shown Magic the Gathering like super
But there
young.
was another player on the other side, K-Corp, of course, Shin.
I was dead ass playing Magic like
the first time we saw him when he played
second grade maybe.
What do you think were the issues there for the side of K-Corp?
I mean, I think at the end of the
And
day,
I'm
the
old,
issues
so-
with that map were compositional. I think their coordination wasn't quite on point, and their calls weren't quite on point.
Do with that
to
what you
make
want.
up for the things that you lose out on in picking this composition. And I think some of the individuals were struggling. Shin was no exception to that one. He had a fantastic performance in
I feel like that lighting looks better. I needed to move that down more. Glad I did.
Yeah, just a rough go of it for him, so it needs to get this little warm-up under his belt and get ready for Split and see whether or not they're going to be able to tie this up. I mean, Scream, Mitch and Tom were talking about it at the end of that map. Somebody else that we're looking to have a leveled up performance because he was bottom of the barrel there as far as the standings were concerned for his squad, for the lobby. So it's not what we're used to seeing. The big question is, with Split on the horizon, do we get a duelist?
I really hope so. This is the map where Raze is absolutely insane. You have some good duelist players on this team for K-Core.
Yeah, see, when I was younger,
these no duelist
because of my alopecia, a lot of the kids around my age like picked on me and stuff.
If they don't play,
A couple of the older kids kind of looked after me, so I think that's kind of why I got into Magic the Gathering over Pokemon for real. Was because like they kind of took me under their wing, I guess you could say. And like they played.
Phoenix, Raze, and Reyna in the same comp. So if they don't have any duelists here, as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, Mimi, I'm literally going to be so confused.
I mean, I don't care about Phoenix. I don't care about Reyna. I just want a dive agent. I think dive agents are really pivotal on both map number 1 and map number 2 here at Split.
Never mind. The hovers are trolling on me a little bit because there's 2 raises here for K-Corp, so we have to wait a little bit longer.
Scream played a lot of Raze for a long, long time for Team Liquid, so, well, it's going to be
okay, we do get a duelist.
Okay.
Thank you, KC. I think
Sadak.
Raze is an absolutely pivotal pick on this map, and we get it again. Also interesting that Sadak is the Raze, so it's another double duelist answer for Loud.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Icebox going to be going for the Jet as well. Seen some ups and downs for Jet on this map, really dependent on the person who is piloting that pick. But Icebox can have a bit of a stronger performance, could absolutely help shut them out. But double duelists, we get one at least from the side of KC. This is a step. This is what we
Like,
want.
I feel like I
Right
played,
direction.
like, I remember playing Magic
Loud are going to be giving up
when I
a
was
Sentinel, so
overseas,
maybe
which would
there's
have
a chance
been
that if K-Core can pick up that
younger.
mid-round, they
But
could
then
find
when I
some
moved
gap there.
stateside, like, I played Pokemon, like, at the card shop up
and
the
who
road.
better to take you guys through it than the kings of split overtimes, Mitch and Tom.
Like that.
The Kings of split overtimes.
I'm not sure I like that, Sue. I feel like you're tempting fate here. What was it, 23-21, something like that?
It was a
I think
long
it was.
one.
It might actually no, it was 24-22.
Exactly.
So it was 46 rounds.
Even longer. But you know what, Tom? At the end of the day,
that was her boyfriend's fault as well.
I'm going to be honest with you, Tom. I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't care if I get 40.
That is true.
I could get 50 rounds of split right now.
We haven't, true, we haven't had split in ever.
Map is
Let's
back.
get it.
The best map in the game. And two of the best teams as well. Damn close first map between KC and Loud. And now it's time to decide whether this ends in 3 or right here and now.
That's the interesting thing. If you look at the old Loud core,
Am I Canadian? No, I am.
So it is not
I am American. I was. My dad was in the military, so I traveled a lot. So my
from the Vera is going to do a decent amount of damage, but no frag.
accent is kind of a mix of
Into the side and back, but that hasn't deterred his aggression.
a few
Both himself and Sadik
dialects. It wouldn't be
Look
dialects,
at the
but
HP lost on the other side. Kawazine down to 25. There's a trade though. HP for a kill. Looks like he'll be dropped in the end, but Les should never, ever, ever be here. It's just a ridiculous fact to have another guy there that early on, and now he's in position to potentially.
for the longest time I lived in St.
They've got to deal with
Louis.
him. They've got to fight him surely.
Yeah, they're almost trying to bait.
I've been
you
told I
into
have quite the
sending him in.
Midwest twang, but
He attempts to try and rotate in from behind, but it is still being watched by Navira. Even still, the time is ticking, and now they have even further control.
I don't know about all
Loud
that.
take
How you start
themselves
for Loud
another
there?
pistol, a flash and dash, an aggressive style of play. And that's something I think we really need to almost focus on going into this match, Mitch.
Yeah. I
These teams have
spent
very,
a couple
different
years in
ideas
Belgium, and when my dad was stationed over there, and then I spent an additional year in Germany in high school.
Almost a curiosity is the fact that we're seeing Shin play a duelist, and not because it's Shin or anything, but just that team. KC have constantly said they don't need to.
But like my dad retired just outside of St. Louis, over on the Illinois side of the river.
And it's a break from their philosophy.
So like that's where I
when it comes to taking space
kind
on
of
this
consider
map.
home, 'cause that's where I
Raid
spent the
Jet,
longest.
look,
Do you know?
they
Because
do
everywhere
it
else I kind of moved every couple
differently.
years.
Loud certainly have a lot
But I've
more capability
lived
when
in
it
the
comes to that
Northeast
attack.
now for
But KC,
7-8 years now.
not sure that's exactly where the nade was supposed to go, but hey, I guess it works anyways.
Yeah,
Fair
you
enough.
know, you fake them out with an aid and then you just kill them with your other weaponry.
Why not?
They do have a huge advantage in this round. I think the other thing that's interesting as well, though, is one team having a Sentinel, the other playing double controller. Obviously, I feel like Astra can sort of be used, but I'm almost looking at the fact that there's the initiators on one side doubling up. There's clear ideas that one team is looking to be a little bit more proactive with their style of play, while having an anchor on the other side of the map, and the other team is almost, instead of having that initiator, going to use those double duelists to just push down and take that map control instead. It puts a lot of pressure onto Kawazin, but as we've seen throughout this tournament so far, he can deal with it.
And I mean, if you look at the position that Loud are in now, a map behind.
I got a question. Do you notice a difference?
Certainly going to start to feel good about their.
If I turn these filters off, I feel like the filters are barely anything. This is on.
Come to a pretty screeching halt. I mean,
That's off.
Once KC gets to grips with
On.
the defensive side, that Cypher utility's already being kind of
Off.
annoying to play against.
Do you even notice
It's
that?
just going to keep moving around.
I feel
the
like
map.
on the Valorant, you don't really notice.
That's where you're going to find a struggle to put rounds on the board on this attack side. So the more that Loud can build up early, the better.
He's just trying to catch them as they swing themselves across XMS. It's just running all the way in.
Oh, hold on.
I don't know if the stun
Hold on,
didn't
I'm an
quite
idiot.
connect, but that's what it seemed like.
I
Les
was doing the
not
filters
stunned
on
as he
my
ran round.
higher
They
one.
went for the sort of players deeper in.
So
and because
off?
he was on that ridge, that new addition.
Even
it didn't
still,
matter
yeah,
at
on there,
all.
you can't tell a difference, man.
Big kill for Loud.
I think those
Until they end
filters
up
were
in a
more so you could tell the
4v4.
difference on Apex.
Round that's in it. You're certainly going to be happy enough with that. Obviously could have done without Sadik going down up in heaven. Give them an extra bit of depth to the B push.
Off is
instead.
better, you
This was
think?
Fairly one-dimensional. One to smoke up top already avoided. Navera's dropped down, and he's ready to annoy them as they come forward. They've managed to isolate
So like that?
completely, though. A massive kill for less, a weapon to be retrieved. Scream is going right in. They're taking the fight to them here and now, not allowing that plant to come through. And Aspas has to clutch it. A 1 versus 1. It's Nuzera on the other side.
No, you don't
Aspas
notice.
Doesn't have a rifle, just a Spectre in hand. And he faked that plant just
I feel like I don't really notice on this. I definitely remember I noticed on Apex. So.
The dash has saved his life.
It looks like he's going to try and hightail it all the way back. It might just be a ruse, though. In fact, it's a read. Nuzera, I think he's waiting to see if he hears the steps. He does, so he knows that this is going to be that A-site play. But the pace of his opponent should be enough to get him into position. The stun is being attempted to maybe try and slow him, but it hasn't worked. The plant will be there for Aspas on the other side of the map, and although he's stunned up, and in that aftershock, he should be able to survive in the corner.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of save space. That flank coming in, despite the headshot. And a few connections.
Also, I think I like the
make it happen, delivering one
not
of his
so
in
orange.
return,
The orange looks weird to
putting
me.
one on the board. But Tom, you come into this round and we talk about Loud on the attack and how we expect them to slow down. That round was one where they should have come to a screeching halt, having weaknesses, losing their initial attempt at aggression with Sadik taking Heaven control, and in the end, a missed stun ends up costing
that looks better.
4 rifles. That's an expensive round for KC.
Yeah. It was an aggressive start as well. It's maybe what we can come to expect from Karmine Corp, like trying to really put pressure on. As said, it's like a lot of the time when you're going to have this breach KO, you're going to try and pop yourself not only back in on the retake, but potentially to try and take those early fights. For now, though,
all right, let's see here.
Pass on to the Blade Storm is also going to be troublesome. And as you already mentioned, this buy is mostly Guardians on the other side, so he might just have a field day if he can go for some of those updraft plays.
Oh, the grapple and the stun! That's just overkill.
I just got away. Even still, XMS has managed to find that opening kill.
How do you get away from that?
Nade almost managed to take out Kawazine as well. Lovely set play from Karmine Corp.
Just a perfect round for it as well. You know, there's lots of weaknesses here. 3 players on the Guardians. They're not going to be as versatile as these opponents are with rifles in hand, with a Blade Storm to work with. But getting a kill like that and putting Kawazine down to 6 HP. And now they even removed the knives for a moment. Okay, well, they should have known there was a player up top. The knife detected it moments ago, but Scream, maybe not quite ready for them to be that far out. Did they expect a player close in spawn? They certainly are checking the elbow.
The space has been cleared. XMS has found another close position. It doesn't quite kill him off.
Yo, what up, King? How you doing, buddy?
Kawazine and Les
Happy
now.
Friday, homie.
It almost leaves this up to Aspas to see what he can find. No ult to be gained. And Kawazine just sort of lurking back, but this is a real opportunity now for Karmine Corp.
I mean, Aspas is still only on 96 HP, right? Like, he's not that healthy despite the shields being online. He'll tag them up a little bit, but now stuck in a corner. This could get very dangerous. They're even coming in for wallbangs. The fire through by Les has saved his life. Nuzera has to clutch it, and he will not get it done. Low HP on so many players, but Loud walk out with 3.
That's just fantastic from them. And it's something we've seen throughout the last
I love it.
Is that
chick flexing in the back. I can dig it. I
having
can
those
dig it.
moments where, okay, a player is being pressured, a player is stunned up, and Les, even though he's low on HP and has the pit to look after, he's spamming through to make sure his teammate can't be pressured. Those minute details are just fantastic. And then on the other side of things, unfortunately for Karmine Corp, a real opportunity now puts them in the mud. They had no economy to spare. And okay, sure, there's a rolling thunder here, but other than that,
you said you got an appointment, what, next week, right?
On Les's POV there, we just saw that he caught the leg as they went for the swing onto his teammate. Look at the push. XMS, he's got a Sheriff. The element of surprise there, it could have gotten him so much instead.
I think you said?
Well, he's at least going to get info here.
Or I could be tripping on that, but I think that's what you said.
I think he was trying to sneak past the trap right before it activated. Doesn't do them too much harm, though. Still only a Sheriff on the other side. Close range fight. Oh, it's close. Very close indeed, but Les has found the kill. Another great opening, and a plan to be found for Loud.
And now it just comes down to how much damage you can
Next
do.
Friday.
I don't
All right,
expect
all
to
right.
see that rolling thunder utilized. In fact,
Means
they're
we just
gonna
gotta
try
get you like a
stun
little
the
half
player
ounce,
close by
you
the
know what
looks
I'm
of things.
saying?
Give some
Get you a
space to
couple
Scream to
drinks for the
hopefully hit one of
weekend,
his
you'll be
trademark
Gucci.
headshots. There's not really anyone to find, though. Just a close position from Aspas, and he'll have about the same opportunity as his opponent. They may even just be trying to look to hold them in, kill them off to the spike.
Does that get Aspas? I think it does, right? It should be dead on, perfectly timed as well on the back of their flash. Kawazine down, Aspas out of there. But at the same time, you know, they're not expecting to win this round on KC. They know this isn't going to be a victory. They're going to go down to the spike. Maybe even drop a weapon.
See, the question we now have, though, is obviously we haven't seen Split for a while. A lot of the changes were to give some of those attackers more favorable fights. So you look at the sort of lip that's been added towards A main, allows you to sort of peek at double angles, give you more opportunities and bypass some of the utility, as we've seen. Same as some of the sort of edges that have been added around mid. It's just to remove those sort of dodgy little positions and give attackers some hope. How much has that changed, though? How much of this map now becomes, is it attacker-sided? I'd say probably not. I'd still lean it to that.
Yo, Ox, you're 8 for 9.
Karmine Corp, we want to see them come back into this soon. Otherwise, we might be in a pretty rough position.
You also got to remember, you know, we saw this map in, like, post-plan era. It was hell. Like, you'd just be raining down Vipers, snake bites and everything like that along the way. They're pushing. They're still going. XMS loves the aggression on this Cypher, but it's not working out. And that's a rifle on the floor again. And look how low Shin is.
Like, I don't really get it. I'll
be
honest,
fair, I'm about to
got
be
a
right on
raise,
mine today.
You've got KO, you've also got that breach to set you up. I don't know why your site anchor is the one that's constantly trying to make the plays. Like, it just doesn't seem like the logical player to be pushing forward. And again, they're doing this back into a buy round. It's failed every time they've attempted it, but it's the same thing again. It's no wonder Loud are just going, guys, we should probably wait outside A in case there's a stun. Oh, look, there's a stun. He's probably going to push us now. Like, it is way too telegraphed.
I mean, hell, it's not even a
Chat, when we get done today, watching games, do me a favor and check out the video I released this morning for me, would you? I was going over the games, my picks, kind of my prediction for the rest of the weekend.
On KC and Shin, low HP, he's pulled out the showstopper, and he's taken down in the air. Aspas only needed one shot. The 10 HP coming down to haunt him, and Nuzera now in the clutch versus one of the strongest players that we've got. But that Rolling Thunder indeed could change everything, and he's waiting for that spike to be tapped. Now worried that he might get pushed. And
also, I think I'm done releasing.
Not far wrong. Aspas is looking for him, realizing that Ulti's
shorts
online, but in the end,
during the event. I was hoping it would work well, but none of my shorts during the events have performed well. It's always ones that are either before or after.
Aspas is safe. He's missed the utility. Oh, Aspas has got it. The critical error from KC and a clutch for Loud.
Oh, that is pain. That is pain. He sends the Rolling Thunder through there, and it's basically done.
He has no time.
It would have thrown him off the plant, but...
And off the site, and he wouldn't have been able to run back in time to plant it. It would have been done.
The other thing as well is he could have then just aftershocked it afterwards, and he would have been pushed back. Like, it's just a millimeter, a pixel, a very, very slight mistake. And that mistake is enough to completely cost them the round. You cannot give someone like Aspas that sort of opportunity. 5-1. There is no surprise to me at all that we are seeing a pause come through for Karmine Corp, because they are going to need a moment after that one. In fact, if they could do a couple back-to-back, I'd probably be inclined to do that.
Yeah, now is the time to call 7 pauses. Just punch your monitor. Oh, tech issue, need a moment. I gotta say, there's one thing that we used to always say about Split, and granted, you know, new metas and everything like that, we have to, you absolutely have to take that into consideration. But Jets are supposed to be really bad on attack on this map. They're supposed to really struggle. We're supposed to be here going, well, yeah, guys, Aspas is one of the best players in the tournament, but he's on the attack, and that's why he's not doing so. He's 7-2.
Yeah.
He's just clutched out as well. This guy has got to be feeling unstoppable. And on the other side, KC, unstartable. Nobody filled the engine today, on this map at least. They got to get back in there. This is the defensive side.
Yeah, it's bleak as well, because that should have been the turning point. That should have been the moment that granted them a round. I definitely want to see adaptations for their aggression. I don't think your Sentinel just dying at the beginning of every round is a particularly good plan, but...
Again, you know, on A, I see what they're doing. Like, okay, it didn't work last time. Let's bring the Raze here. We'll do a stun on a nade deep, and then I'll push. They're adding to it. They're trying to build on it, but every time it's been sufficient for Loud to just go, I'll wait. And that strategy has worked. That means you got to try something new, and that's exactly what KC are doing here.
If your counter to a point is just do nothing, then it's probably not that good a point.
They're playing themselves at that point.
Well, over the top we go for Aspas. To see what you mean, though. The first man in having a 7 and 2 KD is a pretty daunting stance for the opposing side. Again, they're just going to be sat back patiently.
And now they're going to have to try and go for the retake once again with under, and they're going to be undermanned here. I just don't...
They're trying to almost pad this round with ultimates when they don't quite have the weaponry. It didn't catch on to the close player. But even still, the trade is there. It's shaky from Aspas. This is starting to get scary now. Still within the sight is Kawazine, and he is holding down the line. And he connects everything. It looked like there was hope in that round for Karmine Corp, but the 17-year-old Sky puts them in the grave.
That flick back. I mean, he got shot at once. I even heard the sheriff shot, and he didn't react. I guess just so caught in the moment looking for that other player. One more bullet comes his way, and he's like, all right, I guess I'll deal with you. Quick flick to Shin, who has been having a fantastic game.
Look at him, look at the wrist.
During that play. 6-1. You know, this attack side is unreasonable for Loud, and it's coming back to what I said at the end of the last game, Tom. We've seen teams have that super close first game. Even just today in the last series, the second was a blowout. I hoped, because this was Casey's map pick, we'd see something different, but so far that hasn't been the case. Here, though, they found an advantage, and it feels like that's the first time I've had the luxury of saying that.
Yeah. As we mentioned at the beginning of the series, the maps they won versus FPX were utterly dominant.
It's over, huh? Is that what you're saying, Moon?
I think it was like plus 15. It's not something that happens too regularly.
Curtains?
A little bit shaky from Les. Maybe getting a bit...
Bring the lady in to start singing?
His
I don't know,
aggression
man.
is expected as well. Finally getting a little bit of luck going their way, but even still, in this afterplant, they haven't been too successful.
Another for Shin. Just a great round from him, it seems. On that, you almost imagine they haven't won. Plenty of players low, plenty of opportunities here over on the Loud side to thin the herd on the way through. But yeah, look. Oh, there we go. Headshot as well. Add that to the percentage. 6-2. It's a second round, and it's flawlessly done. It's not burning up a ton of ultimates. It's not something that's unrepeatable. Shin's been having a good game so far in this series, and still not considering the fact that they're down 6-2. You know, he's not doing terribly. It's not out of control just yet, but let's see if they can keep it up.
Being able to come back with a Prime Gaming Flawless is about as good as you can
Imagine
get. Like making sure that your economy stays
if
strong,
they do pull this off, though, and then go into a map 3.
Exactly what happened last time they won a round. Gives them a little bit of
I'm down for it.
Though, that basically started off with just
go
a
to fracture
down mid and getting a kill. It's not something that's necessarily recreatable. And on the other side of things, this B take
get down and dirty.
Sublime. They've been able to get into this site because of this double duelist, and straight away using the Seekers already going to try and get one with the showstopper, and they know exactly where the man is at the back of sight. Navira has been struggling versus this B take, and it's not getting any better. Sadak puts them down. What? A Prime Gaming Flawless the other way. You thought the last one was clean. That one was squeaky.
Sorry, Tom. I blinked during that play. Can you tell me what happened? I saw the showstopper fire, and then everyone died. The kill on backside's great. Fast play in from Jet. You're isolating Navera while he's being bombarded by utility. That was a little bit crazy. And the fact that they decide to so quickly throw themselves at the site to fight that aggression that was coming through. Well, certainly not the result they expected. We talked about building that momentum back, building on the round they just found, and well, they couldn't even get a kill to follow up. Loud 7-2 economy.
I was gonna say it sounded like that round went quick, huh? Jeez Louise.
Yeah, I can't blame them at this point. Keep it simple. Just run into these sites. The defense have not been able to hold at any turn, and XMS hoping to try and find some spam with the Vandal, but the site is under their control. At least one goes the way of Navira, but the second he swings, there's another trade in return. These quick pushes have just been unstoppable, and the retakes have failed most times out, especially with XMS pushing it alone. There was no one else even close.
Immediately look at the decision. KC are out of there. They realize this is not around their winning, and the aggression there, I mean, you can see it. XMS, I don't even want to say overheating, certainly burning up. Look, in those kind of moments, maybe that's the play that changes the game, but so far it feels like it's consistently being the one that loses it.
That's a hero or villain play. That's what that is. Either you get a kill back, maybe help your team win the round, or that. And the problem is like the percentage chance of that working out. Even if he gets a kill, there's another player there to trade. Like, that's the thing. And that's the main worry for me at the moment is I'm looking at Loud as players that, like, the majority of the team under the age of 20 years old. And on the other side is where you have a lot of the experienced FPS players. You could have fooled me.
This comes into their map pick, and you know we praised them previous map, saying clearly, yeah, they were really controlled. The thinking was elevated, the structure was now built, but it's come crumbling down. I mean, things at this point are getting out of hand. And it's not just about Loud with the number on the board. It's not about the 6-round lead, the potential 10-2 half, the weak economy that's in play for KC, the ultis that are online for Loud that KC will likely fight to get some early. But it's also the fact that
yeah, I don't think Split's going to OT this time, big dog.
Rounds, the dominance, the one straggler found
OT
for
looks,
KC
or not OT. Loud looks really clean.
He hasn't been spotted. Finally managing to find the kill. The flash actually doesn't work out. How is this the round that Karmine Corp are winning? It's just a little bit of a hidden corner not checked. And somehow they win every single fight. What?
Well, that's at least 3 rounds guaranteed. Never mind double digits for Loud in this half. A very different feeling to that round. The other 2 that they got,
I don't think this one's going to split, though. I don't think this one's going to OT, though, big dog.
I think it's fair to say this team just hasn't showed up yet. And then they pull out some sheriffs, and it's a different ballgame. They're winning everything. Okay, again, it's about consistency. It's about building those rounds up, but they come into the final round with a showstopper. The other's not really mattering too much. But Loud, on the other hand, you put that Viper Spit down, that showstopper's a big problem to deal with.
Double up. Oh, it's going to get the kill as well. Just about makes it out of there, being chased all the way by the Boombot. But will eventually escape. This initial stack up. Let's just spam through the smoke, though. Maybe the spot come out, but even still.
It was the nade. Nade's on the way. It's the easiest tracer you can find. Just sprays right back at it, and while the numbers equalized again, KC not able to hold on to a lead for too long in a round.
I mean, 8-4 could turn into 8-6 quickly.
Could be made up for, though, with the map control that they've taken. XMS staying alive, kept a trap wire up in heaven. They know they have a heaven to be, and with this B main push, Navera could catch them out. Oh no, they're going back.
They jumped into the vent. They jumped intentionally, and the second they did it, Scream started rotating back around. It was all a bait play out from Loud, and now they've been spotted. They're going to go back
But
down.
they got access to B if
over the top. Les with a little bit of skill that gets him past. This is going to be devastating. There is absolutely no way Scream can expect him, but he gets the timing right at least. And now they'll double back again. The fact is, though, there's 2 players cemented within the site. They have a stun ready and waiting.
Oh no, on the way out, they're right into Nuzera. There was no chance that time. Rolling Thunder for Aspus. He's walked past it. He managed to get close enough. The spray is good. Only 10 seconds left. Spike down in the open. He needs all 3 kills, and he needs them now. They know where he's coming from.
His location.
On him. Not a chance. 4 at the half for KC.
You can't even see him through this
good recovery. All things
divide.
Took a
he gets
long
taken down.
time to come online on that defense. The question remains whether it's now going to be a punishing factor for them. 4 rounds defensive side split. From what we know of this map back in the good old days, this was not even nearly enough. But it's a new meta. It's a new era.
Not too soon to go live tomorrow, chat.
And see what they think.
Because usually I'm kind of like prepping and stuff. I might not be around, but like I figure some people might want to watch the pre-show, right?
In a long time. What did you make of this new split?
Yeah, I saw some issues.
What do you think? Do we pop live tomorrow like 11:30?
They did not have a lot of time to practice on this map, or maybe the pressure's getting to them. But there was quite a few moments in that first half where they kind of let some pretty big blunders through in that one. And to take a look at some of those moments, it was kind of this idea of them trying to get aggressive on that defensive side at times, like this round, for example, where they initially spotted someone A main, pushed their Cypher up, and then on this retake, the coordination just isn't quite there on the timing. As the players are swinging from heaven, Scream has already flashed through, and it's not quite well set up to be able to trade each other out. And with this composition, KC so often had to be leaning into those retakes, and it just felt like it was never working out for them because of just how good Loud was at shutting that down.
Yeah, a lot of just poor decisions being made as well. XMS, as you're kind of talking about, with those consistent rushes out of A. He's been
I can get with his music
so
though.
many times in that position. We'll take a look how the compositions here. You have a double controller coming through for the side of Loud as they get ready to
Pre-show
swap sides.
cringe.
Les has already been putting up very solid figures here. So now that you have that Viper,
I just
and
always
the
feel
Astra
weird
really
like
control
popping
the
live,
tempo
like
from the
right
defending
before the
side,
game
I
starts.
think K-Corp are going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they really are. And on top of that, I mean, we already saw how great that double dive composition is on that attacking side. On defense, you get a lot of value
I
too.
saw that.
How K-Corp's compositions were rough. Or excuse me, their retakes were rough. Now we're in a position
It was
where
pretty bad.
Loud's retakes are probably going to be fantastic with those 2 dive agents.
Well, I haven't seen enough rounds of split yet. Of course, it's Mitch and Tom, so this is probably going to go overtime.
I wouldn't pop live like the whole hour before. I just,
Second half, there's no doubt that the
I
morale
don't know, maybe up like
KC
20 minutes
side
before or
has
something.
got to be pretty low. If you're Loud, 8 on the board, crowd behind you. They've been chanting during that entire pause. Support like they've not seen even the other day. And now, 3. Look, I'll say 3 rounds that I believe in for KC. 1, they barely scraped by versus a bonus. That first half was miserable, but they started to recover it towards the end. See if they can keep that as they move on into this second half.
Well, that was the case on Pearl.
I do gotta say, I kind of like these 2-game.
More heavily into that.
I do like these 2 series days.
Decent structure for sure.
Them 3 series days are rough.
Again against what is going to be a very aggressive defensive.
Especially that one day we had, what was it, 8 maps?
Lurk his way around the map with
that was Thursday?
in
No,
pocket
Wednesday.
to support, and they already
No.
have some information that there's players
Tuesday?
deep.
Aspis, that
think it was
cage is
Tuesday.
going down any moment now. It's Nuzera and Navera on the way through. They're the ones to be caught, but they've managed to avoid going down to this ghost just yet. That not so lucky the second time. Great flick, and that's going to be a breach removed. A lot of annoying utility out of play. They're watching their back, but no way. It's actually predicted. Less. His brain is too damn big.
And then Aspis with a nice headshot as well.
Quarter. Every kill goes their way till Navera steps it up.
Oh.
2, and Shin with 1 of them. Woohoo! That was wild. Leaving just Navera left, and look, 53 HP, but the swing from Les is perfect. He catches him off. A gorgeous round from Loud. It came close. KC fought back, but too little, too late.
Well, that
Yeah,
was
I
one
think
of the
that's usually
questions
around
that
20
Cloud.
minutes.
They lost a lot of experience. They lost some of their LAN caliber in the form of Pancada and Sassy, but as we've seen through the series so far, Les may be young, but it is clear that he is confident within this.
I was gonna say, I feel like we've been here for
17-7.
map picks.
And a
I think
big
almost,
brain on that
I
man's
think
shoulder
every
to
day
carry out
actually.
A wonderful attempt coming through from Navira.
I'd have to go back and double check, but
Again, they needed that.
also
They
I'm
really
gonna go
needed
back through and
something
finish up
to kick off
doing
this half, and they
chaptering
can't
up the
quite get it over
VODs.
the
So I'll do
We
chapter
came
up
into
today's
this tournament,
VODs,
and I had a lot of
and then the
doubts
the first
around
day's
moving
VODs.
Sassy and Pancada and still expecting
That way, in case
some
anybody
results
wants to
in
go
this
back
roster,
and
especially
watch
off the
any,
rip.
we've got them
I
all
also said at the time, changing
separated by
coaching
map.
staff, but as we know now, not necessarily the case. Rod was very heavily involved. I don't know if he will have seen that one in the VOD reviews, but they did manage to get the trade at least. XMS even dodging.
How?
On the way through, Kawazine, he's going. He wants
So
to
they just
return
play
his
as
kills.
pistols at this point?
Yeah, screw it. Just take those sheriffs. That's all they need. But look at this, Kawazine. His timing is perfect, but he slows down, expecting them to be waiting for him. The opportunity slips away, but his teammate will spot them. They're right out of there, though. Not baited into a mid-fight.
He has to find something on this B-side push. So he's going to try and delay them. He goes pushing. The shots are wild. That's not something I want to see back in the replay. And more Kawazine now left, 1 versus 4. An SMG in hand, not a whole lot to lose, but for Karmine Corp, it looks like the lifeline they've been desiring might have just come 1 round late.
Well, if you are KC, losing that pistol seems like a nail in the coffin, but this response, exactly what they needed, investing so little and getting so much. That's a round win for KC, and I think you'll notice a pretty significant difference between the response in-house when KC win and when KC lose. You know, there's a handful of people who are down there cheering for them, and
this was a great round by XMS. That's the thing. His aggression definitely didn't work out on that defensive side, but being able...
Yeah, I felt that too.
I have a feeling I know what he was watching.
Maybe the bulldog play on site, perhaps.
Maybe.
Could be. Well, 9 on the board for Loud. They're down to pistols. You know, really not the best of starts to this half, and an opportunity for KC to perhaps get back into things.
Managed to keep his ground. Boombot through. Of course, not yet nerfed, so still going to be going on its little roam around. Fact is, though, again, Karmine Corp controlled. Taking this patiently, not wanting to rush into anything. A very different style to what we saw from Loud, with a lot more brute force, aggressive with a lot of utility used early. They're much more willing to wait. Now, this can punish them if it gets down to the late seconds on the clock, but as we've seen over the last map, they seem to have it down to a T.
Especially when you consider what they're up against, Tom. You know, this B push that they're looking for, yes, the clock might be a little low, pushing the 30-second mark by the time they
I like that they're playing it slow, though.
But the reality is there's only one man there with 60 HP and a Sheriff. They hit him with a nade earlier on, and you really can't imagine that he gets too much done there.
I think it shows that
quick and easy kill and a free sight for them.
they're not wanting to make any stupid mistakes. You can't afford them at this point.
Loud do on the way back in, or stopping KC from retreating afterwards.
Oh, they managed to get a couple. This really didn't look like there should be any possibility here. Navira's luck will at least drop the gun, but somehow Kawazine is still winning this. The snapback is absurd. This man's sensitivity off the chains. He's trying to bait out NewZero into the swing, but he can't quite get there.
He was almost.
Even still, this youngster's reactions are off the charts, and
made that expensive round though.
So damn costly.
Well, we saw it in literally round 3, Tom. Round 3 of this map. We saw
clock isn't really low until 15 seconds. Fair.
Alive. They should have won it dominantly. We said that could be the writing on the wall for a poor half. They need to, you know, avoid that happening again. They need to make sure that the coming rounds are going to be a lot cleaner, a lot more thought out, and punishing for your opponent. But right here, back to old ways. They win a round barely. It costs them everything, and the economy that they've built up now takes a big blow because of that.
Look at Icebox as well, already pressuring in towards B main, that operator in hand. They know there's someone close, but that one's for free. Gonna see on the other side, a chance for 2! He just basically blast packs into both players. And there will be a trade back again to make it a 3v3, but with so much spotted, they're going to start a rotation back on the other side of the map.
Absolutely ludicrous early round. Great accounting for everything over on the Loud side, with the exception of that showstopper. I think being close might even have been a reaction to it. You can't sit back against that kind of ultimate, but they popped it so early without taking the control. It's hard to predict and hard to play against. Light flank coming in from XMS, hoping to catch this player coming down the ramp. His timing could be everything for securing this round, for keeping this control. But if Kawazine, as he just heard him put a trap, I think. Certainly heard him take it back now. Yeah, he knows. Kawazine's got all the information. And now the Seeker's going in to find the others. KC are in so much trouble. The utility they throw out, the panic evident as they're going to
feeling
look
our
to
cats
scrap
might have
on the
found
back
another
of the
mouse.
site. Both in that corner. A firing squad set up. Trades all that are needed here.
Ooh.
They're not able to get them. Navarra's put a stop to that. Aspas needs to get them both with an op. The timing here, surely way too low, and he won't get the extra shot off. KC just about scraped that one.
Every single round they're winning is so unbelievably close, but they are dragging this one back, kicking and screaming. Again, opportunity.
Say Loud's gonna be a tough spot.
Just doing a fantastic
About
job
to be only within a round here.
Backlines, and maybe a little bit unlucky that they both went within that smoke. Even still, though, just that double up at the back of sight, the confidence in each other to hit those shots, and where you could see from PM the side.
They're making this thing interesting.
You rarely get to see it that clearly as well. I mean, you can see his diaphragm stressing. That was something. It's not going to end just here, though, PM, my man. We're going quite a ways on this one. 2 rounds between them. KC came in today. I had so little faith. I didn't think they'd get 13 rounds across 2 maps. And if they played the way they did yesterday or the other day, they certainly wouldn't. But up against a champions winning core, same coach is in there effectively, and you are rocking in with this close of a scoreline. That is one hell of a statement compared to what we saw from them on opening day.
I think the fun thing as well so far is that I've been most impressed with the players that, I'll be brutally honest, I didn't know anything about. Like, I come into this and going, Scream, he's going to go in, he's going to get loads of headshots. XMS, he's been tearing up in the lower divisions. Navira, probably one of the best players we had coming into EMEA and really thriving, like acing the first pistol round he ever played. And then I was like, Nuzera and Shin, I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to get.
And we saw Shin on opening day, he was great,
yeah.
Right? But Nuzera, he really struggled. I thought maybe this is just a guy who's not ready for this level, for this scene yet. But that's it, right? Opening games can be like that.
Yeah.
They've got their stuff together now.
Yeah, for sure. But now we look at basically all that's in this round. Stinger definitely still deadly at certain ranges, but it's mostly going to be that Blade Storm. Can Aspas have one of those rounds that, well, puts his name on everyone's lips as someone to fear? For now, though, again, Karmine Corp giving them nothing. They know what they're up against. They're playing that pack mentality. Maybe someone can get one.
I got two killer cats. They ain't happy with his mouse that's somewhere floating around these walls. They can hear him. And they're about ready to fight each other, trying to get rid of them. It's kind of funny.
Some utility on the other side. A raise, of course. You can expect that nade to be making its way through. Yeah, it's going to be bounced off the wall, trying to deal damage, and then following up with a stinger. I like it. Using his nade as his own support. But Sadik has to get a little bit more here, and right into the operator he goes.
It's definitely not something you see too often, an operator on an Astra, but I feel like an operator in Navira's hands is ever deadly. Flash is going either way, but Les still manages to find Nuzera. Starting to get a little bit shaky, but they will snipe one out of the sky. Still, again, no clean rounds for Karmine Corp, but they are getting them back. The distance now down
close
to
to one
after 4 in a row.
We kind of expected it going into that
things should get that a little bit tougher.
timeout, but man.
Certainly starting to see this attacking side heat up for both of these teams. You know, I don't know if we'll see that continue. I think for the most part, when you're coming in here, there's going to be a lot of adaptation in the next couple of split games that we see. I think, you know, I'm not sure if we've quite found its identity as an attack-sided map, let's say. But for now, certainly seems a lot easier than it was before. Rolling Thunder immediately. We are looking for an aggressive play.
Yeah, potentially. Going to use it right now. It's come through anyway to clear out the site. Les is just holding up close within the Viper's pit, not falling back, not giving up that control. And there's still 2 players waiting to push through it. He's somewhat surrounded, but does have support from Sadak on the site. It's ended with quite a weird scenario, and they're actually expecting him to push this. But instead, with the patience on that side of the map,
Is this that strong of a team map?
Going to try and rotate here.
Such great control for KC to have, but at the same time, making a
like dead ass or
out of heaven at this point means running through a choke point.
Because I don't know, chat. So
anyway they go,
sorry if I'm asking a stupid question.
The only thing they know is Les is in this pit. He's somewhere close, and Nuzera's HP is gradually dipping down. He's here in the steps. He knows they just ran right through it. But he doesn't want to get baited into dying and losing the pit. Instead, just sitting there, holding his position while they fight into the spawn. Good kill. Great flash. Gawazine gone. And they have the option to take this anywhere now.
Yeah, they could, the thing is, because that pit is still down, the rest of the players haven't moved. Aspas
nice
is still
shot by
waiting.
Aspas.
There's only 25 seconds. They have to make a decision now to make that rotation back or just try and pressure onto him. The flash doesn't really connect. They're coming up with the short. He's landed another shot. Just waiting.
Oh, I thought he was going to get that,
even
though.
Though the shots may not be connecting, he's still just winning this
Bro,
round.
did he hit that no-scope?
Hit in the leg, and it is done.
Shut
Just
oh,
trying
no,
to hold back. Navira has to
Navira, no,
flee.
that's just-
And just the patience from Loud in that moment will garner their 10th.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff from Aspas. A double dash. Haven't gotten to see that in quite a while. He activated it, got 2 kills, and was straight
So like what we
dashing
saw
again.
was kind of average. The
All within a
8-4.
matter of seconds. Look at it. There we go.
I actually don't know if he
first
missed a
kill.
shot. I think he might have legged
Second
someone.
kill, dash. Just gorgeous.
And that's the thing, he wins them that round. The call as well from Sadak, if that was from him, if that came from someone else on the team, do not move. Sit where they are and expect that rotation. Even with 25 seconds left,
That was
they were
disgusting.
still holding for the rotation through mid just because Les didn't die.
He no-scoped that,
When
right?
we saw the players run past Les, so many players would go, they've ran through my pit, they're up there, I'll at least spam it.
Yeah.
I think.
One lucky shot back, the round changes completely.
Or come out of the pit behind him
exactly,
and try and flank them or do anything.
Instead, Aspis is obviously calling, or someone's calling. You know, Aspis is here, he's got control, no need to move. They're patient and they're clean. Loving what I'm seeing from Loud on a discipline front. This is a big challenge now. Sadik, judge in hand, he's a boss. Oh no! That should stop the push right away! But they keep on going! Sadik punishes every single player, and we are left to a 5 versus 2, a crucial round for KC. And the cheapest weapon in play for the defenders is all that's needed. That is heartbreaking if you are an EMEA fan. If you've flown all the way here to watch KC make that push for the finals. Right now you'll be sitting watching and expecting that this is the final map they'll play. We're looking at a save call from KC, 11 rounds for Loud, and 2 needed then to close out this game and eliminate KC. They've shown us a very good face here today, Tom, but that round right there, that might just be the final nail in the coffin.
If they weren't broken before.
I think there's a mouse in the house.
After the last round, where they played it well. It was just that Loud played it better. Well.
It's in the walls or
you
it's
lose
in the
3
house.
players
But
on a B push to a judge, you're probably feeling a little bit worse.
And you've also just suppressed Sadik, so you're like, okay, these guys are coming in with a showstopper.
Yeah.
Hey, I've suppressed the Rays, we're good, let's go in. And the guy stood there with a shotgun.
This is just filth. He just spams bullets. And he only saw the third guy walking through. Oh, well, we've even got it on the other side. And they're going to take a timeout.
you know what that reminds me of is the that reminds me of the scene off of
the nerves a little bit because this is crunch time for Karmine Corp.
the Expendables.
Coming in with at least a bit of
With the
weaponry,
dude
what they
walking
say
down the
goes
hallway
last
with
round. We
the
see Rivera's operator
shotgun. Y'all know what I'm
looks
talking about.
sublime. Shin on the entries has been decent, but they will need a hero play. The thing is, Mitch, I feel like a lot of the time with the pistols is actually where they've been better.
It's true, I'll give you that, but at the same time, I can't expect them to keep connecting. Loud are acutely aware of what they're coming up against here. Got to be limiting those opportunities, but it's not even just the pistols. The fact that Navarra is rolling in with this operator, it has to be a game changer for them. And another decision that they've got is whether they fully invest right here and now, try to make that final stand, because their credits, they should look terrible. They don't have ultimates to fall back on, and Loud have a safety net of having a showstopper. I don't know that they can gamble on winning this round, and I don't know they can gamble on winning the next instead.
Yeah, I guess the argument would be get an orb for Shin, have showstopper for the next round no matter what, and then they have something at least to play with. But yeah, it's a pretty rough spot for them to find themselves in, and just look at already Aspas is looking to try and kick them while they're down. He has been unstoppable.
Max got him.
On this second
See,
half,
that's why you gotta have killer
match.
cats, man.
For now, at least, again, we see this patient play from Karmine Corp, building up into the round. That sound alone is probably going to strike fear into Shin's heart. Not again. Not again. They don't want to go near this judge.
Even with the weaker weapons, no one's looking to force that fight just yet. There is a stun ready and waiting. He should be able to dodge that easily enough. Still has a nade to work with as well. So this does look like a very tough position for KC. If they can get into Vents, though, they might be able to fight back into this round.
Max ain't having it.
I think Vents is the target here.
Yeah, they just tried to flash the Sky Flash into A main. I think it got caught on the wall and didn't actually pop in front of the players. So I don't know if they actually have the information that players are there. The second one, though, will garner it for them. They're going to have a good idea
30 seconds left.
that the push is coming in onto this site. A rotation already there from Les. This is not going to be easy.
Yeah, Kawazine made the call there. He was suspicious. You could see the lips come in.
Oh.
He luckily spots him just in time, gets out of there as well. 2 on the site. You expect 1 at this point. You expect Kawazine to be close, but with 10 seconds, can they deal with all these players? It's not looking likely. Les making a good hold
Shin
on the
made
site,
some
but
room,
Shin's
though.
got 2. A showstopper to buy them the space. And it's gonna hit. Oh, he's got himself! No! The
Divine protected him, and now up close, a judge is looking to take them down. Oh, this is terrifying. A 2 versus 2. They've dealt themselves this hand, and KC holding on now. The opportunity, waiting for it to present itself. He's gone crazy. Sadik with 2, trading out his teammate. And Aspas just baiting.
Wow.
Jumping around, dragging their crosshair, and a wall bang to close. Some of the most ridiculous Valorant we've seen. And Loud now 1 away from the semifinals, 1 away from NRG.
This from Shin was nasty. Like, I don't even mind that he ended up sacrificing himself. He was on 8 HP and he killed the other guy. That's absolutely fine. This wallbang is disgusting. How dare you even attempt that? And you could see the frustration and the elation on the other side. Maybe a stressful round for Fraud, but wow. That was it. That was a moment for Karmine Corp. And Aspas, he's ready and waiting. A man you do not want to be trying to fight. A risky move from him. He's gone forward, flashed up, but he'll be able to get away and has the support.
Nice follow-up by Les, though.
One more nail in the coffin, Tom. Another player down, KC. Their attack side slowed for a moment. A player waiting outside A, hoping his teammates can come and group up with him, that they can make that final push. Loud's final stand. In this map here, the first split that we've gotten to see in this tournament. With 4 in a row needed for KC, it starts here, an uphill battle. One that Nevera is ready to take. The crowd silences a little bit, but another kill and they're right back alive.
Well, chat.
Bless. He's bought them the advantage. The retake looks good. They've got a judge to play in with, but Sadik just upgraded it and still has his nade. Loud are going to
So every team that picked Split
Viper's Pit not far
or
away,
Lotus
probably not
in the alpha bracket lost it so far.
Change this round. A stun being set up. Almost attempting to try, and actually I think that nade might kill a one. Sadik's got both! It's left all on to the new man on the block, New Zera, to try and fight versus 4, and he stands no chance.
GG's.
Loud will take themselves the victory in front of their hometown.
Wow.
And guess what, Mitch? They go to face that Optic Core once again. Their champions
rematch
final,
yep.
facing off.
To be a banger.
This time out, another elimination match to close it, but today at least there will be celebrations in this arena as they send that French-Belgium mix home.
You can see it on their faces. This wasn't
the
performance they wanted to field here, but you have to say, day on day,
we get the rematch.
KC improved. They looked better, but not nearly good enough. This is a game where, starting out the series, Aspas bottom frag. He was the bottom of the scoreboard on map 1.
And they still won.
And they still won 2-0. What does that say about them? But here they are, the EMEA team. They put in the work. They were almost there. The first map so close. They can go home with their heads held high on that, but no doubt they're going to be looking
big
for
game, man.
in the future.
I was kind of hoping to see a third map, though. I ain't gonna lie, chat.
Coming into that tournament, that was
I really wanted to see Fracture.
Good. Unfortunately, they came up against a champion.
We got to see Split, though, so I mean.
Title once again, and this
dub?
time doing it in their home country.
Sorry, I got kind of distracted with.
And it's a 2-0 this time out.
The cat's chasing a mouse there for a little bit,
incredibly
but
strong from top to bottom. It was Toys on the first map looking incredible. Now we get to see the Loud of old in Les and Aspas performing to an incredible standard once again. And that's the thing. We talked about the old roster and the depth they had. It's clear that there is still that depth once again.
Absolutely. Nothing
they look good.
Changed except the roster. They're still in their winning ways, and now moving on to face NRG, a big matchup, a grudge match for them. And one that no doubt this crowd will be behind them every step of the way.
Hey, you know what? That crowd's going to be lit for NRG versus...
Fair play, fair play.
The jersey swap was needed. This man here flew all the way here from France to represent Karmine Corp, but that will not make the crowd go any easier on him.
They were ganging up. They were giving him the L's,
The
but
crowd's
in
gonna
the
be
end,
lit
they
for
gave
that
them their
NRG
jersey.
versus
We're all
Loud
in this
game.
together once the game is over.
Yeah, it's good to see the love shown.
I
from
can't
the Loud
wait.
Fans. Because I will say, it takes a hell of a lot of balls to come all the way to Brazil
it does.
and cheer against this Brazilian crowd.
Not just that, my man sat down there, Loud fans all around him, and he still looks down at his backpack and says, I'm going to take this French flag out. And I respect
Dude, yeah, that
all
map
of
is
them.
gonna be fucking lit on Sunday.
Well, an incredible series.
That's the first match too.
But honestly, I think we had everything. Like battles from both sides.
All right, so chat,
Maybe
tomorrow
I wanted to see a
we've
little
got
bit more off the screen, but I'm
DRX
seeing sort of different roles being
Cloud9
built up by this man, a different
at
outlook on the
noon.
game. Navira
Evil
strong.
Geniuses versus Talent Esports at 3, or whenever it gets done.
I wasn't sure what to
Like
expect,
today.
but they looked good, and with more time, I think they'll only improve to be better. Again, though, Loud are the heroes of the day.
Big W for Loud.
I honestly
Chat, if you haven't gotten a chance to check out the
see who's going to come out, because that's the thing. Loud now.
video about
NRG
the
is-
brackets when we get done, check that out over here on the channel. Alright. Also, we had for my Apex fans, we had an interview with Zephyr that we posted yesterday. That is about a tournament that he is putting together for the EMEA region. You might catch us on the desk of that at some point over the next couple months. But it's kind of like oversight for EMEA, so check out the interview with him for that. We also kind of chatted about some teams to look out for heading into Split 2. So
That's just fine by us. Let's talk a little bit about the MVP. Of course, Aspis, Gawazine, Les, they had fantastic games, but it's fair to say the Screaming Fan was also giving it her all. So who do you think was the MVP?
Screaming Fan.
That code down below.
Screaming
Make sure
Fan.
you get
Give it to
your
the
vote
Screaming
in.
Fan.
The winner's going to be announced very, very soon. Where would you go with this one, Tom?
I'd go with Les today. I think that we've not only seen just sheer intent.
I love that the Screaming Fan had actually made it onto the vote. That's a W.
It's not up to me to decide. So make sure you get your votes in, and of course, we'll be back with the desk after the break.
All right, chap. I'm in. Chat, we're gonna go ahead and get up on out of here. All right. Like I said, a couple videos to keep an eye out for. If there's anybody in here that isn't in the Discord, get y'all's butts up on in there. All right. Cool place to hang out outside of stream. It's also where I post whenever we're going live over here, so y'all can have a little bit of heads up. But again, even still, look out for some of those videos coming in. All right, man. I appreciate y'all coming in and hanging out with your boy over here. For real, for real. There's like, I don't even know how many different places to watch Valorant. So the fact that y'all enjoy the vibes over here, the fact that y'all come and kick it with your boy, little old me over here, really means a lot. Appreciate everyone too for the support. I said it earlier, but we just crossed over 100 subs yesterday, day before. So big shout out to y'all for the support and everything, man. Really been enjoying the grind the last month. I know I've been busy, but it's been fun. Before I get out of here, man, don't forget, if your sleep sucks and you get headaches from hours of the grind, the GamerAdvantage is the leader in impactful eyewear technology that's been proven to help you not only sleep better, focus more, but they do that all without distorting color or comfort. So if y'all ever want to check out those, use exclamation point glasses in chat over here. Check out the link. When y'all check out, use exclamation point YoBoyCue at checkout. Get you that 10% discount. All right. Like I said, check out those few videos if you guys haven't yet. We'll be back live tomorrow, a little bit before noon, probably like 11:40, 11:45. All right. Y'all are dope. Y'all have a nice, safe, and fun evening. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q, signing out.